Ninth Prince Yi Chun, for molesting the crown princess at last night's banquet and violating imperial law, is hereby demoted to magistrate of Beha County. So decreed. In the Golden Throne Hall, Chief Eunuch Wang Zhongxian unfurled the yellow imperial decree and read it aloud in his shrill voice. The ministers exchanged glances. Beha County, the far northern frontier, frozen and barren, a dumping ground for exiled death row prisoners, locked in endless war with the state of Wei. Send 10 men, 10 die. I stood in the center of the hall, my mind roaring. My name is Yi Chun. In my past life, I was the king of special forces of the Dragon Nation. To reclaim a national treasure, 100 enemy agents and I took each other down in mutual destruction. When I opened my eyes again, I'd somehow been reborn into the body of this ninth prince of the Xia Empire, who happened to share my name. What a ridiculous way to die. Last night, a few princes and nobles had forced this body to drink itself to death, then dumped him, dead drunk, into the crown princess's bed. The crown princess, Lin Yifei, principal wife of the crown prince, and one of the 4 great beauties of Xia. The frame-up was clean and flawless. Yi Chun, do you admit your guilt? On the dragon throne, Emperor Yi Wenjing sat draped in golden robes, his eyes deep and piercing, his voice like iron. I don't, I said calmly. You dare to act, but not to own up? Useless trash, coward. The emperor's eyes were full of disappointment. A young man in fine silk stepped forward, his face a mask of anguish. Father, my ninth brother is a spineless coward. I saw him molest the crown princess with my own eyes last night. Eighth Prince Yi Chuan, reeking of privilege, a knife hidden behind his smile. The witnesses and evidence are all here. Just confess, ninth prince. The ministers chimed in one after another. A pack of bootlickers who kicked the weak to flatter the strong. They wanted to stomp this useless trash into the ground to curry favor with the other princes. I didn't look at them. I only stared at the dragon throne. In this hall, only the man in that chair truly held any power. Report. Urgent dispatch. 800 Li Express. A soldier drenched in blood staggered into the hall. The state of Wei has amassed 200,000 troops at Beha County. They demand 1 million taels of silver within 10 days, or they'll slaughter the entire city. The words barely left his mouth before he collapsed to the floor. The hall exploded into chaos. Wei is too arrogant. How are we supposed to fight? We lost 200,000 soldiers in last year's battle alone. Wei had their god of war, Tuobaxiong. For 3 years, Xia had suffered defeat after defeat, losing all 16 prefectures of Yinyan. Beha was the only county left on the northern frontier. Who would dare speak of war? Silence, all of you. The emperor's furious roar left the hall dead quiet. No one dared to breathe. I will not pay a single tael of silver. His gaze swept across the ministers like a blade. Who among you is willing to defend Beha County and fight the state of Wei to the death? Silence. Beha County was a volcano. Whoever went died. I'll go. I stepped forward, my voice ringing like a bell. Every eye in the hall snapped to me. Has the ninth prince lost his mind? He's throwing his life away. Mockery erupted all around. Even Li Yuan, the left prime minister, shook his head. The emperor was stunned too. This son the despised, good-for-nothing son had actually volunteered? Yi Chun, you refused to confess your guilt just now. So why would you go throw your life away? First, I'm innocent, so I won't confess. I spoke each word deliberately. Second, our nation has been humiliated. As a citizen of Xia, how can I just stand by and watch? When the nation's survival is at stake, every man bears responsibility. Patriotism was carved into my very blood. I was a son of Xia. How could I let foreigners slaughter us? Well said. Every man bears responsibility. The Xia Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. Ninth brother, anyone can talk big. Yi Chuan sneered. Go on, then. Tell us how you plan to defeat Wei's army of 200,000. I'd gladly die on the battlefield for my country. Why must a soldier's body return home wrapped in horsehide? So what if there are 200,000? Eighth brother, would you care to come with me to Beha County and defend our great Xia together? Aye, aye. Yi Chuan's face went white as he stammered, unable to get a word out. What a poem! A cry of admiration came from the side of the hall. Chao Lin, the backbone prince, the towering pillar of the military, his eyes were shining. On the dragon throne, The Xia emperor was also stunned. For 3 years he had suffered nothing but humiliation. His entire court trembled at the mere mention of Wei. Yet here was this one son, willing to die for his country. He drew a deep breath, as if he'd made up his mind. Ninth Prince, hear my decree. I hereby name you the Prince of Bailiang. You depart in one day to defend Beha County. As you command. I clasped my hands in salute. Father, you can't. Yi Chuan cried out. Making him a prince violates royal law. Eighth. The Xia emperor looked at him coldly. If you dare go to Beha County too, I'll make you a prince as well. Do you dare? Yi Chuan broke into a sweat, unable to squeeze out a single word. The other princes had meant to object, but seeing him deflate like that, they all shrank back too. What good was a title if you'd be a dead man? Court is dismissed. The Xia emperor swept his dragon robe and turned to leave. Outside the hall, dark clouds pressed down and a cold wind howled. Ninth Prince, a moment. I had just stepped out of the great hall when an old man in a python robe approached me. Silver-haired, back straight, his four-clawed python robe carried the killing aura of the battlefield. The Backbone Prince, Shaolin, one of the 8 princes. In his youth, he'd led 300,000 troops to conquer 3 kingdoms, striking fear across the continent, ranked among the top 10 on the roster of famous generals. My heart jolted. A man like this, in my previous life, he'd be a god of war, like Li Jing or Wei Qing. That poem, I liked it. He looked me straight in the eye. This journey means certain death for you. If you ever need help in the army, just say the word. I still carry a bit of weight around here. The nobles around us erupted in murmurs, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Especially Yi Chuan in the distance, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Just last month, Yi Chuan had come knocking to seek the Backbone Prince's support and had been thrown out on the spot. Thank you, Backbone Prince. I clasped my hands solemnly. One more friend, one more road forward, especially a heavyweight like this. Inside the imperial study, incense curled from the bronze crane. Beaded curtains rolled up like jade. The Xia emperor sat rigid upon his dragon throne, his brow heavy with worry. Left Chancellor, mobilize the northern Liang forces. I intend to wage war against the kingdom of Wei. Your Majesty, Li Yuan bowed his head. The 200,000 men of the Crimson Flame Army in northern Liang have bled through 3 years of war. We can't muster even 1,000 soldiers now. Then send the Crimson Wind Army up from the eastern border. Before he'd finished speaking, Wang Zhongxian hurried in and presented a sealed dispatch delivered by carrier pigeon. They've gone too far. The emperor's face turned ashen. The kingdom of Chu has amassed 200,000 troops along our eastern border. Do they mean to crush Xia in a pincer attack with Wei? Li Yuan paled. Your Majesty, we have no quarrel with Chu. Why would they? When 9 stars align, the heavens shall turn. A demon true dragon shall unite the continent. The emperor said evenly. You remember that prophecy, don't you? The words of Wu Xian, master of the Pavilion of Mysteries. But what does that have to do with our kingdom of Xia? 3 days ago, Wu Xian said the demon true dragon, the one destined to unite all 10 kingdoms of the continent, is right here in Xia. Li Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. The divine continent had been ravaged by war for centuries. Of the 100+ kingdoms that had once slaughtered one another, only 10 great powers remained, each hungry to conquer all under heaven and etch their name into eternity. That demon true dragon, who could it be? The emperor's gaze swept through his sons one by one. The first prince, the second prince, the 8th prince. Everyone except the 9th prince, the son already condemned to die. The moment I returned to Yujing Palace, I heard the crash of smashing furniture and the sound of crying. It was Linger's voice. My expression darkened instantly, and I rushed into the courtyard. A girl in a white dress lay curled on the ground, sobbing. Her features were delicate as a painting, her big dark eyes swollen and red from weeping. My little sister, Yi Linger. Yi Linger, your brother's a dead man walking. Get out of Yujing Palace. Yi Chuan snapped coldly. This is my brother's palace. What gives you the right to throw me out? Linger glared back at him defiantly. Lu Gang, tear this place apart. A burly guard swung his fists, shattering every table, chair, and tea set to pieces. Stop it. Don't touch my wood carvings. Linger lunged forward. Crack. A slap sent her sprawling to the ground, her cheeks swelling red. Lu Gang, how dare you strike my daughter? A beautiful woman in lavish robes stormed out, furious. My mother, Consort Tang. Sorry, my hand slipped. Lu Gang grinned. Behind him stood the 8th prince and noble consort Lu. They didn't regard Consort Tang as anything at all. I stopped at the courtyard gate. Every drop of blood in my body ran cold, then boiled hot. My sister is my one untouchable line. Cross it, and you die. Lu Gang. I bit out each word. Who gave a dog like you the guts to hit my sister? 9th prince, I already told you. My hand slipped. His face was full of mockery. You hit my sister. I moved. Like a tiger charging down a mountain, I closed the distance in a single stride and drove my fist straight into his throat. Crack. His windpipe shattered. Lu Gang's eyes went wide. The guard's eyes bulged wide as he crashed to the ground, stiff as a board, dead. Dead silence gripped the entire courtyard. Everyone stood frozen. The 9th prince, that infamous good-for-nothing weakling, had just beaten a man to death with a single punch, right in front of them all. Yi Chun, you dare kill my guard? Yi Chuan shrieked, his face twisting with shock and fury. You're a dead man. I wiped the blood from my knuckles and slowly lifted my gaze. From this day forward, anyone who lays a hand on someone I care about will pay the price. Guard or prince, it makes no difference. You idiot. I killed Lu Gang for your own good. I sneered. The 8th prince's eyes went bloodshot. You dare insult me? You just committed murder. How the hell is that for my good? My sister is the 15th princess. Lu Gang, a mere guard, struck a princess, defied his betters. Killing him is getting off easy. My voice stayed cold. If father found out, he'd have executed 9 generations of his family. And you, as his master, failed to keep him in line. That makes you guilty too. The 8th prince's face changed in an instant. Only now did he remember. In the kingdom of Xia, even the emperor could strike a princess. But a lowly guard? Never. If he pressed charges against me for murder, Lu Gang's crime of assaulting a princess would only weigh heavier. One guard, dead for nothing. Yi Chun, Lu Gang had it coming. I won't pursue it. He ground his teeth. I came here today to tell you. Your entire family is to move out of Yujing Palace. Immediately. Yujing Palace is my residence. Without a decree from father or mother, who dares order me to leave? The 8th prince smirked and tossed out an imperial edict. I unrolled it. The empress's grand seal stared back at me. Yi Chun and his family are hereby ordered to relocate at once to the Bihan court in the side palace. Chun'er, since it's your mother's decree, let's just go. Consort Tang's lovely face fell as she spoke softly. Within the kingdom of Xia, the emperor and empress held the greatest power of all. Mother, I've dragged you into this, I said, guilt tightening in my chest. Though I'd been named the king of northern Liang, I had no army, no money, no allies, and tomorrow, I was marching to my death. Naturally, the vultures came out to kick a man while he was down. Not a single guard or maid of Yujing Palace was willing to follow me. A pack of opportunists. My sister, Yi Linger, looked crestfallen. This was the place we'd grown up in. Linger, don't worry. My voice was firm. One day, I'll make the Empress herself invite you back to live here. Brother, I believe you. Her eyes curved into crescents, her smile bright as a sliver of moon. All the 9th brother knows how to do is talk big. The Empress will never invite your sister back. The 8th prince jeered, and with his mockery ringing in our ears, the 3 of us were driven out of Yujing Palace. I stopped in my tracks, both fists clenched tight. 8th prince, Empress, this humiliation today, I, Yi Chun, will remember it. One day, I'll make you kneel and beg us to come back. On the road to Bihan court, the nobles pointed and whispered. The 9th prince is pathetic, really. Kicked right out of Yujing Palace. Molested the crown princess, then banished to Beha County to die. Serves him right. Total waste of space. Even dragged his mother and sister down with him. The words cut like knives, each one straight to the heart. Brother, they've gone too far. I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. Yi Linger puffed up with anger. Let it go, Linger, I said soothingly. When a mad dog bites you, you don't bite it back. She burst out laughing. Moments later, we arrived at Bihan Courtyard, the most remote, desolate corner at the northern tip of the palace. Cold, barren, overgrown with weeds. Just beyond its walls lay the world outside the palace. This place had once been reserved for concubines cast into the cold palace. "Brother, this place is awful," Yi Linger complained. "Roll up your sleeves and you'll never go hungry. You and mother rest. I'll clean this up." Before I crossed into this world, I was an elite special forces soldier. Deserts, rainforests, wilderness. I'd eaten tree bark and drunk rainwater. I'd survived conditions 100 times harsher than this. "Brother, let me help pull the weeds." Linger crouched down beside me. I'd only been hoeing for a little while when I looked up and noticed a woman standing at the gate. Stunning. Green dress, pearly teeth, skin white as snow, a slender figure, an air of cold elegance. Beautiful, but cold, but proud. Behind her followed a young man in fine silk robes, wearing an arrogant expression, Zheng Yang, a disciple of the Academy of Military Strategy. The Academy of Military Strategy, one of the 100 great academies of Shinjo, founded by the strategist school, steeped in history, a breeding ground for legendary generals. Of the 10 kingdoms under heaven, more than half of the great generals had come from this place. Yi Chun, the woman in green, my fiancée, Nangong Fian, spoke with utter contempt. "I've been taken on as a disciple by the second sage of the Academy of Military Strategy. A person should know their place. You're a lecher who assaulted the crown princess. You're not worthy of me. Let's call off the engagement." In her eyes, I was nothing but a hopeless waste who'd never rise again, while she had a bright future, destined to soar like a dragon into the 9th heaven. How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a great swan? I gave a faint smile. The way I looked at her was like a true dragon gazing down at an ant that wanted to break off an engagement with it. Just an engagement. I couldn't have cared less. But Linger wouldn't stand for it. "Nangong Fian, you're blind. Break off the engagement with my brother, and one day you'll regret it." Nangong Fian's pretty face darkened. "Junior sister Fian, let me handle this for you." Zheng Yang, eager to please, turned to Linger with a cold sneer. "Yi Linger, you're just like Yi Chun, a worthless piece of trash." Crack. I slapped him across the face. 5 red finger marks instantly bloomed on his cheek. "You dare hit me? I'm a disciple of the Academy of Military Strategy." "You're dead," Zheng Yang howled, clutching his face. "Say one more word," I said, stepping closer, killing intent surging out of me like a tide. "And I'll kill you." It was the killing intent I'd carried out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I. Zheng Yang stared at me, as if looking at an ancient beast of legend, and yet my legs went weak. "Yi Chun, you hit Zheng Yang. The Academy of Warfare won't let this slide." Nangong Fian looked down at me with a cold glance. "Watch yourself." She turned and walked away, leaving nothing but a stunning silhouette behind. "Yi Chun, we'll see about this." Zheng Yang shot me a venomous glare, then scrambled after her. Others fear the Academy of Warfare. I don't. Because in my mind, I hold the art of war, the 36 stratagems, and the complete military teachings of legendary generals like Bai Qi, Han Xian, and Yu Fei. If they come looking for trouble, I'll use all of it to teach them a lesson. Chin'er, the Academy of Warfare holds tremendous power. You need to be careful, they'll want revenge. Consort Tang's face was full of worry. "There's no need to worry, mother." I gave her a small smile. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of hurried footsteps, and a chubby man in fine silk came rushing in, gasping for breath. His name was Luo Hao, my only real friend, and the son of the Marquis of Jinyuan. "Yi Chun, why are you living in this dump?" He looked utterly baffled. "Empress's orders." "That's outrageous." Luo Hao frowned, then grabbed my arm. "Never mind that. Tonight's the Xia Kingdom Poetry Gathering. It only happens once a year, and Lu Rumei, the top courtesan, is going to be there. Come on, my treat. Let's go check out the beauties. I'm heading to Beha County tomorrow to take up my post." "I'll pass." "That's exactly why you have to come tonight. Because tomorrow you might just die out there." He tugged me toward the door, refusing to take no for an answer. "I can't help you with much else, but showing you a good time with the ladies? That, I've got covered." Lu Rumei, one of the 4 great beauties of Xia, ranked 3rd on the roster of talented women. Beauty and brains in one. The Xia Kingdom Poetry Gathering, an annual grand affair. Nobles, celebrities, scholars, and beauties all gathered along both banks of the Huai River to trade verses, and debate the affairs of state. A golden age for the young. Night fell, and the cold wind cut like a knife. The banks of the Huai River were packed with people, all of them big names. Young princes, young marquises, and the sons of the ministers of war and rights. Rising from the water stood a pavilion called the Hall of 100 Flowers, its eaves curving upward. Beaded curtains hung low outside, and through them one could faintly make out a woman seated within. A white veil covered her face. You couldn't see it clearly, but her eyes were fox-like and alluring, the kind that could steal a man's soul. Her figure was seductive, her beauty beyond compare. See that? That's the courtesan, Lu Rume. Gorgeous, right? Luo Hao chuckled. Gorgeous. But what's that got to do with me? Taking one last look at a beauty before you die? Call it a farewell between brothers. There was actually a note of sorrow in his voice. What's the point of just looking at a beautiful woman? I said flatly. Sleeping with one. Now that's interesting. Luo Hao's eyes went wide. He gave me a thumbs up. Badass. Inside the Hall of 100 Flowers, Lu Rume's snow-white earlobe twitched ever so slightly. Despite the distance, she was a master. She'd heard every word. She smiled seductively. This young lord says he wants to bed me. Do you all think he can pull it off? One sentence, and she'd thrown me right into the fire. Isn't that the 9th prince? He's off to his death tomorrow, and he still wants to bed the top courtesan? Doesn't know when to quit. What a useless waste. Laughter erupted all around. They were all suitors of Lu Rume. I raised my eyes toward that white-veiled figure and said calmly, Beauty, I see you've got a bit of charm, and it just so happens you've caught my interest. So figure out a way to fall in love with me yourself. The whole place went dead silent. Out of 1.4 billion people, I'm only giving this chance to you. Take my advice, don't push your luck. Everyone's jaws dropped, frozen like statues. Bro, you're a legend. Luo Hao was floored, utterly awestruck. In all the land today, I was the first man ever to make the top courtesan chase him. Beneath the white veil, Lu Rume's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, and a hint of irritation stirred in her heart. What an arrogant, self-obsessed 9th prince. Her identity was no small matter. Wei Chu. All 9 kingdoms held their poetry gatherings, and princes from many lands had sought her, only to be coldly turned away. Not far off, on a flower boat, Nangong Fian stood proud and alone, her gaze full of scorn. A lecher, just as I thought. Farther north, inside a mysterious dragon barge, a stunningly cold and beautiful woman lounged lazily at the bow. That was my eldest sister-in-law, the imperial consort, Lin Yifei. Yi Chun. Her red lips curved slightly, her eyes deep and unreadable. Fitting for the man bold enough to make a pass at me. Interesting. I pulled Luo Hao toward the 100 Flowers Pavilion, only to be stopped by the guards. No one is permitted inside. I turned back to Luo Hao. Didn't you say you could get me in? Haha, did you forget? This is a poetry gathering. He pointed to the front of the pavilion. Match the couplet or compose a poem, and you'll not only get to see Lu Rume. There's a reward of 10,000 taels of silver, too. There's silver? My eyes lit up. Right now, I was strapped for cash. I looked up. On the left side of the 100 Flowers Pavilion hung the first line of a couplet. Heaven the chessboard, stars the pieces. Who dares to make a move? 9th prince, even I can't match it. So don't go embarrassing yourself. A young man in fine silk sneered. This was Zhao Qing, son of the Minister of War. All of Xi'an knows you're a good-for-nothing. There's no way you'll match this couplet. Another tall, thin youth, Song Ji, son of the Minister of Rights and a Confucian disciple, chimed in mockingly. The lesser princes and young marquises all joined in, laughter filling the air. But I just stared at that couplet, the corner of my mouth slowly curling up. Their taunts came surging in like a tide, yet my expression stayed calm. Zhao Qing, can you match this couplet? An immortal masterpiece, unsolved for 500 years, Zhao Qing sneered. I can't match it, so don't put on an act either. Yi Chun, if you can't match it, get lost. I looked at this son of the Minister of War, arrogant, overbearing, riding on his support for the 8th prince, and never once giving me, the 9th prince, a second glance. You idiot, I said coolly. Matching this couplet is child's play. You dare insult me? Zhao Qing snapped. If you can match it, I'll kowtow to you. If you can't, you'll kowtow to me today. Good boy, I smiled. I'll be waiting. The first line read, "Heaven is the chessboard, stars the pieces, who dares to play?" I picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and in one fluid stroke wrote on the right side, "Earth is the lute, roads the strings, who dares to pluck?" Boom. A white cloud materialized out of thin air, hovering 30 feet above my head. Talent manifest as cloud. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I knew what this meant. Talent so great it shook the heavenly way, condensing into clouds. Only a genius beyond compare could summon it. People like Zhao Qing and Song Ji would never witness such a thing in their entire lives. The dazzling poetry of my past life had never existed in this world. There was no Li Bai here, no Su Dongpa. And I, alone, was a living treasure trove. Yi Chen actually matched it. On the flower boat, a stunning beauty furrowed her delicate brows, her expression complicated. I recognized her, Nangong Fian, ranked fourth on the list of talented women. Even she had failed to complete this couplet, yet I'd done it with a casual flick of the wrist. "Zhao Qing," I said, eyeing him with amusement. "Kneel and kowtow." "I won't." His face changed, and he tried to weasel out of it. I kicked him in the back of the knee. He dropped with a thud, his head knocking against the ground. "Yi Chun." He gritted his teeth and raised his palm to strike. "Idiot," I sneered. "I'm a prince. Strike me in public, and you strike the emperor's face. That's a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. Can you shoulder that?" His face turned ashen. He froze in place, and in the end, he didn't dare move. I turned to the guard and held out my hand with a grin. He handed me a banknote for 10,000 taels, and the way he looked at me had completely changed. "Ninth Prince." A maid in green stepped forward. "My lady requests your presence in the pavilion for a word." "First, go ask your lady this," I said with a smile. I gave her the chance to pursue me herself. Has she made up her mind? The maid's face instantly went dark as a thundercloud, and she looked ready to slap me. "This way, Ninth Prince." She spoke through clenched teeth. Amid the envious stares filling the venue, I stepped into the pavilion. Inside, pink beaded curtains swayed gently, and a subtle fragrance drifted through the air. Behind the curtains sat a veiled woman beside a guqin. Her eyes were utterly captivating, her skin white as polished jade, her figure graceful and alluring. Even having seen countless beauties, I'd rank her solidly among the top 5. Yi Chun, courtesy named Jinyu, 9th son of the Xia Emperor, 18 years of age, with one younger sister, Yilinger. A good-for-nothing in the eyes of the world, her red lips parted softly as she told me all about my background, slowly and deliberately. I frowned. Some things were common knowledge, but others were deeply hidden. "You investigated me?" My expression turned cold. "Hee, don't be so tense." Her laughter was soft and melodious, her eyes narrowing seductively. "Didn't you ask me to come after you?" "Naturally. I had to learn everything about you first." Her laughter carried an enchanting spell, one that nearly stole my very soul away. But my spirit was strong, and I snapped awake in an instant. The art of seduction. Among all the schools of thought, only the House of Seduction practiced this secret technique. Its cultivators were all peerless beauties, capable of bewitching all living beings, bringing emperors to their knees, and toppling kingdoms. He didn't fall for it. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Does the 9th Prince seem afraid of me?" "A beautiful woman is a dangerous thing," I said, shaking my head. "I'd rather not let you be my undoing." Outside the window, snowflakes suddenly began to fall, settling on the plum branches by the sill, cold, crisp, and strikingly beautiful. Beyond the pavilion, Zhao Qing, Song Ji, and that crowd of nobles stood holding paper umbrellas, refusing to leave despite the snow, each of them cursing endlessly, all out of jealousy that I was sharing a room with Lu Rumei at this very moment. I listened, unmoved. These people had never once mattered to me. "Yi Chun," Lu Rumei said suddenly, her eyes turning sultry. "Do you want to sleep with me?" "Miss Lu, what do you mean by that?" I feigned a blush. "It's simple. Do you want to sleep with me?" She stared at me, her gaze burning. She rose and walked over, taking my hand of her own accord. Up close, she looked even more bewitching, her skin as clear and smooth as jade, those fox-like eyes almost pulling a man right in. No man in the world can escape my grasp. "Soon, I'll drain you dry." I saw the cold intent hidden in her eyes, plain as day. You want to seduce me? You're not good enough for that. I wore a lecherous grin on my face, sneering inwardly. The two of us each harbored our own schemes, silently cursing the other. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden commotion of shouting and beating erupted outside. Frowning, I walked to the window. Out in the snow, 100 old soldiers knelt. Their bodies were maimed, their clothes in tatters, their faces gaunt and sallow. Their knees sank into the snow, red from the cold. A bunch of beggars, filthying up my sight. Get lost. Zhao Qing spat in disgust. But the old soldiers didn't move an inch. We are old soldiers, and we beg an audience with the 9th prince. The one-armed veteran at their head shouted himself hoarse. My heart lurched. I didn't recognize a single one of them. But in my past life, I too had been a soldier. Soldier, the word I respected most in all my life. Watching them kneel there in the snow, my chest ached. I turned and headed straight out. 9th prince, you don't want to sleep with me anymore? Lu Rumei asked, puzzled. I'm going to see them. I didn't look back. What an interesting man. Her soft laughter drifted behind me. I walked out into the snow, looking at those 100 weathered faces. You came looking for me. What is it? It. 9th prince. The one-armed old soldier looked up. We hear that tomorrow you ride for Beha County to face the 200,000 troops of the Wei Kingdom. We are the last 100 survivors of the Crimson Flame Army, and we beg to go with you. Send these cripples off, and they're just marching to their deaths. What a bunch of fools. The nobles burst into laughter. But my chest burned hot. So you are the heroes of the Xia Kingdom. I strode forward. How can you kneel? Please rise. 9th prince, I'm filthy. I'll soil your robes, the one-armed veteran stammered. I paid it no mind. I reached out, took hold of his grimy body, and lifted him up from the snow. Yi Chun, you're trash, and these old soldiers are trash too, filthy and stinking. Zhao Qing roared with laughter. Shut your rotten mouth. I snarled. They bled for this nation. What right do you have to insult them? Huh. In 3 years, all 200,000 men of the Crimson Flame Army in the north were wiped out. If they're not trash, then what are they? The 100 old soldiers went pale, trembling all over, their eyes red-rimmed, tears welling up. Those tears pierced my heart like needles. The greatest tragedy of a nation is not losing a war. It's making the ones who bled for it weep. Zhao Qing, you bastard. Crack. I slapped him across the face. Half his face split open in an instant, blood spraying out. Ah, he shrieked. You'd hit me over this pile of garbage? His face twisted with rage. I'm not just going to hit you, I said, taking a step closer. I'm going to make you kneel and apologize to them. I swept my foot into the back of his knee. Thud. Zhao Qing crumpled to his knees before the old soldiers. The 9th prince has gone mad. Zhao Qing is the son of the Minister of War. An uproar spread through the crowd. In their eyes, I had always been a spineless, cowardly wretch. But today, I was like a tiger loosed from its cage. Yi Chun, young Master Zhao, is of noble birth. How could you make him kneel to these dregs? Song Ji scolded. This son of the Minister of Rights cared for nothing more than so-called propriety. Boom. The fire inside me blazed up completely. Song Ji. I bellowed, my voice shaking the whole room. You kneel too. Bang. One kick sent him crashing to his knees in the snow. Yi Chun has offended both the Minister of War and the Minister of Rights at once. He's asking to die. He's a dead man. I didn't care. The Ministry of War commands the armies and provisions of the realm. The Ministry of Rights oversees diplomacy, sacred rights, and the imperial examinations. Even the princes vying for the throne worked hard to court these two great officials. Yet now their sons knelt side by side before a band of broken soldiers. On the flower boat, Nangong Fian sneered coldly. Good thing I broke off our engagement. He's just a lunatic. But up in the loft, Lu Rumei's eyes shimmered. Truly worthy of being the man I set my sights on. Bold enough. I stopped looking at them. I turned around to face the 100 old soldiers, bent low, and bowed deeply. 9th prince, you're of royal blood. How can you bow to us? The one-armed veteran panicked. You are the heroes of Xia, I said, straightening up. My voice rang out, booming across the entire field. You're worth this bow. On behalf of the countless people of Xia, I thank you all. Snow was still falling, but I knew that from this moment on, these 100 lives would march with me onto the battlefield of the northern frontier. 9th prince, you're saying, we're heroes. The old soldier's voice trembled. I looked at him, and at the 100 ragged figures behind him. Their scars, their empty sleeves, their hunchbacks. The nobles of the capital called them trash. But does trash bleed for Xia? Does trash lose arms and legs? Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. I spoke each word deliberately, my voice carrying for miles in every direction. Every scar on your body is the highest glory. You've been cursed, you've been wronged. But this land remembers the blood you've shed. Silence. You could hear a pin drop. Hearts of fire forge loyal souls. You are the heroes of Xia. 100 old soldiers, tears streaming down their faces. Snow drifted down, yet their hearts burned like fire. This was the taste of being understood, of being respected, something they'd waited half a lifetime for. Thud, thud, thud. 100 men dropped to their knees as one. We swear to follow the 9th prince to the death. We will stand against Wei's 200,000 troops and give our lives for our nation. The sound shook the heavens, and I saw it. Above their heads, a faint red mist began to gather. Battle intent. Ordinary soldiers can't summon this in a lifetime. Only battle-hardened veterans, warrior kings who can take on 100 men alone, can awaken it. And I did it with just a few words. On the flower boat, Lu Rumei drew a sharp breath. As the sacred maiden of the Mei clan, her eyes never lied. What terrifying battle intent. This Yi Chun has the bearing of a great general. As long as he lives, he's destined to become one of the greatest commanders this continent has ever seen. Beside her, Lin Yafei's beautiful eyes narrowed. The Lin family lineage had endured for centuries and seen countless prodigies, but not one of them could match the Yi Chun standing before her now. My sister-in-law truly underestimated you, she murmured softly. You've been hiding your depths all along. I turned to the one-armed veteran. What's your name? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng. If you want to follow me to the northern front, first reclaim your justice. I raised my hand and pointed toward Zhao Qing standing not far off, the son of the minister of war who had just called them trash. Go. Slap his face. Zhang Feng's expression changed. Zhao Qing came from a powerful family. To slap him meant certain death. Strips. If you don't have the guts to slap him, then don't bother coming with me tomorrow, I said flatly. I want soldiers who fear nothing and charge forward without hesitation, not spineless cowards who tremble before the powerful. So what if he's someone important? Cross me, and you get hit all the same. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and stepped forward, smack. One slap left half of Zhao Qing's face swollen and red. Well done, I nodded. You don't disrespect a veteran. That slap was both payback for them and a way to reawaken the fighting spirit buried deep in their bones. The rest of you, too, I said, looking at the other veterans. Zhao Qing, Song Ji, one slap each. Smack, 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 smack. In moments, both their faces were swollen up like pigs' heads. The nobles around us were horrified. The killing intent in these veterans' eyes was like a pack of tigers loosed from their cages. Thud, thud, thud. Rapid footsteps came pounding from the distance. A tall man clad in armor came sprinting in, leading over 1,000 soldiers in black. Their spears rose like a forest, their eyes sharp as blades. The general of the Black Wolf Guard, Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang. These worthless old soldiers defied their betters and struck my face. Zhao Qing screeched. Kill them. Avenge me. Zhao Lang glanced at the two pighead faces, and a flash of cruelty crossed his eyes. His position as general had been handed to him by Zhao Qing's own father. Men, seize these 100 old soldiers. Anyone who resists, cut them down on the spot. Xing. 1,000 black iron spears, each 2 meters long, surrounded the veterans in a ring of cold, glinting steel. I took a step forward and planted myself in front of them all. Let's see who dares. 9th Prince, these old soldiers have committed a capital crime, Zhao Lang said coldly. You'd best step aside. And if I don't, I didn't budge an inch. These men are coming to war with me. Today, not even the King of Heaven himself is laying a finger on them. Blades and spears have no eyes, Zhao Lang said, narrowing his gaze. If the 9th Prince were to get hurt, that would be hard to explain. Gasps went up all around. He actually dared to threaten a prince? But the moment everyone recalled his backing, it all made sense. Behind Zhao Lang stood the Minister of War and the Minister of Rights, and the eighth prince himself. The current emperor had yet to name a crown prince. 9 sons vied for the throne, and it was a bloodbath. The eighth prince held the most power, and Zhao Lang was his man. Ring. Zhao Lang drew his 5-foot blade, its cold gleam blinding. Kill the old soldiers. Kill the old soldiers. 1,000 Black Wolf guards roared in unison, their killing intent surging to the heavens. Ninth prince, run. Zhang Feng cried out. Our lives are worthless. We can't drag you down with us. Ninth prince, today you called us heroes. We can die without regret. 100 old soldiers, every word begging me to leave. In their hearts, I was their king, their hope. They would rather die themselves than see me suffer the slightest harm. I swept my gaze across them all, my voice booming like thunder. I'll live and die with you. Anyone who wants to kill you goes through me first. The old soldiers' eyes turned red. They'd lived half their lives, and for the first time, someone was willing to die for them. The killing intent in Zhao Lang's eyes deepened. Killing the veterans was the mission, but if he could accidentally take out me, the ninth prince, too, all the better. Black Wolf guards, execute them. Anyone who stands in the way dies. Clang. A long sword swung down at Zhang Feng. The strike was fast and vicious. Zhang Feng, one-armed and broken, had been kneeling in the snow for so long. There was no way he could block it. I stepped forward, shielding him behind me, meeting that cold flash of steel alone. The blade closed in on the space between my brows. I didn't flinch. I didn't dodge. Zhao Lang, you little punk, eat my axe. A furious roar exploded through the air. Crack. A massive axe came crashing down from above, cleaving Zhao Lang's longsword clean in two. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Zhao Lang staggered back 4 or 5 steps, the hand gripping his sword trembling uncontrollably. The newcomer was about 20 years old, 6'1", powerfully built, hoisting an axe over his shoulder, wearing a cocky grin. Chao Sanjin, general of the Black Tiger Guard. His grandfather was the mountain guarding king. Zhao Lang, you mangy dog. You dare bully the ninth prince and a bunch of old veterans? Chao Sanjin planted one hand on his hip and raised his axe with the other. Come on, let's go 300 rounds, you and me. Zhao Lang's face went ashen. They were both 5th-rank generals, but in military sparring, he'd never once beaten Chao Sanjin. I froze. This man, why was he helping me? Chao Sanjin clapped a huge hand on my shoulder. 200 pounds of force nearly knocked me flat. Ninth prince, you called these veterans heroes of the nation. Now that's something I like to hear. He grinned wide. You and me, we're friends now, no question about it. The blood of a military family runs hot, and there's nothing they respect more than old soldiers. Thank you, General Chao. I cupped my hands in salute. On the flower boat, Lin Yafei's beautiful eyes flickered, full of confusion. The mountain guarding king, one of the continent's 10 great generals. He destroyed 3 nations and struck fear across the land. His temper was fierce, and he made a point of crushing the powerful who oppressed the common folk. The elites hated him, the people loved him. More importantly, the mountain guarding king had always played it safe. The 9 princes had spent years trying to win him over, and not one had succeeded. Yet now, his grandson had stepped in to help me, of his own accord. Everyone says the 9th prince is a good-for-nothing, Lin Yafei murmured softly. But I think he's been hiding his depths. In the house of 100 flowers, Lu Rumei's red lips curved upward. 9th prince, you really are full of surprises. Even the mountain guarding king's grandson steps up to defend you. Zhao Lang's face darkened. Chao Sanjin, these veterans struck the minister's son in the face, a capital crime. I have to execute them. If you dare stand in my way, don't blame me for what comes next. A defeated dog like you thinks you can posture in front of me? Chao Sanjin sneered. Got the guts? Come here, and I'll split you in 2 with one swing. Chao Sanjin, don't get cocky. Zhao Lang's voice turned sinister. He sneered. You alone may be strong, but behind me, 1,000 Black Wolf guards. Killing you would be effortless. Zhao Lang, you think 1,000 soldiers can threaten me? Not even close. Chao Sanjin roared with laughter. Come out, my men. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps thundered closer, shaking the very ground. 1,000 soldiers in black armor came charging in. They were massive, their eyes sharp as blades, a blood-red character for tiger branded across their chests. The Black Tiger Guard. one of the capital's 4 elite imperial legions. I narrowed my eyes. These men had incredible physiques, their killing intent thick and real. In the army of my past life, every one of them would have been considered elite. The Black Tiger Guard. Chao Sanjin actually mobilized the Imperial Guard without authorization. The nobles whispered in shock, their faces going pale. Zhao Lang's expression changed abruptly. Chao Sanjin, the Black Tiger Guard protects the Emperor himself. You dare deploy them on your own? I deploy them whenever I damn well please. Don't like it? Bite me. Chao Sanjin smirked, then turned to me. With me here, no one lays a hand on you. Come on, get the old veterans out of here. We can't leave, I said, shaking my head. Today, nobody's going anywhere. A voice heavy with authority came crashing down. A middle-aged man strode forward, his official robes crisp, his gait powerful as a tiger's. Behind him marched 5,000 archers, arrows already knocked. The Minister of War, Zhao Li, rank 2, commander of the nation's forces, a titan of the military. They're finished. Those old veterans are dead men. Yi Chen's in for it this time. The crowd murmured all around, every face wearing the same look, like spectators at a show. Chao Sanjin's brow furrowed. He spoke in a low voice. He's technically my superior. I'll hold him off. You pull the veterans back. There's no pulling back. 5,000 archers are just waiting for them to move. I stared at that forest of arrows. Your grandfather, is he coming? He'll be here. Good. I let out a breath. In the Xia Empire, a single rank of authority could crush you to death. Though I was the 9th prince, I bore the mark of a criminal. No power, no troops, no money. Half the court was lined up to kill me. But the mountain-backing king was different. One of the 8 great kings, he commanded vast armies and ruled the military with an iron fist. Zhao Li looked at his son, kneeling on the ground, face swollen like a pig's head, and rage churned in his eyes. 9th prince, these worthless dogs dared to strike my son. They die today. Lord Zhao. My voice turned ice cold. These old soldiers are the heroes of Xia. You're the Minister of War, and yet you embezzle their pensions and now want them dead. Did the dogs eat your conscience? You insult a high official of the court. Zhao Li sneered. I'll be sure to file a report against you. A prince as lawless as you has no right to contend for the throne. In the distance, the spies of the 8 princes perked up. Zhao Li held immense power. One word from him, and I'd be in serious trouble. He stepped forward, his voice like a blade. Zhao Li, your salary comes from the people, your very flesh nourished by their blood and sweat. The common folk may be easy to oppress, but heaven is not so easily deceived. You eat the taxes of the people, yet do nothing for them in return. A corrupt official like you is destined to be reviled for 10,000 years. Those 2 words, corrupt official, drove into him like nails hammered into a pillar of shame. To a court minister, reputation matters more than life itself. Uffed. Zhao Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ghastly pale. Yi Chen, how dare you call me a corrupt official? You beast who violated the Empress's own sister-in-law. Smack. I slapped him across the face, leaving one cheek red and swollen. The entire scene fell dead silent. Zhao Lang was stunned. Chao Sanjin was stunned. Nangong Fian, Lin Yafei, Lu Rumei stunned. The 100 old soldiers, stunned. The Minister of War, the man at the very pinnacle of the military, whom even the 8 princes had to flatter in court, had just been slapped in front of everyone. You beast! How dare you strike me? Smack! The second slap landed. Now both cheeks were swollen. Zhao Li, my voice was ice cold. You call me a beast. My father is His Majesty the Emperor. Are you saying His Majesty is a beast? Aye. Zhao Li stammered, his expression twisting violently. One careless word, and he'd handed me the perfect weapon. Those 2 slaps, he'd taken them for nothing. The 9th prince has a sharp tongue. I won't argue with you. Zhao Li gritted his teeth and swept his hand through the air. Kill these old soldiers first. Then I'll bring my case against you before the emperor. 5,000 arrows, all aimed at once at the 100 old soldiers. The moment those arrows fell, who dares loose an arrow? I'll cut off his head and kick it like a ball. A furious roar tore through the sky. The mountain-guarding prince had arrived. Towering like a mountain, he came marching through the snow at the head of 5,000 troops, his dominating presence surging to the heavens. The 5,000 archers went pale on the spot, their hands trembling on their bows. The mountain guarding prince's eyes were like blades. With the stride of a tiger, he closed in on Zhao Li step by step. Mountain guarding prince, what are you going to do? Zhao Li's face drained white. Smack! A slap came down, and blood seeped from the corner of Zhao Li's mouth. You know why I hit you? The mountain guarding prince said coldly. No, I don't. Zhao Li seethed inside. He had no grudge, no quarrel with the mountain guarding prince. Yet the old man had walked right up and struck him. The nobles all around fell silent as cicadas in winter. In the kingdom of Xiao, aside from the emperor himself, the mountain guarding prince dared to strike anyone. Even the left chancellor had felt the sting of his hand. Smack! The second slap, and Zhao Li's face swelled up like a pig's head. You know why I hit you again? Mountain guarding prince, I am a second-rank minister of the court. You can't just strike me without reason, or I'll take this before His Majesty. Reason? The mountain guarding prince sneered. When His Majesty founded this nation, he established a military law. Retired veterans are to receive their pensions in full. Your Ministry of War, did you pay them? Zhao Li argued stubbornly. These men are the defeated remnants of the Scarlet Flame Army. They're worthless. They don't deserve a single coin of pension. Exclamation point. 100 veterans heard the word trash, their faces filled with rage and grievance. I kicked out, landing a blow square in Zhao Li's gut, sending him flying 30 feet. Trash? You're the trash. My eyes went bloodshot. Zhao Li, if you dare insult these veterans again, I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. Veterans are not to be humiliated. Veterans are not to be bullied. Every one of them bore the marks of battle, glory forged in blood and fire. They deserve to be looked up to, not trampled underfoot. You. Zhao Li pointed at me, so furious he couldn't get a word out. Today, that old face of his had lost every last shred of dignity. I drew a 10,000-tael banknote from my robe and walked up to the veterans. These battle-hardened veterans fought for their country, their loyal souls forged from pure, undying devotion. You are the heroes of the Xia Kingdom. They won't pay your compensation, so I will. Boom. Another cloud materialized above my head, this one shaped like a blade. The blade, a symbol of war and weaponry. A blade-shaped cloud, the aura of war made manifest. The crowd sucked in a collective breath. Earlier, with the couplet, I'd summoned the white cloud of the Confucian scholar. Now I'd condensed the blade cloud of the martial warrior. A master of both scholarship and war, a peerless prodigy. Damn it, Nangong Fian's pretty face darkened. Anyone who could condense a martial cloud was destined to become a legendary general one day. The more she looked at me, the more she hated what she saw. Lin Yafei, however, stroked her cheek and gave a seductive smile. Little Nine, your imperial sister-in-law, both hates you and loves you. Lu Rumei's eyes flickered with emotion, and inwardly she regretted. If I'd known you were this exceptional, I should have just. Before she could finish the thought, she caught sight of a veteran collapsing, frozen half to death. Xiao Lu, go to the house of 100 flowers and fetch 100 sets of the finest cotton coats. Bring them to me at once. Her red lips parted lightly. What a poem! The mountain-backing king laughed heartily. These battle-hardened veterans fought for their country. Magnificent. I love that poem too, so badass. Chao Sanjin cut in. Smack. The mountain-backing king slapped him upside the head. Who do you think you are, calling yourself a big shot? Grandfather, I was wrong. Chao Sanjin shrank his head into his shoulders. In the capital, he feared no one. No one except this grandfather who'd beaten sense into him since childhood. Ninth Prince. Zhang Feng's voice choked with emotion. We don't want the money. All we ask is to follow you to the northern frontier and defend our homeland. Take it, I said in a tone that left no room for refusal. Otherwise, you're just looking down on me. The truth was, I was flat broke myself. I didn't even own a decent set of clothes. But that 10,000 taels, I gave without a moment's hesitation. The veterans accepted it with tears in their eyes, their hearts burning with gratitude. 10,000 taels was an astronomical sum in the Xia Kingdom. Yet I handed it over without so much as a blink, and the nobles all around were stunned. Even the mountain-backing king shot me a look of admiration. Thud, thud. A dozen veterans collapsed to the ground one after another. Their old wounds plagued them. Their clothes were thin, and in this frozen wasteland, they simply couldn't hold on any longer. My expression changed. I draped a padded coat over an old soldier's shoulders. But I only had one, a drop in the bucket. Just then, Lu Rume emerged from the Hundred Flowers Pavilion with Wang Xiaolu, carrying 100 padded coats. A thin veil covered her face, but her eyes were bright and beguiling as a fox's, utterly captivating. My goddess! One night with her would be worth 10 years off my life. The men around her flushed red. Some so worked up their noses started bleeding. She was the top courtesan. All right, a beauty to topple kingdoms. Ninth Prince, these 100 coats are for you. Hurry, get them on the old soldiers. Her voice was sweet and delicate. Many thanks. I clasped my hands in gratitude. Saving lives came first. I immediately called for everyone to help wrap the soldiers in the coats. Lu Rume then ordered the pavilion to bring out hot tea to drive off the chill. Everything she did was more thoughtful than any of the nobles present. Moments later, the soldiers who'd collapsed began coming to, one by one. Ninth Prince, it's our fault we're so useless. We've caused you trouble. Zhang Feng's face was full of shame. I waved my hand. It's not your fault. I was the one who failed to plan ahead. A general who can't even protect his own men has no right to speak of defending the nation. From this day on, I would protect them, no matter what. Miss Lu, you've done me a great favor. Let me give you a poem. Please do. Lu Rume's beautiful eyes lit up. The perfect couplet I'd matched earlier had already made her see me in a new light. I looked toward the plum tree in the corner of the courtyard and spoke slowly. A few plum branches in the corner stand, blooming alone against the bitter cold. From afar I know it isn't snow, for a hidden fragrance drifts my way. The whole hall fell silent. In everyone's eyes seemed to appear a painting, a world of ice and snow, snowflakes swirling, a single winter plum blossoming proudly, its faint fragrance floating on the air. What a poem! What a poem! What a poem! Lu Rume praised it 3 times over. Her name carried the word plum, and she had always loved plum blossoms, especially their unyielding spirit, standing alone in the snow, unafraid of the cold. Every word of this poem struck straight to her heart. Boom! A plum blossom-shaped cloud of literary talent rose above my head. Together with the one from before, 2 clouds now hung side by side. This was the mark of a master of classical poetry. In all the nation of Xia, there were fewer than 10 masters of classical poetry, each one white-haired, having devoted half a lifetime to the way of verse. And I was only 18. Unprecedented. Ninth Prince, tomorrow you march to Beiliang for a life-or-death battle against the state of Wei. Tonight, let me treat you to drinks and see you off. Prince Kaoshan spoke up. Many thanks, Prince Kaoshan. I clasped my hands. He grabbed my arm and turned to leave with the 100 old soldiers in tow. Clearly, he knew Lu Rume came from no ordinary background and didn't want me getting too entangled with her. Rotten man, leaving in such a hurry. Lu Rume's sulky, coquettish voice came from behind me. Little Nine, your sister-in-law will come find you tonight. Consort Linya smiled charmingly, a knowing glint in her lovely eyes. By rights, I had once. I was rude to her. She should hate me. Yet this woman was just the opposite, the interest in her eyes growing more intense. Not far off, Nangong Fian's pretty face darkened. She snorted coldly. What a worthless piece of trash. He must have stolen those poems. Zhao Li, his son, and Song Ji, however, wore very different expressions. Father, Yi Chun has humiliated us like this. If I don't get my revenge, I'm not fit to call myself a man, Zhao Qing said through gritted teeth. Don't worry. Zhao Li, the Minister of War, spoke in an icy voice. We're going to see the 8th prince right now. Count me in. Song Ji's eyes were full of hatred. These 3 had been thoroughly humiliated by me today, and they would never let it go. Danger was quietly closing in. An hour later, I followed the mountain-backing king to his estate. They called it a royal estate, but it was just an ordinary old house. All 8 kings of the Xia kingdom were founding heroes, and their estates were built of gold bricks and jade tiles, palace after palace. Only the mountain-backing king's place had weathered, mottled roof tiles, shabbiness radiating from every corner. Ninth Prince, forgive the rundown state of my estate. The mountain-backing king is honest and incorruptible, devoted entirely to the nation. It's truly admirable, I said with a smile. That bit of flattery made him roar with laughter. Flattery never fails. From emperors down to commoners, no one is immune. He'd helped me a great deal today, so a little something to make him happy was only fitting. Go boil some water now. Tend to the ninth prince and all our veterans. The mountain-backing king planted a kick on his grandson Chao Sanjin's backside. Chao Sanjin looked thoroughly annoyed but hurried off to call the servants. Once we entered the inner room, the mountain-backing king's expression turned grave. Ninth prince, you were far too reckless today. You struck the minister of war and beat Zhao Qing and Song Ji as well. They won't let you off. They bullied veterans. They had it coming. As for revenge, I'm not afraid. You can't afford not to be afraid. He spoke with concern. The Ministry of War controls the entire nation's troops, military rations, and weapons. You struck Zhao Li, and tomorrow when you head to Beia County, if he refuses to issue you rations and weapons. My brow furrowed. In my past life, I was a special forces soldier. I knew exactly what those three things meant. Before an army moves, provisions go first. Without food and weapons, soldiers can't eat their fill or lift their arms. Their fighting strength is gone, and defeat is the only outcome. Mountain-backing king, do you have a plan? The old man before me was one of the 10 great generals on the continent's roll of famed commanders. A lifetime of warfare, the destruction of 3 kingdoms. His military mastery ran unfathomably deep. Simple, he said. Tomorrow, let Chao Sanjin march with you. I'll give you every bit of military rations and weapons in this estate. The Bailiang battlefield is a death trap right now, with 200,000 Wei troops bearing down on it. If you send Chao Sanjin with me, aren't you afraid he'll die in battle? I would gladly die on the battlefield for my country. Why must my body return wrapped in horsehide? Those were your words. He spoke with pride. If you, a prince, don't fear death, how could my grandson fear it? Ironclad resolve. The words rang out, iron-hard. A wave of respect rose in my chest. Not only was he willing to send his own grandson to the battlefield, he was ready to empty his coffers to back me. I object. A crisp, feminine voice cut through the room. The door swung open, and a woman in white stepped inside. Young, barely past girlhood, with skin fairer than snow and a face of breathtaking beauty. Yet she was pale, her frame thin and frail, as though a gust of wind might knock her over. The Prince of Anshan's expression changed in an instant, and his voice softened to something almost tender. Bingwe, you're weak, and you're still ill. Why have you come out here? I was quietly astonished. Moments ago, this domineering old prince had defied the emperor to his face at court, beaten officials bloody, and even dared to strike the minister of war. Now, faced with a single young woman, he was suddenly treading on eggshells. The woman in white was Princess Chao Bingwe, the Bingwe commandery princess. Grandfather, Big Brother is the only male heir left in the 3rd generation of our Chao family. He can't go to Bailiang. The prince's face wavered with hesitation. Sister, 3 years ago mother and father died beneath Wei blades. I'm going to Bailiang to avenge them. Chao Sanjin strode in. The blood feud of a slain parent could never be left unsettled. Chao Bingwe merely gave him a light glance, and his face changed, his feet stopping cold. He didn't dare say another word. The little tyrant of the capital, feared by all, was afraid of his own sister. All because she ranked first on Xia's roll of talented women, and first among the 4 great beauties as well, unmatched in both looks and brilliance. Grandfather, did you hear what I said? Her beautiful eyes locked onto the prince. Bingwe, what will it take for you to let Sanjin go? The old prince's voice grew weaker still. If you want Big Brother on that battlefield, you'll agree to 1 condition of mine. 1? I'd agree to 10. The prince slapped his chest. I'm going to Bailiang too. My brow twitched. This frail girl wanted to go to war as well. Absolutely not. The prince refused flatly. Sister, grandfather is right, Chao Sanjin said urgently. Why not? Tears poured down Chao Bingwe's face. 3 years ago mother and father died in battle, and their severed heads still hang in the hands of the Wei emperor. I have to go. I'll take their heads back. No, you're sick. You set foot on that battlefield, and you're as good as dead. Sister, I won't go either. I take it all back. It was clear this woman held immense weight in the hearts of both grandfather and grandson. For her sake, the Prince of Anshan was willing to abandon vengeance for his own son and daughter-in-law. SHFF. Xiao Bingyue suddenly drew a dagger from her robes and pressed it against her throat. Grandfather, big brother, if you won't let me go, I'll die right here. Xiao Sanjin's face drained of color. He lunged forward. The blade pressed in. Skin split, and blood welled at her throat. He froze in terror, unable to move. I told you. I will go to Bailiang, and I will take back mother and father's heads. Her face was streaked with tears. For 3 years, Xia and Wei had been at war, and Xia had lost battle after battle. Bailiang's 200,000 Crimson Flame soldiers had nearly all. The entire army was wiped out, and her parents' heads still hung on display in the enemy's imperial capital. The thought of it cut through her heart like a knife. Princess Bingyue, I'll go to Bailiang for you. Now put down the dagger, I said suddenly. Ninth Prince, you truly agree? Confusion crossed her face. She'd heard the rumors that this ninth prince was worthless, endlessly bullied by the powerful. Ninth Prince, do you even know what you're saying? Chao Sanjin snapped. If my sister goes to the battlefield, she's as good as dead. Ninth Prince. Even Prince Kaoshan lost his temper. I'm willing to send Chao Sanjin to march with you. Why would you send my granddaughter to her death? Her parents' heads still hang in enemy hands. If she doesn't go, her grief will consume her. She won't survive a month, I said calmly. Insolence. Prince Kaoshan's beard bristled. I offer you my sincere help, and you dare curse my granddaughter to die within a month. Had anyone else spoken to him like that, he'd have kicked them flat already. Prince Kaoshan, if I'm not mistaken, Princess Bingyue suffers from heart failure, and the imperial physicians are helpless against it. Am I right? The old prince's expression changed in an instant. His granddaughter did indeed have congenital heart failure. The palace physicians had examined her countless times, and none had found a cure. Yes, she has heart failure, but the physicians say she can live to 20. That's at least 4 more years. On what grounds do you claim 1 month? Congenital heart failure. An incomplete heart, insufficient blood flow. Under normal circumstances, she'd have 4 years. I looked at her. But she's wept day and night for 3 years now. Her grief is too deep. She won't last that long. Prince Kaoshan froze and found himself thinking it made sense. I turned to Chao Bingyue. You suffer night sweats. Your whole body runs cold. At midnight, your chest aches sharply, and you're plagued by nightmares. Am I right? In just a few words, I laid bare every symptom she suffered. In my past life, I wasn't merely a king among special forces. My medical skill was unrivaled under heaven, mastering both Eastern and Western practices. Traditional medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse reading. A single glance at her complexion and features told me everything. Every word. Correct, Chao Bingyue whispered, her lovely face stunned. These symptoms had baffled even the imperial physicians, yet he described them without a single error. A divine healer. The thought crashed through her mind like a tidal wave. The way Prince Kaoshan and Chao Sanjin looked at me shifted too. Just what kind of monster was this man? Confucian classical poetry, martial war verse, and now the arts of medicine as well. Of the 100 schools of thought, I had now revealed mastery in 3 and displayed the brilliance of a genius in each. What they didn't know was that I was versed in all of the 100 schools, and medical arts were never passed to outsiders. Where could I possibly have learned them? That was a riddle they could not begin to solve. Ninth Prince, my granddaughter, truly has only 1 month left. Yes, if she has only a month, then why would you still send her to die in Bailiang? Because I can cure her, I said lightly. It's only that the 4 medicinal ingredients I need can be found nowhere but Wei. Only grows in the kingdom of Tianshan. When the Duke of Jinshan heard the medicine was in Tianshan, he fell silent. Tianshan was rich in rare medicinal herbs. It belonged to the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan, once Xia territory, later seized by the kingdom of Wei, and his son and daughter-in-law had died on the battlefield defending those very prefectures. Now 200,000 Wei troops were stationed there. To gather the herbs, you'd have to wipe them out first. With the military strength of Xia's Bailiang, that was little more than a pipe dream. Duke, I said calmly, I'm taking Princess Bingyue to Bailiang precisely to be closer to the herbs. Once the fighting begins, I'll secretly gather the 4 ingredients. Then I can treat you immediately, not a moment wasted. Hesitation flickered across the old man's face. "Grandfather, I trust the ninth prince," Xiao Bingyue said, her beautiful eyes as steady as stars. The duke's expression hardened as he turned to her brother. "Xiao Sanjin, if a single hair on your sister's head is harmed, I'll skin you alive." "Don't worry, grandfather. As long as I'm breathing, no one lays a finger on her," Xiao Sanjin said, thumping his chest. The old man rose abruptly, his voice like thunder, and in that instant, he seemed to return to the battlefield he'd conquered 20 years ago. "Ninth Prince, I'm placing Sanjin's life and Bingyue's in your hands. Beiliang is treacherous. I can't go myself. But at court in the capital, I'll have your back." My heart jolted. I knew exactly how much weight the Duke carried. In the capital, no one wielded more power than him, save the Emperor himself. Even the Minister of War didn't dare cross him. "Thank you, Duke. I ask only one thing. While I'm in the capital, protect my mother and my sister." "That, I'll grant you," Ninth Prince, Xiao Bingyue said, her red lips parting softly. "You leave tomorrow. We have only one night. Tonight we must acquire everything. Army rations, weapons, horses." I looked at her with newfound admiration. No wonder she topped the list of talented women. "I understand the rations and weapons, but I don't have any silver on me," I admitted, a little embarrassed. "The estate has some." She smiled radiantly, then turned and strode off on those long legs. "I'll see to it right now." That smile carried a delicate beauty that made your heart ache with tenderness. "Sister," Xiao Sanjin chased after her, pacing frantically. "Our estate is dead broke. Where are we supposed to find tens of thousands of taels of silver?" If the Duke of Jinshan's estate claimed to be the second poorest residence in the capital, no one would dare claim to be the first. Other nobles were steeped in corruption. Only the Duke was upright and honest, and he often gave his silver away to the poor. "The estate has no silver," Xiao Bingyue said flatly, "but I have my gold and jewelry." "Sell them." "No, that's the dowry mother and father left you. If you sell it, how will you ever marry?" "Brother," her voice turned suddenly resolute, "if we're to reclaim mother and father's heads and take our revenge, the ninth prince is our only hope. He has no money now, and to raise his army funds, I'd sell not just my dowry, but my own blood, grain and weapons." Xiao Sanjin's eyes were rimmed with red. He was a full-fledged general of the Black Tiger Guard, yet here he was, forcing his own sister to sell her dowry. "I failed you, sis. Don't waste time. Go now. We only have one night." The two siblings vanished into the darkness. Chuanjing Palace, the residence of the eighth prince, dripping with wealth. The eighth prince sat in his chair, his face dark. Zhao Li, the Minister of War, and Song Li, the Minister of Rights, stood to the side, reporting every detail of what had happened at the Hundred Flowers Pavilion. "Damn it!" The eighth prince slammed his palm down, shattering his teacup. "That old bastard, the mountain-backing king, actually took Yi Chen's side. These two could not be allowed to join forces. Zhao Li, contact the assassins. Tonight, get rid of Yi Chen. As you command." I talked with the mountain-backing king late into the night before finally rising to take my leave. The 100 veteran soldiers would stay at the manor for now and head north with me the next day. The capital was black as ink, with only a few lanterns casting faint light before the gates of the powerful. I walked alone down the empty street. Swish! An arrow tore through the air, fast as lightning. I kicked off hard with my right foot, twisting my body like a leopard, and barely dodged to the side. The arrow buried itself 3 inches into the ground, its shaft humming. Assassins. My expression darkened. I was the ninth prince, and someone dared to try to kill me? It seemed the Minister of War's crowd had truly lost their minds. Swish! Swish! 2 more arrows came, aimed straight at my head. I swayed and dodged nimbly aside. Both arrows blasted deep craters into the ground. "Ninth prince, they all say you're worthless. I never expected you to move so well." A cold voice drifted over. "Too bad. You're still going to die tonight." A man in black emerged from the shadows, murder gleaming in his eyes. "I'm the ninth prince of the Xia kingdom. You dare kill me? Aren't you afraid your entire clan will be executed?" I said coldly. "In the dark like this, who's to say it was me?" Besides, the man in black sneered. "I'm an orphan. I don't have a clan." He drew a 5-foot blade. its surface glowing an eerie blue with poison. One cut, and you were dead. Time to die. The blade flashed, fast as a bolt of lightning. So fast, I scrambled back. But another assassin sprang up behind me, his blade thrusting in as well. Two blades, one in front and one behind, sealing off every escape. A split second between life and death. CHK. CHK. Two silver needles shot through the air, swift as shooting stars, slicing both blades clean in two on the spot. A woman walked slowly toward us. Her gorgeous robes trailed the ground, her beauty beyond compare, like a pearl suddenly lit up in the dark of night. Both assassins' eyes burned with heat, but my jaw dropped, wide enough to fit an egg. There aren't many things that can stun me. She was one of them. Eldest sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Just last night I had offended her, and tonight she'd come to my rescue. This was beyond awkward. You're the grand consort? One of the assassins gaped in disbelief. Aren't the women of the palace all helpless and weak? You talk too much. Lin Yafei waved her hand casually, almost dismissively. Two silver needles pierced clean through two throats in an instant. Thud, thud. Both bodies hit the ground, eyes frozen wide in death. These were second-tier masters in the assassin world, men who had once taken down a general, yet a single woman had killed them with one move. You're a first-tier master? I was stunned. Martial artists were ranked in tiers: ordinary, third tier, second tier, first tier, peak, and grandmaster. Only a first-tier master could take out two second-tier assassins in the blink of an eye. She gave a faint smile, said nothing, and stepped forward. In an instant she was standing right in front of me, her eyes deep and unreadable. So beautiful. My heart pounded like a drum. One of the four great beauties of Xia Kingdom. She was breathtaking, exactly as the rumors said. Yi Chen, you really do hide your talents well. Her voice was crisp and clear, like a songbird's. You've certainly earned your sister-in-law's respect. I didn't dare underestimate her. She was the eldest daughter of the Lin clan. That was a colossus of a family, one that had endured for centuries, existing even before the Xia Kingdom itself was founded. She also ranked second on the roster of talented women, sharing with Chao Binghua the title of the two most brilliant women in all of Xia. About last night, I'm sorry, I said frankly. If you want to kill me, do as you wish. I won't lift a finger to fight back. When you do wrong, you have to pay the price. Her red lips curved upward. I won't kill you, but you'll do three things for me. Name them. When you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head, at least for now. I haven't decided yet. When I do, I'll let you know. Before the words had fully left her lips, her graceful figure moved, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the night. What incredible lightness skill. In my past life, I had been a king among special forces. My strikes and reflexes were top tier, but I couldn't fly or leap through the air like that. If I ever get the chance, I'm going to learn that skill too. The bodies were still where they'd fallen. I crouched down to search them and pulled 5,000 taels worth of silver notes from their robes. Broke as hell, I muttered. Searching every inch of them, I found the same tattoo on the inner side of both their wrists, a jet black spider, lifelike and radiating a cold, murderous aura. The Spider Gate, one of the four great assassin organizations of Xia Kingdom, boasting a success rate of 100%. A cold light flashed in my eyes. Starting tonight, that 100% was broken. I tucked away the silver notes, turned, and headed back to Bihan Courtyard. The moment I stepped through the gate, I froze. The weeds were all gone. The ground was covered with clean gravel, and the buildings looked brand new. Brother, you're back. Yi Linger's little face lit up with delight. Linger, who cleaned up the courtyard so nicely. I did, of course. I brought people to do it. A round face pushed its way in, thoroughly sulky. Your eyes only ever see your little sister. There's never any room for me. It's just two. It hurt. That's when I noticed Luo Hao standing beside me, the youngest son of the Marquis of Jinyuan and one of my few friends. Fatty, thanks for helping me clean up this late. What's with the thanks? We're friends. He scratched his head. You're leaving for the northern frontier tomorrow. There's not much I can do, but the least I can do is sweep the yard. Then do me one more favor. Name it. Buy me a coffin. Luo Hao's eyes went wide. Yi Chen, Are you running a fever? What do you need a coffin for? Coffins are for the dead. But what I wanted was exactly this, to bring the living back alive. Tomorrow, I march to war carrying my own coffin. If I can't crush Wei's army of 200,000, then I'll die in that coffin. I said it word by word. A real man builds his glory by defying death itself, throwing all thought of life and death behind him. Luo Hao sucked in a sharp breath, his face full of shock. Throughout all of history, who has ever dared to carry a coffin onto the battlefield? No one. I'd be the first. Fatty, if you really consider me a friend, then buy me that coffin. Let me fulfill this wish. Yichun, don't worry. I'll get you the finest coffin in the capital. Luo Hao's eyes turned red as he spun around and left. He knew. I was going into this ready to die. The night grew deep. My mother, consort Tang Xiujia, hadn't gone asleep. She sat beneath the lamplight, stitching clothes and shoes for me one thread at a time. She just wanted to make a few more, so I'd have something to wear on the road. My sister, Yilinger, hadn't slept either. She was carving a wooden figure for me, a gift she wanted to give. My heart warmed. I couldn't sleep, so I simply went out into the courtyard and ran through a set of fierce tiger fist, a martial art from my previous life on Earth. Every punch shot out like a tiger breaking free of its cage, roaring with the force of the wind. On the battlefield, it's kill or be killed, blade against blade, spear against spear. Without a strong body, you don't survive. After finishing the fist forms, I sat down cross-legged and began circulating the Tai Sutra, the Taoist internal cultivation technique passed down to me by my master in my previous life. Right now, my strength was roughly that of a third-rate expert in this world. But with these two techniques, my progress would advance 1,000 miles a day. Qianyuan Palace, the residence of the first prince, Yi Qian, the most lavish estate among all 9 princes. Consort Linya, did you go looking for another man again tonight? Yi Qian sat in his wheelchair, roaring. As a child, he'd fallen into the water one winter, and his legs had been crippled by the cold. From then on, he could only sit in a wheelchair. The state of Xia honored the firstborn legitimate son. If nothing had gone wrong, he should have been the crown prince. But he was a cripple, and his father had long delayed naming an heir. All 9 princes saw their chance. 9 dragons vying for the throne, open rivalry and hidden schemes. Linya's cold, beautiful face held not a trace of expression. She looked at him the way one looks at a piece of garbage. You can't perform as a man, you're no different from a eunuch. What right do you have to question me? She sneered. The words cut like a knife, driving straight into Yi Qian's wound. After the wedding, I just realized, he's not just a cripple. He isn't even a man. You filthy slut. Have you got your eyes on that useless 9th prince? Yi Qian roared. At least Yi Qian is a man. You're not even that. Critical hit. Another critical hit. Go to hell. Yi Qian snatched up a vase and hurled it. Lin Yifei tilted her body slightly, and the vase shattered on the floor. Yi Chun is better than you. She tossed out the words, turned gracefully, and swept out of the room. Arg! Yi Qian's face went livid with rage, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The truth was, Lin Yifei's fate was a bitter one, too. 3 years ago, an imperial decree from the emperor had forced her to marry into this cold palace. It was only after the wedding that she learned Yi Qian wasn't just no man. He was a pervert who often whipped his maidservants, and several had already died at his hands. If she hadn't trained in martial arts since childhood, she probably wouldn't have survived to this day. As for the 9th prince, Yi Chun, she harbored a feeling for him she couldn't quite put into words. Lung Yen, come out, Yi Qian said coldly. Whoosh. A woman in black appeared out of thin air, stunning, seductive, with a graceful figure, a butterfly embroidered on her sleeve. It was the mark of the Butterfly Sect, one of the 4 great assassin organizations of the Xia Kingdom. First Prince, what are your orders? Kill Lin Yifei and Yi Chun. Lin Yifei can't be killed. Lung Yin shook her head. She's a master in her own right, and behind her stands the Lin clan, one of the 10 great noble houses. The Butterfly Sect can't afford to cross them. Yi Qian's expression darkened. He knew the emperor had made him marry Lin Yifei precisely to win over the Lin clan. Then kill Yi Qian first. Father has already cast him aside. Tomorrow he goes to Bailiang to die anyway. Very well. Lung Yan's form blurred and vanished like a butterfly. Yi Chun, you dared to make a cuckold of me. I'll see you dead. Yi Qian sneered. Maids, get in here. Two girls, faces deathly pale, crawled in trembling. The whip came down, flesh and blood flew, and amid their screams, Yi Qian let out a twisted, perverted laugh. The imperial palace, the royal study. The Xia emperor had summoned the left chancellor, Li Yuan, and the right chancellor, Lin Song, to discuss military affairs. Your Majesty, the Wei Kingdom's army of 200,000 is stirring. Only 9 days remain. When the time comes, they will surely slaughter every last soul in Beha County. Li Yuan's expression was grave. I know. Tomorrow, the 9th prince will set out for Beha County, the emperor said flatly. Li Yuan and Lin Song exchanged a glance. Both understood. This was sending the 9th prince to his death. Beha County had limited forces. How could it possibly hold against an army of 200,000? Your Majesty, is it wise to let those 100 retired veterans of the Qian army accompany him? Lin Song asked, cupping his hands. The Prince of Kaoshan has already submitted a memorial. If the 9th wants them, let them go with him, the emperor said, utterly indifferent. In his eyes, those 100 crippled soldiers were nothing more than fodder to be buried alongside Yi Qian. He had 9 sons, 6 daughters. Losing one meant nothing, especially this son, whom he'd always looked down upon. Chuanjing Palace, residence of the 8th prince. Zhao Li, Minister of War, and Song Li, Minister of Rights, were seated within. I had you send assassins to kill Yi Qian. Did it work? The 8th prince asked. They failed. He's got a master guarding him. Both assassins were killed instead, Zhao Li answered. It must be that old bastard, the Backbone King, protecting him. But the 8th prince had guessed wrong. The one protecting Yi Qian was consort Linya. Few knew of this. Song Li was lean of build, yet a flicker of cold light passed through his eyes. If assassination won't work, we try another method. The 8th prince smiled coldly. Wolf Ridge. Wolf Ridge lay 50 miles from the capital, along the only road to Bailiang. The terrain was steep and treacherous, and a den of ruthless bandits held it. The authorities had launched several raids, only to come up empty each time. Word had always leaked ahead. Because the man backing those bandits was none other than the 8th prince. I'll send word at once. Have them set an ambush tomorrow and cut Yi Qian down, Zhao Li said. The night was ink black. In the courtyard, I was still practicing my fists, utterly unaware that a net of death was silently being drawn tight. The 100 Flowers Pavilion. By the wall's corner, a few plum branches brave the cold, blooming all alone. From afar I know it is not snow, for a hidden fragrance drifts my way. Lu Rumei cradled that plum blossom poem, her lovely eyes shining, unable to put it down. Holy Maiden, our scouts report. The 9th prince departs for Bailiang tomorrow, certain death. The 8th prince has already conspired with the Wolf Ridge bandits to ambush and kill him on the road, Wang Xiaolu reported respectfully. Humph. A man that I, Lu Rumei, have set my eyes on, and they dare to touch him, she said coldly. I haven't drained him dry yet. I can't let him die. Tomorrow, I'll follow in secret. The next day, the morning sun rose, the snow began to melt, yet the day only grew colder. Brother, I carved this for you last night. When you miss me, take it out and look at it. Yilinger pressed a small whitewood carving into my hand, a carving of the two of us. Chinner, 3 sets of clothes, 3 pairs of shoes. When you reach Bailiang, be careful, whatever happens. Mother handed me the bundle, urging me again and again. Mother, little sister, take good care of yourselves here in the capital. I took the bundle and the carving, then turned and strode away. Outside, many more people were waiting for me. Brother, you have to come back alive. My sister's sobbing cry came from behind me. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. I waved a hand, my eyes burning, and did not look back. Beyond the gate, Luo Hao was already waiting for me. Several servants dragged along a thick black coffin, top-grade timber, worth no small fortune. He'd spent every bit of the New Year's money he'd saved for over a decade on this thing. Fine coffin. I like it, I said with a laugh. Your brother's got no other talents. All I've got is this coffin to see you off. Exclamation point. Luo Hao's voice trembled. Good brother. I leapt up and sat atop the coffin. Come, let's head to the city gate and meet up with the 100 veterans. For servants dragged the coffin forward at a slow pace. As the coffin rolled over the imperial road, the ministers, nobles, merchants, and commoners lining both sides all cast mocking glances my way. So the ninth prince knows he's going to die and prepared his own coffin ahead of time? Nobody's ever come back alive from Baelyang. He's just walking straight to his own grave. The jeers came one after another. I sat upright on the coffin, tuning them all out. Passing an apothecary, I stopped and bought a packet of silver needles. Silver needles can heal, and they can kill. Before long, the coffin reached the city gate. Beneath the north gate, 100 retired veterans stood in cotton robes, back straight, proud and defiant. They were waiting for their king. Seeing me approach, all 100 men dropped to one knee in perfect unison. Greetings, ninth prince. Rise. I raised a hand. They stood and fell in behind me, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Haha. Yichen, you actually bought yourself a coffin? I'm dying of laughter. Getting your funeral arrangements out of the way early? The eighth prince strode over with 2 attendants, his face full of scorn. I sat calmly atop the coffin. This is marching to war with my coffin. Looks to me like you're not marching to war. You're carrying your coffin to your death. The eighth prince looked down his nose at me, his eyes brimming with contempt. I fired back in a booming voice. Soldiers carry their coffins out of the capital, vowing not to return until Wei is crushed. I, Yi Chun, dare to repay my country with my life. Do you? Boom. The moment I finished speaking, a spear-shaped cloud materialized above my head. War spirit forming clouds, the mark of a great general. There were already 2 clouds above me now, one a saber, one a spear. One cloud, a 1-star general, 2 clouds, a 2-star general. My potential was that of a 2-star general. Yichun, what good is writing poetry? You're heading to Baelyang with no one following you, no one seeing you off. How pathetic, the 8th prince sneered. Who says no one's following him? I'm here. A rough, booming voice rang out. Chao Sanjin came striding over, clad in armor and gripping an axe, his presence commanding and majestic. Beside him walked Princess Bingyue. Chao Bingyue wore a white dress with a blue cloak draped over her shoulders. Her face was pale, yet her beauty was breathtaking, delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, stirring one's protective instincts. Behind her followed 10 carriages loaded with military provisions and weapons, all of it bought with every last piece of her dowry. My God, that's General Chao Sanjin of the Black Tiger Guard. And the woman beside him is Princess Bingyue, ranked first on the roll of talented women. They're the grandson and granddaughter of the Guardian King, such noble status. Why would they accompany the 9th prince to his death? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Everyone knew. To go to Baelyang was to die. 9th prince, those 2 lines of your poem. I like them, Chao Sanjin said. I clasped my fists in salute. Chao Bingyue glided over with graceful steps, stopping right in front of me. She gave me a dazzling smile. 9th prince, the 10 carts of provisions and weapons are ready. That smile. Her beauty could put the moon to shame, make the whole world fade in comparison. Thank you. I cupped my hands. The 8th prince's eyes were glued to Chao Bingyue, burning with desire. He pursued her for years and struck out every single time. Princess Bingyue, you can't go to Baelyang with this piece of trash. That's a death sentence, he protested. 8th prince, you're a spineless coward. You're not even worth a single hair on the 9th prince's head, Chao Bingyue said scornfully. In her eyes, I was charging into Baelyang alone, ready to face down Wei's army of 200,000 in a fight to the death. How many men in all of Xia had that kind of courage? The 8th prince's face went livid. Humiliated in public by the woman he loved, he turned his fury on me. Yichun, what kind of spell have you cast on her? Look at you. You're marching off to die, and not a single court official has come to see you off. Who says no one came? I'm here to see the 9th prince off. A deep, resonant voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a marquis's robe strode forward with commanding presence. Luo Yuan, the Marquis of Jinyuan, one of Xia's 10 great marquises. In his youth, he'd campaigned across the land alongside the Xia emperor, earning glory on countless battlefields. He was also the father of my sworn brother, Luo Hao. Uncle Luo Yuan, what are you doing here? I was both shocked and delighted. You and my son Luo Hao are brothers. You're headed to Baelyang. Of course I'd come to see you off. Take this Xianfeng blade. It's yours. The Xianfeng blade, one of the top 100 weapons on the arms ranking. It had cut down countless enemies at his side, its edge razor sharp. Thank you, Uncle Luo Yuan. I took the blade and cupped my hands. The eighth prince sneered. Not one of the court's officials came, and you're the only one bold enough to show. I've always been bold. In all I do, I ask only for a clear conscience. The Marquis of Jinyun spoke proudly, not giving him an inch. The eighth prince trembled with rage. Yi Chen, only one man came to see you off. How pathetic. Who says only one? I'm here to see the ninth prince off. A domineering voice rang out. The backer king rode up slowly on a tall, magnificent horse. The nobles all around were stunned. The ninth prince was going to his certain death, yet the backer king dared to see him off. Was he not afraid of offending the emperor and all 8 princes? Ninth prince, this blood-sweating steed can travel 1,000 li a day. I'm giving it to you as your mount. Backer king, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it. I tried to decline. The blood-sweating steed was the most precious breed of horse on the continent. There were no more than 10 in all of Xia, all kept in the imperial palace. It was a gift bestowed by the Xia emperor himself. The road to Bailiang is fraught with danger. With this horse, you'll slay your enemies twice as fast. Take it. He pressed the reins into my hand. Thank you, backer king. I cupped my hands. The 8th prince and the other nobles looked on with envy, but the backer king paid them no mind. Ninth prince, do you know what my greatest? What is your wish? I don't know. To reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. His voice was heavy with grief. 3 years ago, in the Battle of Yun, my son and daughter-in-law fell in combat. Their heads were taken by the Wei army, and our lands were seized. The hatred still burns in me. That battle was the great shame of the Xia kingdom. Territory lost, countless soldiers dead in vain, and the mountain guarding prince's own flesh and blood beheaded, their heads carried off as trophies. Mountain guarding prince. I spoke each word slowly, deliberately. Blood must pay for blood. This vengeance, for our nation and your family. I, Yi Chun, will see it through. I will take back our lands, and I will recover your son's head. I would rather die in battle than fail to reclaim what was lost. Ninth prince, the battlefield of Bailiang is death itself. No man returns alive. Are you afraid? The mountain guarding prince asked. Why should a man not take up his blade and win back the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun? Every word rang like iron. I, Yi Chun, swear it here and now. When I ride to Bailiang, I will reclaim our lands and take back the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. The oath thundered forth, defiant enough to shake the heavens. Boom. Above my head, a war spirit cloud appeared once more, a long sword thrusting straight into the sky, as if to pierce the heavens themselves. 3 clouds of the warrior's path. The potential of a 3-star general. A fine verse. The mountain guarding prince threw back his head and laughed. This old man will wait for the day you reclaim our lands. I turned, my voice ringing like a great bell. 100 veterans, hear my command. We march from the capital to Bailiang to slay our enemies. In this battle, we will raise our nation's glory and take back our land. By your command, 100 veterans roared as one, their spirit erupting like a volcano, shaking heaven and earth. A true man rides with sword drawn, bathed in the blood of the battlefield, guarding his nation and its people. Yi Chun. The 8th prince's eyes churned with murderous intent. Once you reach Wolf's Ridge, that's where you die. My company had barely left the capital when the first prince's assassins slipped silently onto our trail. Soon after, guards dispatched by the other princes, court ministers, the minister of war, and every powerful noble followed close behind. In the capital, there were far too many people who wanted me dead. Atop the city wall, a slender, beautiful figure veiled in white gauze gave a soft laugh. Little man, so many people want you dead. I'll be sure to keep you safe. With that, Lu Rumei dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. The north tower of the imperial palace soared into the clouds. The Xia emperor stood at its peak, clad in dragon robes, gazing down upon the heavens. He had conquered more than a dozen small kingdoms to found the Xia Empire, now locked in a fractured standoff with the other great powers of the 9 kingdoms across the continent. All because he burned to unify all 10 and carve his name into eternity. Yet in these past few years, Xia had suffered defeat after defeat at Wei's hands, losing all 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. It was his shame, the shame of 1.4 billion souls. Why should a man not take up his blade? Little 9, it is a fine verse indeed. The Xia Emperor's eyes were deep and unreadable as he watched the distant cavalry ride away. But on the battlefield, poetry can't save a life. Against an army of 200,000, I fear you won't survive this journey. Outside the capital, on the official road, the convoy raced forward, kicking up clouds of dust, the trees on either side rushing past in a blur. Among the ranks was but a single royal carriage. Atop it, a rosewood carriage awaited, for corners lined with yellow eaves, a yellow curtain draped across the front. Utterly luxurious. It had been prepared for me, but I gave it up to Princess Binghua. I knew she was frail and sickly, unable to endure the jolting of a long journey. As for me, I'd ride that blood-sweating steed. Deep winter, the coldest month. The wind cut like a blade, slicing our cheeks raw and red. Ninth Prince, thank you for giving the carriage to my sister. Chao Sanjin was brimming with gratitude. I was a prince, my status even higher than a princess's, yet I willingly lowered myself to ride on horseback. Don't mention it. You're all escorting me to Bailiang. I should be the one thanking you, I said with a smile. Stop the carriage. Stop right now. Chao Bingyue's voice suddenly rang out from inside. 100 veteran soldiers turned to look at me in unison. In their hearts, I alone was their king, their grand general. Princess or not, granddaughter of the mountain-guarding prince or not, they answered to no one but me. Everyone, halt, I ordered. I didn't understand, but I was willing to respect her wishes. Chao Bingyue's lovely face was pale as she stepped down from the carriage. Her blue cloak caught the cold wind, shimmering with an enchanting orange-blue sheen. Ninth Prince, we can go no farther. We must make camp at once. Her red lips parted softly. Princess, we've only come 30 li from the city. Our bodies are fine, the veterans grumbled. All they wanted was to reach Bailiang as fast as possible, with no delays. Why stop? I frowned. 20 li ahead lies Wolf's Ridge. Her eyes glimmered. At our pace, we'll reach it within the hour. I have a feeling there's an ambush waiting. As she spoke, she unfurled a sheepskin military map. Cities, mountains, rivers, troop deployments, bandit strongholds, all marked with perfect clarity. In ancient times, there was no GPS. A general on the march relied entirely on a sheepskin map like this. Such items were exceedingly rare. Only an emperor or a commanding general could possess one. A treasure, I said, my eyes lighting up. Grandfather gave it to me. She pointed at the map. The mountains on both sides of Wolf's Ridge are steep and treacherous. Between them runs only a single narrow pass, the one and only road to Bailiang. If the enemy sets an ambush on either side, we'll all die without question. She was ranked first on the roll of gifted women, a prodigy who had immersed herself in military texts within the mountain-guarding prince's study since childhood. Though she'd never once set foot on a battlefield, her sand table strategies were unmatched. Only, few in the world knew she understood the art of war. Sister, that's impossible. Chao Sanjin shook his head. Wolf's Ridge is only 50 li from the capital, right beneath the sun of heaven's feet. Who would dare stage an ambush here? Anger the emperor, and it's a death sentence for 9 generations of your clan. The 100 veterans looked equally unconvinced. In Bailiang, terrain like this would surely hide an ambush, but this was within the borders of the Xia kingdom, so close to the capital. Who would have the nerve? Seeing that no one believed her, Chao Bingyue said nothing more. She simply fixed her beautiful eyes on me, unblinking, because she knew that he's the true king of this army. These veterans only listen when I speak. Deliver Commander Chao Bingyue's order. Make camp here, light the fires, cook a meal, eat and rest. I commanded. Yes, sir. The 100 veterans moved with practiced ease. Tents went up, iron pots were mounted, and smoke from the cooking fires curled into the sky. Chao Bingyue's beautiful eyes widened with surprise. Ninth Prince, you trust me just like that? Just moments ago, even her own brother Chao Sanjin hadn't believed her. She'd expected to argue herself hoarse, but I'd agreed without hesitation. Because you've studied military strategy, I said with a smile. Her lovely face jolted. How did you know? In the kingdom of Xia, the art of war was a man's domain. For a woman to study, it was strictly forbidden. She'd learned it in secret. Even her own brother had no idea. You pulled out that sheepskin map and knew at a glance there'd be an ambush at Wolf Ridge, a textbook ambush setup. No one could say that without having studied the classics. She nodded, letting it go. Chao Sanjin looked at me, then at his sister, and scratched his head. I'm a fifth-rank general back in the capital, for what it's worth. But next to you two, my brain just can't keep up. Commander Bingwe, tell me about Wolf Ridge. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll never lose 100 battles. Wolf Ridge is a bandit den. 500 men, led by a one-eyed brute called One-Eyed Wolf. My brothers raided it several times, and every time the bastard slips away. Chao Sanjin nodded. A month ago I took 3,000 Black Tiger guards for the 5th raid. Came up empty again. Brother, has it never occurred to you that someone might be tipping off One-Eyed Wolf? Chao Bingwe said, exasperated. No way. It's only 50 miles from the capital to Wolf Ridge, 2 hours on a fast horse. Who could get word there ahead of us? Red carrier pigeons, I said. They can deliver a message in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. By the time you arrive, everyone's already in hiding. Chao Sanjin's face changed abruptly. The red carrier pigeons are managed by Minister of War Zhao Li. You're saying it's Zhao Li. He didn't dare think any further. For the Minister of War himself to be in league with bandits, that was a crime that could wipe out an entire clan. I beat Zhao Li and his son, using One-Eyed Wolf's blade to kill me. It fits perfectly, I said flatly. Those aristocrats wear kind, benevolent faces in public and slaughter without mercy in the shadows. I'd seen through that game long ago. Ninth Prince, let me lead the men in and cut down every last bandit. Chao Sanjin said, thumping his chest. We have 100 broken-down men, wounded at that. You think we can beat 500 bandits? He had courage to spare, but was short on strategy. Then I'll head back to the capital and bring in reinforcements. No, I said, waving him off. Once you're outside the capital, you rely on yourself. Make camp first. Eat and rest. I walked up to the veterans. Which of you has served as a scout? A small, wiry old soldier raised his hand. His face was deeply wrinkled. He stood under 5'4", and a knife scar ran across his face. What's your? His name's Li Ho, 9th Prince. He puffed out his chest, glowing with pride. Li Ho, sneak up to Wolf Ridge alone. Approach from the back mountain. Don't tip them off. If there's an ambush, retreat quietly. I want you to memorize everything. The terrain, the kitchen, the sleeping quarters. All of it. Yes, sir. Li Ho moved like a nimble ape, leaping several yards without a sound. A few quick dashes and he vanished. I turned, the corners of my mouth lifting. The road ahead was treacherous. My goal was to crush Wei's 200,000 troops, not to throw my life away. These 500 bandits were just the first hurdle. Bloodlust was already rising in my chest. The little grove where we made camp was carpeted with white flowers. I recognized them at a glance. Devil's Trumpet. Dachira. The old herbal texts I remembered from my past life recorded them as pungent, warm, and toxic, perfect for making an anesthetic. Knockout powder, the ancients called it. Locked away in my mind were the art of war and the 36 stratagems. The moment I saw these flowers, a plan took shape. Kill with a borrowed blade. But the blade I was borrowing wasn't a blade at all. It was a drug. All warfare is deception. The way of war is simple. Take your enemy's life at the smallest possible cost. Zhang Feng. Have 50 men set up camp on the perimeter and pretend to sleep. It'll fool any scouts watching us. Everyone else, pick every last one of these flowers, dry them in the iron pots, and grind them into powder. Yes, sir. The veterans didn't ask why. The moment they knelt beneath the 100 Flowers Pavilion, their lives became mine. I could order them off a cliff and they wouldn't so much as frown. Before long, every white flower had been picked, dried, ground down, and bagged. Well done. Now, everyone lie down and rest. Yes, sir. Hidden in the shadows behind us, a scout took in the whole scene and sent word back to the capital by carrier pigeon. In the capital, the 8th Prince finished reading the report and burst out laughing. This little brother of mine really is a waste. Barely out of the city, and he's already got his soldiers napping. Doesn't know the first damn thing about warfare. Song Li, the Minister of Rights, chuckled. The Wolf Ridge bandits only have to sit tight. Sooner or later, the ninth prince walks right into them. Whenever he crosses, that's when he dies. Zhao Li, the minister of war, sneered. He won't move by day, and he'll be even more afraid to move by night. The moment he passes through Wolf Ridge tomorrow, he's a dead man all the same. In no time, nobles across the capital were sneering, all saying the ninth prince would never reach North Liang. He'd be buried at the bandits' hands first. Back in the grove, you seem awfully confident, ninth prince. Xiao Bingyue's red lips curved slightly, her beautiful eyes puzzled. Because I intend to wipe out all 500 bandits without harming a single one of my own. That's why I'm waiting. Xiao Sanjin shook his head. Impossible. I've crushed countless bandit gangs, and every time we take casualties. Wiping out an enemy without losing a single man. No one on earth can pull that off. Not even my grandfather, the mountain guarding king, could do it. Xiao Bingyue didn't believe it either. The veterans lying on the ground were only feigning sleep, but inside they were shaking their heads too. Princess Bingyue. Let's make a bet, I said with a grin. If I wipe out all 500 bandits without a single one of my men getting hurt, you wash my clothes for a month. Xiao Bingyue's pretty face flushed crimson, like agate soaked in rouge. In the kingdom of Xia, only a wife washed her husband's clothes. Could it be? Does the ninth prince fancy me? Her heart pounded like a drum. Little did she know, in my past life, I often bet with my brothers in arms. The loser just had to do the laundry. Deal. She lifted her chin. But you won't win. We'll see about that. Whoosh. Li Ho dropped down like an ape, landing right in front of me. Ninth prince, I've scouted it out. 500 bandits lie in ambush ahead, everyone armed with a long sword and bow. Good thing we didn't charge in blindly. Would have been shot full of holes like pincushions. Xiao Bingyue and I remained unfazed. We'd expected as much. But the 100 veterans around us all sucked in a sharp breath, faces going pale. They hadn't believed a woman could understand military strategy. Yet now, every word the commandery princess had spoken was coming true. Ninth prince, what do we do now? Xiao Sanjin asked. Sleep. Xiao Sanjin staggered and nearly fell over. Good heavens, my lord, please don't joke around. The veterans wore the same bewildered looks. There was clearly an ambush ahead, blades and arrows waiting. So why on earth would we sleep? I didn't explain. I just pulled Li Ho aside and whispered in his ear. This is knockout powder. Sneak into the bandits' den and slip it into the water jars in their kitchen. Watch with your own eyes until they eat and drink it, then report back to me at once. Yes, my lord. Li Ho's eyes lit up. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined I could concoct knockout powder. It was forbidden, something ordinary apothecaries could never brew. And this single pouch of powder was the funeral I prepared for 500 lives. Li Ho, if this battle succeeds, the credit is yours. I clapped him on the shoulder. A good commander rewards and punishes fairly. Reward every merit, punish every fault. Only then will soldiers lay down their lives for you. So many generals skimmed military pay and stole others' battle honors, only to end up abandoned by all, their armies collapsing like an avalanche. Rest assured, ninth prince, I'll see it done or die trying. Li Ho clasped his fists, grabbed the large pouch of knockout powder, and darted toward Wild Wolf Ridge, nimble as an ape. Halfway up Wild Wolf Ridge, massive boulders towered everywhere, each 2 or 3 men high. 500 bandits lay in wait behind them. Burly men wrapped in coarse hemp, broad sabers in hand, vicious as devils. The front row of 100 had bows drawn and arrows nocked, eyes locked on the distance. Their leader was One-Eyed Wolf. His single eye was sharp as a blade. The other was covered by a black patch. This man wasn't just ruthless, he was cunning. He'd played bandit 50 li from the capital, slipping past government troops time and again, all on the strength of that shrewd head of his. Boss, the scouts report the ninth prince has made camp ahead, eating and sleeping, said Hussein, sidling up with his shifty, rat-like face. You sure the intel's good? I'd stake my life on it. One-Eyed Wolf slammed his fist into the rock. Damn it, I've been lying in ambush all day, chewing on nothing but wind, and that son of a bitch is off eating a feast. The bandits around him started grumbling too. They'd gotten the carrier pigeon message from the Minister of War last night, and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since setting up the ambush. What's all the bitching about? Everybody hold your positions. Nobody moves. I'll have the kitchen cook something up and bring it here. One-eyed wolf barked. And remember, our job is to bring back the ninth prince's head. The bandits fell dead silent. One-eyed wolf had killed more men than anyone could count. Cross him, and you'd end up with all four limbs hacked off, dying in agony. Lee the monkey slipped over the back slope and stole into the kitchen. This should be enough to send you all packing. He sneered, dumping an entire sack of knockout powder into the big water vat and stirring it gently. Then he leapt up onto the rafters and held perfectly still, not making a sound. Before long, a few bandits came in cursing and got a fire going. They poured all the water from the vat into 10 big pots, boiled it into wheat porridge, and hauled it up the hillside to feed all 500 men. One-eyed wolf was starving. He downed 2 full bowls himself and wolfed down 4 steamed buns on top of it. Lee the monkey watched with his own eyes as all 500 bandits ate their fill, then backed out and sprinted for camp. Half an hour later, Lee the monkey returned. Ninth prince, the powder's in the water vat, and those bandits licked every last drop of that porridge clean. Excellent. I bellowed. 100 veterans, hear my command. Advance at full speed. We're wiping Wild Wolf Ridge off the map. 100 figures rose from the ground and charged with me. Xiao Bingyue brought up the rear, escorting 10 wagons of grain, supplies, and weapons. Moments later, we reached Wild Wolf Ridge. Before us, 500 bandits sprawled every which way, dead to the world, their broadswords and bows scattered across the ground. Tie up One-eyed Wolf. The rest, leave none alive. My voice was cold as ice. Yes, sir. 100 broadswords fell as one, driving into the throats of the unconscious bandits. In the blink of an eye, 500 bandits stained the mountain rocks red, and on our side, not a single casualty. Every one of the veterans had a gleam in his eye. They'd soldiered their whole lives and never had it this easy. 1 man against 5, easier than killing chickens. At least chickens put up a bit of a fight. When Xiao Bingyue arrived with the supplies, all she saw was a field of corpses. Qiao Sanjin counted them one by one, 500, not one short. Then he looked at the 100 veterans behind me, not one lost. Impossible. How is this possible? He slapped himself hard across the face, and the sting on his cheek told him he wasn't dreaming. What kind of military tactic is this? There's nothing like it even in my grandfather's war manuals. Xiao Bingyue's red lips parted slightly, her eyes full of shock. Ninth prince, I concede. You've beaten me fair and square. Haha, I laughed. Don't forget, you owe me a month of laundry. Her pretty face flushed crimson in an instant. She dropped her head, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. The veteran soldiers surrounding us let out mocking laughter, eyeing me and the princess like we were a couple. I had Li Ho fetch a basin of cold water and splash it across One-eyed Wolf's face. Splash. One-eyed Wolf jolted awake, dazed, glancing left and right at nothing but unfamiliar faces. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Bodies littered the ground, all his brothers. 500 men, wiped out completely. Who are you? Why did you kill my 500 men? He roared. Idiot, I sneered. I'm the ninth prince, the one you came to kill. He looked closely, and sure enough, I matched the portrait exactly. He froze. But you're supposed to be dozens of miles away, eating and sleeping. I ask you answer. Let me go, or I'll kill you. He thrashed violently, but the ropes didn't budge an inch. Smack. A slap left half his face red and swollen. My 100 veterans wiped out your 500 men without shedding a drop of blood. If that doesn't make you an idiot, what does? I don't accept it. You used trickery. In a fair fight, sword against sword, you'd never kill my men. Smack, smack, smack. I struck him more than a dozen times, until his mouth filled with blood and his teeth fell out. You laid an ambush. Wasn't that using military tactics too? I just saw through it, that's all. Murderous intent radiated from me. One more word, and I'll send you off with a single blade. Feeling that overwhelming killing intent, One-eyed Wolf's face changed instantly. He finally understood. He was a prisoner now, defeated utterly and completely. Who sent you to ambush me? I won't talk, he snorted coldly. Won't talk? Then let me guess. The 8th Prince and the Minister of War sent you a message by carrier pigeon, didn't they? How did you know? I shook my head, staring at his speechless face. This idiot. I'd only tried to bluff him, and he confessed all on his own. Only then did One-Eyed Wolf realize he'd been played. He trembled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. Strength, strategy, wits, I'd crushed him in every way. One-Eyed Wolf, write down the evidence of how the Minister of War and the Eighth Prince put you up to this. I handed him paper and a brush. If I write it, will you spare my life? No. Then I won't write. Zhang Feng, I said flatly, take care of him. Zhang Feng smiled grimly. His parents had died at the hands of bandits. Now, with his one arm, he dragged One-Eyed Wolf behind the rocks. The pain of the fingers runs straight to the heart. One by one, his fingers were snapped clean. Amid the screaming, One-Eyed Wolf finally broke, and trembling, he wrote down all the evidence of his collusion with the Minister of War and the Eighth Prince. I took it, tucked it away, and looked at him. Any last words? Ninth Prince, when it comes to strategy, I'm no match for you. Today, I admit defeat. But the Minister of War and the other 8 princes will never let you go. I'll be waiting for you on the road to hell. THWCK? A flash of the blade. The One-Eyed Wolf's head tumbled into the dust. Just like that, the bandit chief who'd terrorized Wild Wolf Ridge for 3 years, who'd killed more men than anyone could count, was dead. All hail the 9th Prince. 100 veteran soldiers dropped to their knees in unison, won over completely. Suddenly, I felt it. Deep in my sea of consciousness, those 3 clouds of military essence were quietly solidifying. So the reverence of soldiers was itself a force that nourished the way of war. Chao Bingyue walked toward me slowly, golden light swirling in her beautiful eyes, the light of admiration. Earning the respect of the woman ranked number 1 on the register of talented ladies? I have to admit, I felt a little smug. The 9th Prince hides his talents well. Your mastery of military strategy is the finest I've seen in all my life. You flatter me, I said, waving her off. Off to the side, Chao Sanjin rolled his eyes and gave a bitter little smile to himself. That's what he calls keeping a low profile? He wiped out 500 bandits in a single move. Back in the capital, Chao Sanjin commanded 5,000 Black Tiger Guards, and 3 years of bandit hunting hadn't produced results like this. 3 years of blood and sweat, worth less than a single hour of the 9th Prince's work. If I'm not mistaken, Chao Bingyue said softly, what you had Li Ho slip into the food was knockout powder. Correct. Her breath caught. Knockout powder was extraordinarily rare. Only the most elite medical families on the entire continent could refine it. 9th Prince, you must keep this secret at all costs, she whispered. Otherwise the medical school may come after you. The medical school stood at the head of all the 100 schools when it came to the healing arts. It controlled the world's medicine. Every royal physician and apothecary in every nation had trained under its wing. The medical school, I said flatly. A pack of selfish opportunists. I knew their rules. If anyone dared invent a new formula, they'd seize it by force. And if they couldn't seize it, they'd destroy it. Countless physicians and apothecaries had been ruined, their families torn apart because of them. Others feared the medical school. I didn't. If they dared come after my formulas, I'd wipe them out. Still uneasy, Chao Bingyue had all 100 veterans and the servants escorting the army provisions swear an oath, one by one, never to breathe a word of it. I looked at her, my eyes full of appreciation. A delicate woman, yet meticulous and airtight in her thinking. A pity she was born a woman. Had she been a man, she'd have made a legendary general. 9th Prince, the One-Eyed Wolf, held Wild Wolf Ridge for 20 years. There must be gold and silver stashed in these mountains. It could fund the army. Her red lips parted, her lovely eyes clear as water. Zhang Feng, take 100 men and turn Wild Wolf Ridge upside down. Yes, sir. The veterans searched every cave, every room, sparing not even the corners. Zhang Feng dragged a locked wooden chest out from under the One-Eyed Wolf's bed and pried it open. 200,000 taels and silver notes, so blindingly white they hurt the eyes. Turned out this was what the One-Eyed Wolf had been preparing as tribute for the 8th Prince. He died before he could deliver it. Besides the silver notes, there was grain and weapons too. To someone as flat broke as me, it was all pure gold. 9th Prince, the bandits are dead and the silver's in hand. Now let's get to the northern Liang battlefield. Now, Chao Sanjin said. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. The bandits are all dead. Why are we still here? Chao Bingyue's brow furrowed slightly. She looked delicate and lovely. The bandits are dead, but our enemies aren't, I said in a low voice. The day we left the capital, I noticed we were being followed. The Minister of War, the Minister of Rights, the Eighth Prince, every faction sent men. They've been trailing us the whole way, ready to stab us in the back at any moment. But they're fast, we can't catch them, and they've got no excuse to make a move, Chao Binghua frowned. Ever heard of crossing the sea under cover, or waiting by the stump for a rabbit? I know the rabbit one. You set a net and wait for the rabbit to walk right into it. But our enemies aren't stupid. No, they're not. But right now, only we know the bandits are dead, they don't. I smiled coldly. We'll have 100 men put on bandit clothes, then send a few down the mountain to spread the word that the ninth prince has been killed. They'll come to see for themselves. We lure them into the cave and wipe them all out. As the words left my mouth, everyone drew a sharp breath. The plan was so ruthless it sent chills down their spines. If they'd been those spies, they'd have fallen for it, every last one of them. Li Ho, take 10 men down the mountain and spread the word. Chao Sanjin, Zhang Feng, lead the rest into ambush positions, arrows knocked. Princess Bingyue, take the rations and weapons and hide in the cave behind the mountain. Don't come out. Yes, sir. The veterans quickly changed into bandit clothes and dumped all 500 corpses into the rear cave, then sealed it shut. Wild Wolf Ridge had over a dozen caves, seal one, and no one would ever know. Every trace of blood was scrubbed clean. Everything was set. Now we just waited for the prey to arrive. I crouched in the cave alongside the archers. Li Ho led his 10 bandits, charging down the mountain, shouting all the way. Huh. The ninth prince really was garbage. The boss carved him up, chopped his head clean off, and turned it into a wine flask. The enemies lurking nearby arrived right on time and heard every word. The ninth prince is dead? Let's take one look at the head and go. 200 men in black followed them up and slipped into One-Eyed Wolf's cave. A severed head sat on the table. Ah, this must be it. And he claimed he'd reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. Didn't even make it past Wild Wolf Ridge before he died. The men in black roared with laughter, dripping with mockery. They came from every faction. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Rights, the Seventh Prince, the Eighth Prince, rivals who schemed against each other daily, now gathered in one place by a single common enemy. Their leader was Zhao Biao, a captain of the Black Wolf Guard, sent by the Minister of War for one purpose, to take my life. He stepped closer and reached out to turn the head upright, and his face went pale. The head had a patch over one eye. Damn it, it's a trap. This is One-Eyed Wolf's head. Before Zhao Biao could finish, he was already scrambling backward. The 200 men in black went white as one, spinning around to frantically. Charge! Kill! I roared, and murderous intent surged into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the shadows, a sudden storm of arrows erupted, streaking in from every direction. Out in the open, these elite fighters might have escaped with their lives. But this was a cave, cramped, narrow, with nowhere for the arrows to miss. They had no place to hide, forced to watch helplessly as the shafts buried themselves in their flesh. In moments, 200 men were riddled like porcupines, collapsing one after another, breath extinguished. They died humiliated, unwilling. They'd lost because they underestimated me, thinking I was worthless, never knowing I'd mastered the greatest arts of war. I led my men out from the side of the cave. Zhao Biao still clung to his last breath, eyes bulging, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Such a ruthless scheme. You're vicious. History is written by the victors. I sneered. So many nobles, so many masters, all sent to ambush one man. Now who's more vicious? Thunk. One stroke of my blade took his head clean off, effortless, like crushing an ant. Long live the ninth prince. 100 veterans dropped to one knee, faces filled with worship. They understood. These 200 men in black were the personal guards of the capital's most powerful nobles, their combat strength several times that of those 500 bandits. On an open battlefield, the 100 veterans would have been slaughtered instead. But now, following me, a single rain of arrows had wiped them all out. Chao Bingyue emerged from the cave, her pretty face draining of color. She recognized many faces among the dead. The Minister of War, the Minister of Rights, guards belonging to the 6th, 7th, and 8th princes, even the trusted confidants of several grand generals and marquises. 9th prince, offending this many nobles all at once. I fear the consequences will be endless. Her voice trembled. She was the granddaughter of the Backbone King. No small background herself. But when this many supreme powers turned against you all at once, no one could withstand it. Live or die, I don't care. Anyone who won't submit, I'll fight. My killing intent was absolute. They want my life, so I'll take theirs. I don't even fear the 200,000 troops of the state of Wei. Why should I fear a few nobles in the capital? If I don't dare kill even their men, how could I ever reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yinyan? Chao Bingyue froze, then broke into a smile, her own face now tinged with killing intent. The 9th prince is right. I was overthinking it. Whoever wants us dead, we kill them. Take these corpses, along with the 500 bandits, and lay them all out at the foot of the mountain, I said coldly. I want those 8 imperial brothers in the capital and every last minister at court to see clearly. This is what happens to anyone who dares to hunt me down. This step meant a complete rupture with the entire noble class of the capital. I wasn't afraid. I am the god of slaughter. I shall kill every enemy under heaven. Boom. A tidal wave of murderous intent exploded from my body. Birds fell silently from the trees. Chao Bingyue, Chao Sanjin, and all 100 veterans shuddered as one, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at me. In that instant, it was as if they saw the king of the underworld descend upon the mortal world, holding. All beings live and die, and they are but ants beneath my feet. Seeing Chao Bingyue's face go pale, I quickly reined in my killing intent. In my past life, I was a king among special forces, carrying out missions across the globe. The number of foreign agents who died by my blade was beyond counting. Bloodlust had long since seeped into my bones, and having just slaughtered several hundred, all that pent-up murderous energy erupted at once. Killing intent taking physical form. This was the sign of a god of slaughter descending upon the world. Princess Bingyue, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just that your killing intent a moment ago. It was terrifying. I gave an awkward smile. This was something even I couldn't fully suppress. Let's go. Once we've moved the bodies, we set out for Bailiang immediately. The veterans laid all 700 corpses side by side at the foot of Wolf Ridge. I drew my sword and carved a line of words into the massive boulder. If men do not wrong me, I will not wrong them. If men wrong me, I will surely kill them. Signed, Yi Chun. The characters were bold and sweeping, radiating bloodlust, as if a god of slaughter had burst forth from the stone itself. The sight sent a chill from the top of one's head straight down to the soles of their feet. Following the 9th prince to Bailiang, I think we might actually survive. Admiration filled Zhang Feng's eyes. I feel the same. The veterans all nodded in agreement. They were all battle-hardened soldiers who had killed countless men, yet none of their killing intent could match mine. On this continent, one made a name through slaughter. The more you killed, the higher you rose. Soldiers became generals, generals became grand marshals, all paved with military merit and blood. And I was born for the kill. They thought their own killing intent ran deep. What they didn't know was that in the world I came from, there was a god of slaughter named Bai Qi, who buried 400,000 men alive in a single battle, shaking the entire world. And there was Hua Xiubing, who slaughtered the Xiongnu until they wept for their fathers and wailed for their mothers. It's between blood and blade that true names are remembered by later generations. I arranged all 700 corpses neatly at the foot of Wolf Ridge, then carved 8 characters into the boulder. If men would kill me, I will surely kill them. This was my first declaration of war to the powers in the capital. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. But when Yi Chun takes revenge, he always takes it on the spot. The weather was cold, yet the sun was warm. Move out. I swung myself onto my blood-sweating steed and waved my hand. Princess Bingyue, Chao Sanjin, 100 veterans, along with army provisions, weapons, gold, and silver, a mighty procession set off for the Bailiang battlefield. Wolf Ridge was merely my first stop. Inside the carriage, Princess Bingyue gazed at me, her eyes brimming with starlight. Her cheeks flushed red, and she said not a word. Long after we had gone, Spies from the capital finally crept warily to the foot of the mountain. At a single glance, rivers of blood, corpses strewn across the land. Some collapsed on the spot. Others were so terrified they lost control of themselves. That's the one-eyed wolf's head, chief of the 500 bandits. Zhao Biao, Songguan. Those are the personal guards of the ministers of war and rights. And the corpses of the 6 princes' bodyguards, too. When they saw the 8 characters carved into that boulder, the crowd was struck with terror. They scrambled and crawled their way back to the capital. Within half a day, the news had spread across the entire city. From the Emperor of Xia at the top to the common folk below, everyone was stunned. The 9th prince killed 500 bandits and slaughtered 200 bodyguards of the nobility. He's declaring war on the whole capital. Everyone had assumed I'd die at Wild Wolf Ridge. Instead, I turned around and butchered every last one of them. What was even more terrifying, of the 100 veteran soldiers I brought with me, not a single one had fallen. It was a miracle. Everyone was digging for answers. Just how had I pulled it off? The Imperial Study. The Emperor of Xia held the report between his fingers, one eyebrow raised. Little Nine wiped out 500 bandits. After a moment of silence, he gave the order, keep a close watch on Little Nine. And so the Shadow Guard, Xia's most fearsome intelligence agency, began to stir. Chuanjing Palace, the residence of the 8th prince. Teacups shattered. Tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. The 8th prince's face was ashen. The one-eyed wolf had been a force he'd secretly cultivated, one that was supposed to deliver 200,000 taels of silver to him in 2 days' time. Now the men were dead and the fortune was gone, all of it fallen into my hands. Yi Chun, I'll see you dead. Beside him, Zhao Li, the Minister of War, spoke in a cold voice. He's holding 200,000 taels of our silver. We have to take it back, and we need to find out exactly how he killed 500 bandits. Song Li, the Minister of Rights, gave a sinister smile. This time, one strike to finish it. We won't give him the slightest chance to run. That same fury burned in countless noble estates across the capital. In their eyes, I'd merely relied on a few schemes and dirty tricks. And in the face of absolute power, schemes were worth nothing. Xinjing Palace. The 1st prince smashed every porcelain vase in the room, grinding his teeth. You worthless dog. You made a cuckold of me. I'll have your life. He released a red carrier pigeon, sending an order to Lung Yin. Take my life at once. At the foot of the mountain, Lung Yin received the secret command and furrowed her brow. There were plenty of corpses before her, but their skill had been pitiful. She didn't think much of them at all. Lung Yin was a first-rate expert, a warrior who could take on 1,000 men. To kill these 500 bandits, she alone would have been more than enough. Yi Chun, since the 1st prince has given the order, she sneered, and her figure blurred, vanishing like a butterfly. A dozen assassins silently followed. On the main road, I suddenly reined in my horse. Killing intent. A chill ran through me. In my past life, I'd been a king among special forces, spending years walking the razor's edge between life and death. My sense for killing intent was carved into my bones. Even from miles away, I could catch that trace of cold. Everyone halt. Assassins, prepare for battle. In an instant, the 100 veterans drew their long blades, scanning their surroundings warily. But there was nothing around us. Not even a bird. 9th prince, where are these assassins? Princess Bingyue asked, her face full of confusion. Get down. I swept her into my arms and rolled with her across the ground. My palm touched something soft, and my expression froze. Her face was as red as the sunset on the horizon. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A dozen throwing darts sliced through the air, embedding themselves in the mud where we'd been standing just moments ago. Each one was 4 fingers long, glinting with a cold, deadly light. That was close. Princess Bingyue's face went pale. Attack. I warred. Shing, shing, shing. 100 blades left their sheaths. Skulking around in the shadows. That's no way for a real man. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me. 300 rounds. Chao Sanjin bellowed, swinging up his battle axe. Dead silence all around. 9th prince, they won't come out. What do we do? The assassins are hiding in the trees far off. Loose your arrows. Those trees stood 30, 40 feet tall, their branches thick with leaves. A man could hide up there without being seen. But Chao Sanjin trusted me. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and let it fly. Whoosh. It punched through the dense foliage. Ag! A scream rang out. A black-clad assassin tumbled down, drenched in blood, dead on impact. The ninth prince's cunning is divine. Chao Sanjin was stunned. Damn it, we've been spotted. Everyone, move out. Kill the ninth prince. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen black-clad assassins swept in like a whirlwind. The veteran soldiers loosed their arrows in unison, but these assassins moved bizarrely, weaving like snakes. Every arrow missed. In the blink of an eye, the assassins had closed in. Protect the ninth prince. Zhang Feng cast aside his bow, drew his blade, and charged forward. Bang! The lead assassin's kick slammed into his gut, sending him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. A veteran of 100 battles, yet against elite assassins, utterly helpless. I shouted at once, don't fight one-on-one. Squads of 10, surround each one, attack from all sides. Yes, sir. The veterans reacted instantly, forming ranks of 10, their long blades falling together. A single assassin could cut down a veteran with ease, but facing 10 long blades, all he could do was scramble to defend himself. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched, the roar of battle shaking the heavens. Ninth Prince, let me help. Chao Sanjin begged to join the fight. No. My voice was low. The veterans can hold these ones off. You guard Princess Bingyue. In the shadows, there's still one true master. That aura of killing intent from before was 10 times thicker than anything these assassins carried. Hee Ninth Prince. Everyone says you're a good-for-nothing, but I never imagined you'd be this clever. What a pity. No matter how clever you are, you die today. A delicate laugh drifted through the air, elusive, now to the east, now to the west, impossible to pin down. You wench. Want to kill the ninth prince? You'll have to get through me first. Chao Sanjin cursed, hands on his hips. He might seem reckless day to day, but in life-or-death moments his mind was sharp. This was a taunt, meant to bait the woman into showing herself. You dare curse at me? Die. A black shadow dropped from the sky. The seductive woman struck at Chao Sanjin with an open palm. Take my axe, bitch. The battle axe swept out, clashing head-on against her palm. Bang! Son of a... Chao Sanjin's body flew like a snapped kite string. The kite flew backward 80 feet before slamming into the ground. On the face of the axe, a clear handprint stood out starkly. He coughed up blood, his face deathly pale. You're a first-rate master. Chao Sanjin was a second-rate fighter, capable of taking on 100 men. Yet he'd lost in a single move, which meant his opponent had to be a first-rate powerhouse, someone who could face 1,000 men. No doubt about it. Big guy, wait until I've killed the ninth prince. Then I'll come back and rip out your tongue. The seductive woman's voice was cold. Her brows were like slender willow leaves, her figure alluring. But every word carried a killing edge that sent chills down the spine. My heart sank. The aura coming off this woman was overwhelming. At my current level, going head-to-head with her meant certain death. But I didn't back away, because standing behind me was Princess Bingyue. Suddenly I smiled. Hey, beautiful. All this fighting and killing really ruins the mood. I love making friends. How about we become friends instead? The ninth prince is handsome, and I do have a thing for good-looking men. Her killing intent didn't waver. Too bad someone wants you dead. So friendship's off the table. Then can you at least tell me who wants me dead? I put on a pitiful expression. Let me die knowing the truth. Actually, I was stalling. My right hand had already slipped quietly into my pocket. Ninth prince, I won't be telling you who sent me to kill you. The seductive woman spoke coldly, taking a step forward until she was just a meter away. At this distance, she could crush my skull with a single palm strike. I could tell. She was completely confident. Beautiful, the first prince sent you, didn't he? I said calmly. Her expression changed abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. I laughed inwardly. The Butterfly Gate, one of the 4 great assassin organizations in the Xia Kingdom, secretly working for the first prince. Even the Minister of War didn't know about this connection. Too bad it couldn't be hidden from me. The ninth prince really is clever. Everyone says you're a good-for-nothing, but you're actually the most clear-headed of them all. She narrowed her eyes. I love killing smart people the most. Then before I die, could you tell me your name? As I spoke, I quietly gripped a handful of lime powder in my palm. Lung Yen. Remember it well. Don't get it wrong when you report to the King of Hell. Swish. Her right palm shot out, fast as lightning, tearing through the air with an explosive crack. Take this. I suddenly flung my hand up, sending the lime powder flying toward her like white mist. Cheap tricks. She brushed it aside lightly, and the white powder scattered to the ground. Useless. My face darkened as I pulled out another large packet of red powder and threw it all at her. Chili powder. In this world, people treated wild chili peppers as poison and never ate them, but I knew exactly how potent it was. Lung Yin froze, then hastily swung her palm. Most of the red powder was knocked away, but a fine dust still made it into her eyes. Ah, my eyes! What kind of poison did you use? She screamed, covering her eyes. Huh. This. The poison will blind you. You're a dead man. I spun around and bolted into the woods. The chili powder wouldn't last long. She'd recover any second now. Sure enough, a few seconds later. Ninth Prince. When I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. She came after me like a whirlwind. In the distance, my 100 veteran soldiers tried to reach me, but a dozen assassins had them pinned down. Xiao Bingyue's face went pale, but no matter how clever she was, she couldn't stop a first-rate martial artist. Deep in the woods. Bam! A kick slammed into my back. I flew 15 feet through the air and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Pain shot through my whole body. My bones felt like they'd fallen apart. I clung to a tree trunk, gasping, unable even to stand. Ninth Prince, why aren't you running anymore? The cold beauty approached like a cat toying with a mouse. Hey, gorgeous. I've got 200,000 taels in banknotes. Let me go, and they're all yours. A gleam flickered in her eyes. Then the killing intent grew even sharper. I'll take the banknotes, and your life too. Kill you, and the money's still mine. My heart sank. This woman had no honor whatsoever. For the banknote's sake, I'll leave your body intact. I'll only cut off your head. Her dagger flashed with cold light, slicing straight down at my skull. This was it. Other people cross over into another world and become emperors or princes, living out carefree lives. Me? I hadn't even survived 2 full days, and everyone already wanted me dead. Whoosh! A pebble tore through the air, and with a crisp clink, the dagger snapped clean in two. Who's there? Get out here. The cold beauty whipped around. I've got my eye on this man. Beat it. A seductive voice rang out. A woman in a red dress stepped out from behind the trees, her face hidden behind a veil, revealing only a pair of alluring, peach blossom eyes that could steal a man's soul. Her figure was exquisite, even more stunning than the cold beauty. It was her, Lu Rumei, the top courtesan of the House of 100 Flowers. In my memories, she was breathtakingly beautiful and brilliantly talented, a delicate and fragile woman. I never imagined she was hiding the skills of a true martial arts master. I stayed silent. These two, I couldn't afford to cross either of them. Who are you to interfere in my business? The cold beauty demanded. Beat it, Lu Rumei said, just those 2 words. Beat it. We'll see if you're even worth the trouble. The cold beauty flung out her hand, and a dozen throwing knives shot through the air. Too weak. Lu Rumei swept her sleeve, and a gust of force knocked every last knife aside. Try this. Bam! Their palms collided. The cold beauty was thrown back 20 feet, her face ashen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You're a top-tier master? She gasped in horror. My heart lurched. Above first-rate was top-tier, just a hair's breadth from the Grandmaster realm. The cold beauty didn't stand a chance. I act on the orders of the first prince. Show him some respect, she said, invoking her powerful backer. The first prince's respect isn't worth a damn. Beat it. Lu Rumei's snow-white right palm. He struck again. The cold, arrogant woman scrambled to fight back, only to be sent flying another 30 feet, staggering back to her feet in disgrace. Just you wait. The first prince won't let this go. She spat, then turned and fled. Lu Rumei didn't seem to care in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes settled quietly on me. Thank you for saving me, miss. I cupped my hands in gratitude. Who said I was saving you? She smiled seductively, stepping forward. Then she simply hoisted me up and carried me toward a cave off to the side. The cave was small, about 10 feet wide, 30 feet deep, littered with broken rocks. Miss, why are you taking me into a cave? To drain you dry, of course. Her voice dripped with allure. My soul nearly left my body. Miss, we have no quarrel between us. I'm a chaste man. I'll die before I submit. She frowned and looked me over. You're too weak right now. We'll talk once you've recovered. I wiped a bead of cold sweat from my brow. That was close. The women of this world were absolutely insane. Ninth Prince, I saved your life. How do you plan to repay me? Trapped under someone else's roof, unable to beat her, I had no choice but to bow my head. Once I grew strong enough, I'd make this vile woman pay dearly. I have a banknote here for 10,000 taels. It's yours. Heh, the great Ninth Prince, and your life is only worth 10,000 taels. I'm the poorest prince in the kingdom of Xia. 10,000 taels is everything I own. Then what about the 200,000 taels from Wolf Ridge? A cold smile crossed her lips. I was stunned. How do you know about that? Not long ago, I'd wiped out all 500 bandits at Wolf Ridge and seized 200,000 taels in banknotes. I'd scouted the entire area afterward and confirmed there was no one around. I've been following you ever since you left the capital. The concealment methods of a top-tier master are beyond anything you can imagine. I sucked in a sharp breath. Even I, a former king of the special forces in my past life, hadn't sensed a thing. It seemed I'd still underestimated just how terrifying this realm could be. I'm keeping those banknotes. I'm heading to Beha County to recruit soldiers and buy horses. I'm about to face 200,000 troops from the Kingdom of Wei. You can keep the notes, but you have to agree to one condition. Name it. But let's be clear, no funny business. Scoundrel, I'm one of the 4 great beauties of Xia, and even I'm having second thoughts. Relax, I won't touch you. For now. Good. So what's the condition? I want to partner with you. I want to invest in you. Have you lost your mind? I could die in Beha County any day now. Invest in me, and you'll lose everything. The old Ninth Prince? Yes, he'd have died without a doubt. But the man you are now, her gaze shimmered. Strategizing behind the scenes, defeating the many with the few, wiping out 500 bandits without losing a single soldier. With tactics and cunning like that, as long as you don't die, you'll become a peerless general known across the entire continent. So I want to place my bet early. I looked into those peach blossom eyes of hers, and suddenly I understood. Real opportunities have always belonged to those who dare, when others. The one who bets when others can't see. Beauty, what business do you want to run? Let's hear it. Lu Rumei smiled seductively. Ninth Prince, the Xia Emperor named you King of Bailiang. Beha County and the 16 prefectures of Yenyun are all your fiefs. I want to open a restaurant there, the best location, and one more thing, no taxes on me. I sneered inwardly. Xia's taxes were brutal. Run a business, and you owed half your profits every year. In one breath, she was angling to save herself a fortune. Beauty, this king of Bailiang has no power, no troops, no money, I said coolly. The 16 prefectures of Yenyun are still occupied by the state of Wei. If you want to do business there, you'll have to wait until I take it back. It might take a very long time. That's fine. She stared at me, her eyes burning bright. I can wait. I believe in you. Her mouth called me a scoundrel, but her eyes were full of admiration. This woman. Deal. I settled it with finality. Once we reach Beha County, the best location is yours, and all official taxes are waived. Consider it thanks for saving my life. I don't like owing favors, least of all to a beautiful woman. Ninth Prince, I'll go with you to Beha County, she said, her voice softening further. Ordinary bandits and assassins, you handle yourself. First-rate fighters, I'll take care of them. My eyes lit up. This bargain was too good. The 100 veterans at my side were all wounded, their fighting strength limited. If a true expert showed up, like that alluring woman just now, taking my life would be effortless. With Lu Rumei protecting me, I'd have nothing left to worry about. I pulled out paper and brush from inside my robe and wrote up the contract in duplicate. Once we'd both signed, we left the cave together. When we returned to the valley, the 100 veterans were still locked in combat with a dozen assassins. Blades flashed, blood flew, the two sides tangled together, neither gaining the upper hand. Ninth Prince, you're back. Chao Bingyue rushed toward me, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Then her gaze fell on Lu Rumei, and her beautiful eyes narrowed with suspicion. Who is she? Lu Rumei. She's here to help me. Chao Bingyue's face stiffened. The top courtesan of the House of 100 Flowers ranked alongside her as one of Xia's 4 great beauties. Who didn't know that name? Miss Lu. These assassins, can you handle them? These pieces of trash, Lu Rume said haughtily, aren't worth my effort. Handle them yourself. I understood. She was testing me, grinding me down. Bring me the crossbows. There are 10 crossbows in the carriage. Chao Bingyue said urgently. The assassins came too fast. There wasn't time to get them. These crossbows are 3 times more powerful than a bow. I rushed to the grain wagon and threw back the cover. 10 crossbows lay there in silence. Each was as tall as a man, strung with ox tendon, hard as iron. An ordinary person couldn't even draw one. It took extraordinary arm strength to pull the string. Chao Sanjin lay gravely wounded on the ground. Chao Bingyue suffered from an old ailment. This shot could only come from me. I planted my feet firmly. Horse stance, right arm surging with power. I hauled back the bowstring in one violent pull, then loaded a crossbow bolt thick as a thumb. Release. Whip. The bolt ripped through the air with a piercing shriek, slamming dead center into an assassin's chest. It punched clean through him, sending his body flying 30 feet before he crashed to the ground, dead on impact. Heat surged through my chest. I fired twice more. Whip. Whip. 2 assassins dropped where they stood. Not bad, little man. Strong arms. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Rume's eyes. The 9th prince has a crossbow, one of the remaining assassins snarled. Rush him, kill him first. Protect the 9th prince. Hold them back. Zhang Feng roared. 100 veterans, drenched in their own blood, threw every last ounce of strength into forming a wall against the assassins. I stood back at a distance. Bend, load, draw, release. Whip, 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 whip. Bolt after bolt flew like the Reaper's own hand, nailing straight through one body after another. In the blink of an eye, every assassin lay dead. Corpses everywhere. The stench of blood stung my nose. Thud. I collapsed, strength gone, pain screaming through my whole body. Already gravely wounded from the day, I'd fired more than a dozen shots in a row. My arms were locked stiff as iron. But the crisis, for now, was over. The veterans slumped to the ground, faces ghost white, gasping like winded oxen. After a short rest, Chao Sanjin dragged himself over, cradling his fractured left arm, blood still dripping. 9th prince, do we keep moving? We camp here tonight. 9th prince, we should push on. His expression was grim. These assassins came from the Butterfly Gate, one of the 4 great assassin organizations in the Xia Kingdom. That seductress got away. If she comes back, she'll deal with me. Lu Rume's voice was flat. Everyone turned to look at her, baffled. A woman was going to protect them? They couldn't get a read on her at all. Tonight, everyone rests, I ordered. Night. A silver moon hung high, its cold light spreading over the earth like white silk. I didn't sleep. A crushing sense of danger had its grip on me. I had to get stronger. Now, strength was the only truth in this world. Whenever I had a moment, I trained the Tai Codex and the Fierce Tiger Fist. Both techniques were monstrously powerful, and my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Hoo! I threw a punch, wind howling behind it, and a tree as thick as a rice bowl snapped clean in half. 500 pounds of force. Second-rate expert now. I clenched my fist, blood boiling. My progress was this fast for one reason beyond the techniques, the experience from my past life. What took others a year to grope through, I understood in a single flash. But now that I was strong, the veterans were still wounded. I was going to march to war. I was going to sweep across the world. And I couldn't do it alone. Every single person at my side had to grow strong too. Under the moonlight, I surveyed my surroundings. This was a valley, and the slopes were covered in medicinal herbs. Nodo ginseng, Kogong grass root, Rami root. My heart pounded wildly. The ancient pharmacopoeia, all recorded in the texts, premium-grade herbs for stopping bleeding, healing wounds, and restoring vital energy. Treasures, they're all treasures. On this continent, apothecaries only recognized ordinary herbs, blind to these rare remedies nurtured by heaven and earth. But I was different. I came from another world, a place of medicine sages and healing saints, where I'd memorized ancient formulas and could identify every herb under the sun. This entire continent was, to me, a treasure trove just waiting to be mined. I called for Zhang Feng and Li Ho, sent men out to gather herbs, lit fires under iron cauldrons, and dried the plants into powder. The veterans worked with lightning speed, and everything was ready in moments. I mixed everything according to precise ratios: hemostatic salve, bone-setting salve, wound-healing salve, one after another. What incredible alchemy, Lu Rume said beside me, her eyes shining. She'd seen countless alchemists across the continent, but compared to me, none of them were even in the same league. I found Chao Sanjin first. Your left arm's fractured. I'll set it, apply the salve, and after one night's sleep, you'll be fully healed by tomorrow. Impossible. He shook his head over and over. I broke my arm once before. Even with medicine from the capital's best physicians, it took a whole month to recover. How could it heal in one night? Care to make a bet? I asked with an amused smile. If my salve sets that bone overnight, you polish my boots for a month. Big brother, don't bet. Chao Bingyue rushed to grab him. Last time I bet against the ninth prince and lost. I had to wash laundry for a month. Don't stop me, sister. Chao Sanjin stiffened his neck. I refuse to believe he can mend a bone in a single night. Brace yourself. Setting the bone hurts. I, Chao Sanjin, have fought across countless battlefields. This little pain is nothing. I smiled faintly, gripped his left arm, and gave it a sudden wrench, nearly 90 degrees. Af, he screamed. I thought you said it didn't hurt. An accident. That was purely an accident. His face flushed crimson. I applied the bone-setting salve, wrapped it in coarse cloth, then turned and walked toward the 100 veterans. Take off your padded coats. Expose your wounds. Time for the salve. Ninth prince, forget it. They shook their heads. Wounds like ours won't heal in one night. That's an order. Yes, sir. They pulled off their coats, and my chest tightened. Every one of them had long scars running across his torso, crisscrossing, some already festering and oozing pus. These men had been wounded before, and those generals had never once cared whether they lived or died. For the festering spots, I'll squeeze them clean first, then apply the salve. It'll hurt. Bear with it. We can definitely take it. Zhang Feng threw out his chest. I pressed a cotton ball against his abscess and slowly squeezed out the tainted blood. His face contorted, veins bulging, sweat streaming down his forehead, yet he clenched his teeth and never made a sound. A veteran of 100 battles, through and through. Injury had long become a way of life for him. I cleaned the wound and applied the salve. Zhang Feng let out a long breath. It's cool, feels good. One by one, I applied the wound-healing salve. The medicine was applied in full. These men's wounds were far worse than Chao Sanjin's. But I believe that after a night, even if they couldn't fully heal, they'd recover most of the way. Too bad there were no wooden tubs out here in the wild. Otherwise, I could have mixed up a medicinal soak. They'd have healed even faster. I worked until midnight before finally wrapping up, yawning. Everyone rest well. I'm going to sleep. Thank you, Ninth Prince. 100 veterans dropped to one knee in perfect unison, eyes brimming with tears. I waved them off and headed back to my tent. After I left, the old soldiers gathered together, unable to sleep for a long while. A man like the Ninth Prince as emperor. That would be a blessing for the whole realm. I'd die for the Ninth Prince. When we hit the northern Liang battlefield this time, remember, we can die, but the Ninth Prince cannot. We'll use our bodies to take the arrows and spears meant for him. One low voice after another, hardening into vows deep in their hearts. Inside the tent, I had long since fallen into a deep sleep. I was exhausted. The tent flap lifted gently. Chao Bingyue walked in on her long legs, a beauty of flower and moon, like a painting in the moonlight. She fetched a wool blanket and draped it softly over me, then rested her chin in her hand and quietly watched me. The Ninth Prince really is handsome. Chao Bingyue's beautiful eyes lingered on me, and a stirring she didn't even notice rose in her heart. She was a proud woman. The princes, noble scions, and marquises of the capital who had pursued her could line an entire street. Yet she had turned every one of them down. Because there was only one thing in her heart, reclaiming her parents' heads from Wei's army of 200,000. Before, she had seen no hope. Those powerful figures in the capital went weak in the knees at the mere mention of Wei. But now, in me, she saw a light. Beautiful women love heroes. It's the same in every world. Don't go, don't leave me. I murmured in my dream, my right hand suddenly grabbing a soft little hand beside me. In the dream, it was my girlfriend from my past life. I had promised to marry her on New Year's Day, but now we were worlds apart, able to meet only in dreams. Your hand, I murmured. It's still so soft. I didn't know that what I held wasn't my girlfriend, but Princess Binghua. Chao Binghua tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't. Her lovely face flushed red, like a bud on the verge of blooming, too embarrassed to move. Meanwhile, in the capital, at Xinyuan Palace, the first prince sat in his wheelchair, whipping a servant girl again and again. In moments, the girl stopped breathing. Someone, throw her out, he said coldly. Ling Yin walked in, wounded, just as the guards were carrying the corpse past. Her brow furrowed slightly. This crippled man in a wheelchair, impotent as well, had a mind long since twisted into something demonic. Even when a servant did nothing wrong, she might inexplicably die under his whip. Ling Yin, you're back? Where's Yi Chen's head? Bring it here, let me see. The first prince's face was flushed with excitement. I failed to kill him. Useless. You can't even take out one Yi Chen. Crack. The whip lashed across her cold, beautiful face, leaving a red welt. With her skills as a first-rate expert, dodging would have been effortless. But she didn't move. The mission had failed, and this was the price she had to pay. Get out and contact the butterfly sect. Send more assassins. Lung Yin shot him a cold, indifferent glance, then turned and walked away. Impotent piece of trash. Yi Chun is 10 times the man you are. She sneered inwardly. Enemy or not, she had to admit that ninth prince's character was leagues above the first prince's. Outside the window, a stunning figure listened quietly. Lin Yafei's lips curved into a slight smile. Yi Chun, you really are full of surprises for your sister-in-law. Even a first-rate assassin couldn't kill you. Stay alive now. She returned to her chambers, glanced at the portrait she kept hidden away, and a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, sunlight spilled into the valley, and the ice and snow inside the tent began to melt. I opened my eyes and realized my right hand was holding something soft. I looked down. Chao Bingyue was resting her head on my chest, sleeping soundly, her hand clasped in mine. Ahem. She jolted awake, yanked her hand back, and scrambled away like a startled rabbit, her face so red it looked ready to drip. Princess Binghua, what are you doing in my tent? Last night, you'd fallen asleep, and I was afraid you'd catch a chill, so I brought you a blanket. Her voice was barely a whisper. Then why were you holding my hand? Don't tell me you've got feelings for me. I gave a knowing smile. Oomph, you scumbag. You're the one who grabbed me and wouldn't let go. She stamped her foot and stormed out, cheeks burning. I brought my palm up to my nose, took a whiff, chuckled to myself, and stepped out of the tent. Ninth Prince, your ointment is incredible. Chao Sanjin came charging over, thrilled. My broken arm healed overnight. I can swing an axe again. Yesterday he'd been skeptical. Now he was a true believer. But a second later, he spotted his sister emerging from my tent, and he froze on the spot, looking like he'd been struck by lightning. Sister, why are you coming out of the ninth prince's tent? Did he take advantage of you? If he laid a hand on you, I'll split him in two with my axe. His voice boomed, jolting quite a few people awake. Lu Rumei stepped out of her tent too, a flicker of something strange crossing her seductive face. The ninth prince slept with Princess Binghua? A sour feeling twisted in her chest. She'd been following me, waiting to make her move once I'd risen to fame. Who's out here screaming like a ghost? I walked out to find Chao Sanjin brandishing his axe, hollering up a storm. Ninth Prince, my sister and I risked our lives to escort you to the northern frontier, and you go and sleep with my sister? When did I ever sleep with your sister? I rolled my eyes. How had this idiot even survived this long? Then why'd she come out of your tent with her face all red? Did you not notice her clothes were perfectly in order? Keep making a scene like this, and no one's ever going to marry your sister. Chao Sanjin looked. Sure enough, his sister's clothes were completely in place. Bro, I was just bringing him a blanket. If you don't fix this hot-headed temper of yours, you'll get yourself killed the second you hit the battlefield. Chao Binghua glared at him. Chao Sanjin's face turned beet red. He wished the ground would swallow him whole. Lu Rumei let out a quiet sigh of relief, her eyes flickering with amusement. Scumbag, and yet still in high demand. Ninth Prince, my apologies. I got carried away, Chao Sanjin said with a sheepish grin. As long as you learn from it. Remember, Being reckless on the battlefield means gambling with your life. Understood. Ninth Prince, you really are a miracle healer. That ointment works better than any famous physician back in the capital. Just then, the 100 veterans woke up. To their astonishment, the pain had faded, the abscesses had scabbed over, and their wounds were more than half healed. Long live the Ninth Prince. All 100 men dropped to their knees in unison, staring at me as if I were a god. I understood their reverence. On this continent, war never ceased. Countless soldiers died not by blade, but from wounds no one could treat. Healers were rare, and most served only the rich and powerful. But now, I was their second chance at life. Now that you're healed, we keep moving, I said with a wave of my hand. We pressed on for 100 miles that day. By nightfall, we reached the base of a towering mountain. Ninth Prince, we can't go any farther. Chao Bingyue pulled out a map, her expression grim. That's Leopard Mountain ahead. Leopard Mountain, the most treacherous peak in the Xia Kingdom. Perched atop, it was one of the kingdom's 10 most notorious bandit clans, Leopard Stronghold. 2,000 ruthless outlaws, 4 times the number at Wolf Ridge. Their chief, Baldhead Leopard, was a second-tier martial artist who burned, killed, and plundered without a shred of conscience. The 100 veterans may have recovered, but going up against 2,000 bandits was like throwing an egg against a rock. Li Ho, scout the mountain. Get a clear read on their ambush points, the kitchen, and how the bandits are positioned. Yes, sir. Li Ho cupped his hands, then leapt away, vanishing into the night like an ape. He returned in a hurry less than an hour later, his clothes torn, a gash on his arm oozing blood. The veterans' faces changed instantly. Li Ho was the strongest scout in the camp. His infiltration missions never failed. Yet even he had been wounded? What happened? Ninth Prince, Leopard Stronghold is too strong. 2,000 men, and their fighting power far exceeds Wolf Ridge. That bald-head leopard spotted me from over 100 meters away. I only made it back because I'm fast. Li Ho's face was pale. Could you slip some knockout powder into their kitchen? No chance. There are elite fighters guarding the kitchen. I couldn't even get close. Li Ho's face burned with shame. Stop the bleeding first and rest. I applied the medicine for him. Ninth Prince, if you ask me, let's just fight him head-on. I'll charge in swinging my axe. Chao Sanjin shouted. No. A direct charge is suicide. I shot the idea down flat. Ninth Prince, Chao Bingyue's eyes lit up. My grandfather's war manual has a fire attack strategy. We set the forest ablaze and burn those bandits to ashes. That's my sister, always the clever one. Chao Sanjin clapped in approval. The veteran's eyes gleamed. Back in the day, Lord Kaoshan had wiped out 100,000 enemy troops with a single blaze, striking fear across the land. Fire attacks were the most ruthless move in the entire war manual. But I raised my hand and pointed at the sky. Take a look. Which way is the wind blowing right now? A southwest wind, so what? Chao Sanjin looked completely lost. Chao Bingyue's smile froze in an instant. A fire attack, she said bitterly, won't work. Why not? It's such a perfect plan. Chao Sanjin grew anxious. Brother, the bandits are to our northeast. With a southwest wind blowing, the fire won't reach them. It'll turn right back and burn us instead. This, we're done for. We can't beat him in a fight, and we can't burn him either. Chao Sanjin deflated. The veterans hung their heads too. Who says a fire attack won't work? I spoke calmly. Whoosh. Every pair of eyes snapped toward me, full of confusion. Ninth Prince, the wind's blowing from the southwest right now. A fire attack's off the table. Chao Bingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, her face full of doubt. No matter how smart you are or how skilled a healer, there's just no way around this one. Chao Sanjin shook his head. All 100 veterans shook their heads in unison. They respected me. They'd die for me. But with weather like this, a fire attack was a dead end. No one believed me. Not even Lu Rume. I just smiled and said nothing. The things ordinary people couldn't do. Those were exactly the things I set out to do. Listen up. I gave each order deliberately. Chao Sanjin, take 20 men and prep the fire oil and fire cotton. Tie the fire cotton to the arrows. Zhang Feng, take 40 men and dig 2-meter trenches along the east and west flanks. Dig plenty and line them with bamboo spikes. Li Ho, take 40 men and do the same on the north side. Leave only one path down the mountain, the south side. scatter iron nails all over it. Yes, sir. The three cupped their fists and left to carry out their orders. They didn't believe me, yet they obeyed all the same. That was a soldier's duty. Ninth Prince. All of this is preparation for a fire attack. Chao Binghua shook her head. But the moment that southwest wind kicks up, it'll all be for nothing. I curled my lips into a smile. Princess Binghua, care for another wager? If I break 2,000 bandits with a fire attack tonight, you give me a kiss. Oomph. You're on. You're going to lose for sure. She tilted her little head up, the picture of proud defiance. Under a southwest wind, even if the 10 greatest generals on the continent showed up in person, they couldn't conjure a fire attack. Ninth Prince, this time you're going to lose. Lu Ru. Mei smiled, radiant and alluring. Every step of the way, I'd planned flawlessly. She'd been dying to watch me stumble. You're both going to be disappointed, I said, calm and certain. Since leaving the capital, I'd studied the stars every night. The arrangement of the Big Dipper held the secrets of the wind. In my past life, every great general studied the heavens before battle, using the stars to find direction, to read the winds and clouds. By my calculations, after midnight tonight, the wind would shift to the northeast. Time flew. Before I knew it, it was midnight. Move out. When we're 100 meters from Leopard Stronghold, fire the rockets all at once. Set the whole forest ablaze. Yes, sir. At that moment, the wind was still blowing from the southwest. Everyone's heart pounded with doubt, but they gritted their teeth and followed orders anyway. The strange thing was, when we reached the midpoint of the mountain, the wind changed. The southwest wind died in an instant, and the northeast wind rose. Holy hell! It really turned to a northeast wind. The Ninth Prince is a god walking among us. I never should have doubted him. Damn it! From now on, even if the Ninth Prince says the sun rises in the west, I'll believe him. 100 veterans burned with excitement, their eyes filled with the highest admiration. Chao Sanjin stared dumbstruck at the northeast wind, as if witnessing a miracle. Chao Binghua's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, her heart pounding like a drum. Lu Rumei's red dress fluttered gently as she stood in the wind, like an exiled immortal. Ninth Prince, you can even calculate the wind. She laughed softly. The day you become a legendary general, I'll definitely sleep with you. Just moments ago, her face had been full of disbelief. Now it brimmed with admiration. Up in Leopard Stronghold, most of the bandits were fast asleep. A few scattered sentries dozed, heads drooping, listless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 flaming arrows tore through the air. The oil-soaked arrowheads landed on the dry trees and ignited with a roar. The wind fed the flames, and the flames rode the wind. Raging fire rolled forward, swallowing the entire stronghold's wooden cabins in the blink of an eye. Fire! Get up! Put it out! A sentry screamed hoarsely. The chief, Bald Leopard, burst from his cabin wrapped in a leopard-skin cloak. His gleaming bald head shone bright in the firelight. Fire on every side, nowhere to hide. Put out the fire. Hurry! The bandits hauled water and threw it on the flames, but the fire was too vast, too fierce. Douse one spot, and another burst into flame. One bandit was swallowed by the fire, shrieking horribly, reduced to charred cinders in moments. Damn it! It was a southwest wind during the day. How the hell did it turn northeast in the middle of the night? The scar-faced man cursed. He was the second in command, ranking just below Bald Leopard. Forget the wind. Just run for your lives. Bald Leopard roared. Ninth Prince, when I get my hands on you, I'll tear you to 1,000 pieces. The bandits abandoned their cabins and fled after him for their lives. Those who couldn't escape were burned alive in the blaze. Princess Binghua, you've lost. Remember, you owe me a kiss, I said with a grin. Humph. 2,000 bandits aren't all dead yet. She scoffed coldly. I won't lose until every last one of them is dead. Then watch closely. I waved a white feather fan, my tone proud. Watch how I wipe out 2,000 bandits with a smile. I'd made this fan on the spot from feathers. Any master strategist needs a tool that suits his hand. It's lonely at the top, I sighed softly. In my eyes, these bandits were already dead men. The moment they fell into my trap, their fate was sealed. Run east, Baldy Leopard roared. The bandits surged eastward. Thud, thud. Hundreds plunged into the trenches, impaled on bamboo spikes. Arg, Screams erupted one after another. There's a trap in the east. Go west. More thuds followed. Hundreds more were skewered on bamboo spikes, dying on the spot. The west has traps too. Head north. Arg. The northern trench claimed hundreds more corpses. Damn it. There's a trap in the north too. Baldy Leopard's eyes went bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 2,000 bandits were dead. He was mad with rage, yet he hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of his enemy. Traps in the east, west, and north. Go south. The bandits swarmed south like men possessed, but the instant their feet touched the ground, they landed on iron spikes and howled in agony. Loose arrows, I said, waving my feather fan lightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows rained down from both sides of the mountain pass, driving one after another into the bandits' necks. Chao Sanjin led the veterans, every shot finding its mark, reaping life after life. I stood calmly behind them, watching the slaughter with cold eyes. Everything was under my control. Ninth Prince, you not only predicted the northeast wind, you calculated their escape routes exactly. Chao Bingyue's lovely face was stunned. She was ranked first among the talented women of the Xia Kingdom. Proud and arrogant, she'd never bowed to anyone. But today she was impressed. An army has no fixed formation, just as water has no fixed shape, I said with a faint smile. When the conditions don't exist, you create them. She blinked, lost in thought. An hour later, all 2,000 bandits had been cut down. Only Baldy Leopard and Scarface remained. Staring at the corpses blanketing the ground, Baldy Leopard's eyes nearly split open. Those had been his brothers. Now they were all cold, lifeless bodies. Ninth Prince, you animal. Today I'll kill you for sure. His eyes blazed red, as if he wanted to swallow me alive. How dare you insult the Ninth Prince? Shoot him dead. 100 veterans bellowed in unison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A hail of arrows swept toward the two men. Scarface's martial skills were mediocre, and in a flash he was shot into a pincushion. Brother, Baldy Leopard wailed. Huh. His black blade whirled wildly, actually knocking every single arrow aside. My eyes narrowed, a second-rate master. Ordinary arrows couldn't touch him. Bang. He stamped hard, launching into the air like a leopard, cutting through the rain of arrows and closing the distance in an instant. Die. His black blade came down toward my head. Skull. Smack. Lu Rumei's palm shot out, catching him square across half his face. Flesh and blood pulped. He crashed hard into the ground. One move. Baldy Leopard was down. You're a supreme master? He gasped in horror. Lu Rumei didn't bother answering. A small-timer like him wasn't worth her breath. This woman, she's terrifying. The veterans watched, hearts pounding. Baldy Leopard had survived 100 men swarming him, yet she'd left him half dead with a single strike. His meridians are severed. I'll leave the rest to you, she said flatly. Much appreciated. I cupped my hands in thanks. Having a supreme master watching my back, now that felt good. Baldy Leopard, who sent you to ambush me? I'm not talking. Kill me if you've got the guts, he sneered. As you wish. THWCK? The blade came down. His head rolled far across the ground, eyes bulging wide, unwilling to close in death. One of Xia Kingdom's 10 most wanted bandit chiefs met his end just like that. In his final moment, regret consumed him. He never should have listened to the mighty Marquis and come to take my life. Now 2,000 of his brothers had paid the price. We won. The veterans trembled with excitement. They'd fought their whole lives and never seen a victory like this. 100 men slaying 2,000, without a single casualty. Long live the Ninth Prince. Long live the Ninth Prince. All 100 veterans dropped to their knees, chanting in unison, eyes brimming with worship, as if gazing upon a god. To them, such a miracle could only be the work of the divine. Princess Bingyue, you lost. I grinned. Give me a kiss. Chao Bingyue's lovely face flushed crimson, her heart hammering. She was regretting it a little. Who could have imagined I'd actually turn the tables, burning 2,000 bandits alive with the wind and fire? Moi. Catching everyone off guard, she pressed her red lips lightly to my cheek, then flushed so deeply she wished she could crawl into a crack in the earth. That's it. My sister's a goner. Chao Sanjin looked thoroughly deflated. But this time he didn't give me any trouble. His sister had lost the bet, after all. Besides, he'd lost his own bet last time, and still owed me a month of shining shoes. Humph. Player. Lu Rume cursed under her breath, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Whether or not she was jealous, only heaven knew. Put out the fire. Clean up the battlefield, I ordered. Yes, sir. The veterans hauled water to douse the flames and tallied up the spoils. The bandits' banknotes had all been consumed by fire, leaving only scattered loose silver, a little over 10,000 taels in all. Ninth Prince, bandits usually stash their banknotes back at the hideout. They don't carry them around, Chao Sanjin said. I nodded and waved a hand. Into the lair. Search for treasure. Everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed toward the cave. I crouched beside Baldy Leopard's corpse, brows knitted tight. That blade technique of his just now, the killing intent was too sharp, too precise. No bandit fought like that. That was military swordsmanship. Ninth Prince, Chao Sanjin. His face turned grave. That's the mighty blade technique. It comes from the mighty army. The mighty army? Chao Bingyue's pretty face changed instantly. That's the army of the Marquis of Might, one of the 10 great marquises of the Xia Kingdom. Mighty City is just 50 miles ahead. I suspect Baldy Leopard is a bandit secretly kept by the Marquis of Might. How could a marquis be in league with bandits? Chao Sanjin asked, completely baffled. Why not? I said flatly. When we left the capital, weren't the bandits at Wolf Ridge also working with the Minister of War and the 8th Prince? Those aristocrats, noble on the surface, filthier than anyone underneath. For profit, there's nothing they won't do. Ninth Prince, it's the middle of the night. Are we still traveling? Chao Sanjin asked. We make camp here and sleep. I stood up. Tomorrow we march hard and go around Mighty City. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Lu Rume stood off to the side, saying nothing. Her only job was to keep me safe. When it came to tactics and marching, she never interfered. Help, somebody help. A cry for help suddenly came from the distance. I frowned. Hadn't we killed all the bandits? I followed the sound, everyone trailing behind me, until we reached a cellar. I lifted the lid, pitch black below. A torch flared to life, its glow spreading out to reveal 2 young women bound with ropes. The one on the left was young, dressed in animal hides, her hair braided into 4 small plaits on either side of her head. She had a high nose and big, dark eyes, like 2 black pearls. An ivory necklace hung around her neck. The one on the right was a servant girl. Let me out of here. The smoke's going to choke me to death. The animal hide girl roared, her eyes full of wildness and defiance. Who are you? You're not worthy of knowing. Now let me go. You don't tell me, I don't let you go. The servant girl on the right panicked. You disgusting man. My mistress is Man Sang Sang, princess of the Man tribe, and I'm her servant, Man Xiaoya. Let us go now, or you bandits are all dead. Princess of the Man tribe? I'd studied the map of the Shenzhou continent. The Man tribe wasn't a country. It was a people entrenched in the 10,000 mountains north of Baoyang, bordering both the Xia and Wei kingdoms, the strongest tribe among those mountains. Boy, release this princess, or you're finished. You say you're a princess. Why should I believe you? This ivory pendant is a princess's token, bestowed by the Man King himself. If you're a princess, then I'll release you. I walked over and cut the ropes. The moment the ropes loosened, Man Sang Sang sprang up and threw a punch straight at my face. I dodged to the side, caught her wrist with a backhand grip, and pressed down, forcing her back down. Let the princess go. Man Xiaoya lunged at me. Clang. Zhang Feng's long blade left its sheath. Cold light pointed straight at her throat. Man Xiaoya froze, not daring to move. Bastard. You dare disrespect this princess. My father the king will kill you. Slap. I slapped her firm backside and said coldly, ungrateful little thing. If I hadn't saved you, these bandits would have had their way with you and then slit your throat. You dare hit me? Her pretty face flushed crimson, red spreading from the tips of her ears all the way down. Curse me again, and I'll do it again. I raised my palm. She bit her lip, furious but not daring to make another sound. Listen well. First, I'm no bandit. Second, those 2,000 bandits outside. My 100 veterans have already cut down every last one of them. Humph, liar. 100 veterans killing 2,000 bandits? Even her father, the barbarian king, couldn't pull that off. There was no way she'd believe it. Ninth Prince, the smoke's getting thick. Let's step out, said Chao Sanjin. I nodded and walked out of the hidden chamber. Man Sang Sang followed with a smirk, but the next second, she froze. Bodies littered the ground. Blood ran like a river. Her mouth fell open, shock written all over her face. Princess, it looks like he really did kill 2,000 bandits, Man Xiaoya said, her voice trembling. Humph. Man Sang Sang gritted her teeth. Even if he killed 2,000, that slap he gave me, I'm not forgetting that. I couldn't be bothered with her and headed straight for the kitchen. My 100 veterans had fought most of the night. They were exhausted and starving. There'd been a cook, but his food was so bland and watery it was barely edible. Tonight, I'd cook myself. The 9th prince knows how to cook. Princess Bingyue's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. What prince of the Xia kingdom ever set foot in a kitchen? Of course I do. Hee hee, 9th prince, whatever you make is going to taste awful. Lu Rumei covered her mouth and giggled. She was the holy maiden of the Mei clan, incredibly powerful and bold enough to banter with me. Beautiful, the food I make is the best in the world. You though? I doubt you'll ever be lucky enough to taste it. I gave her a proud smile. Liar. She pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. Just wait and see. In my past life, I'd mastered 100 arts. Cooking was merely one of them. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound. Tonight, I'd bring every one of them to their knees with a single taste. The storehouse on Leopard Mountain was piled high with meat, grain, and vegetables. There were even whole barrels of rapeseed oil, a rare treasure in the Xia kingdom, something ordinary folk would never taste in a lifetime. I scooped up the oil and some pork and walked into the kitchen. 9th prince, you're of royal blood. How can you cook yourself? Let me handle it, said Zhang Feng, the veteran captain, requesting the duty respectfully. The food you made last time was terrible, I said, waving him off. Just tend the fire. Zhang Feng looked embarrassed. Soldiers who'd fought for years were grateful just to fill their bellies. Who cared about flavor? Rapeseed oil went into the wok. As the temperature rose, I dropped in the sliced meat to sear. Then I heated the wok again with cold oil, tossed in spices and chili peppers until they sizzled and released their aroma, and returned the meat to the pan. In an instant, a rich fragrance exploded, spreading in every direction. That smells amazing. The 9th princess. I'll translate this into natural American English for you. What dish is that? The crowd gathered around, throats bobbing, mouths watering. Before long, a huge pot of glistening, oily twice-cooked pork was ready, with a big pot of hot porridge bubbling beside it. I filled the bowl first and handed it to Chao Binghua. You're frail. Eat plenty of meat. Thank you. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she took a bite. The savory pork mixed with spice exploded on her tongue. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. This is amazing. She was the granddaughter of the Backbone King, having tasted every delicacy in the capital, yet she'd never experienced anything like this. I served up bowls one by one to Lu Rumei, Chao Sanjin, Zhang Feng, Li Ho, and all 100 veterans. The veterans dug in, gulping it down without even bothering to chew properly. It was the most delicious meat they'd ever eaten in their lives. Lu Rumei took a bite, and a flush spread across her alluring cheeks. So good. Just moments ago she'd mocked him for not being able to cook, and now she'd been proven dead wrong. This scumbag. Is there anything he can't do? She cursed inwardly. Princess, that meat smells so good. I'm hungry. In the corner, Man Xiaoya swallowed hard. I'm hungry too, Man Sang Sang murmured. They'd been tied up for a full day and night without a drop of water. But after just threatening to kill me, how could they swallow their pride and beg for food now? My hearing was sharp. I caught every word. These two arrogant women weren't worth my time. Once Chao Bingyue finished eating, she leaned close and whispered, 9th prince, that princess could be useful. Big chest, empty head. What use could she be? I scoffed. Luckily Man Sang Sang didn't hear. The Man King has no sons, only this one daughter. She'll inherit the throne someday. Chao Bingyue's eyes gleamed with intelligence. If we help her now, then when we reach Bailiang, the Man tribe will be our ally. The #1 talented woman of Xia truly saw far ahead. Actually, I'd already thought of this the moment I learned she was a princess. Leaving her hanging was just my way of knocking her down a peg. Fair point. I smiled. And they've gone hungry long enough. Let's bring them some. I carried over 2 bowls of twice-cooked pork and 2 bowls of wheat porridge, and walked up to them. Villain, take your food away. This princess won't eat it. Man Sang Sang lifted her chin. The princess is right. We have our pride. We'll never eat his food. Man Xiaoya chimed in, head held high. Grrrr, grrrr. Before the words had even faded, both their stomachs growled in protest, loud enough for everyone to hear. The embarrassment couldn't have been worse. The veterans held back their laughter, murmuring among themselves. The ninth prince serves them himself and they still won't eat? They must be out of their minds. Right? I wanted seconds and there's none left. Eat it or don't. I set the bowls on the ground and turned to leave. I wasn't about to coddle her. Among the man tribe, she was a high and mighty princess. In my eyes, she was nothing more than a spoiled girl. Rotten man, why won't he get on his knees and beg me to eat? Man Sang Sang seethed inwardly. Princess, he's far away now. Maybe just a little bite? I'm really starving. Man Xiaoya was practically drooling. I won't eat it. I'm royalty. Why would I touch anything made by a rotten man like him? Then let me try it first. If it's no good, I'll curse him out for you. Man Xiaoya picked up the bowl and took a bite. The next instant, her eyes narrowed into slits. So good, this is amazing. The rich flavor spread from the tip of her tongue through her whole body. She could swear she'd never tasted anything this delicious in her entire life. Ravenous, she shoveled bite after bite into her mouth. In a blink, the bowl was empty, her lips and fingers glistening with grease. She wiped her mouth, and her gaze slowly drifted toward the princess's bowl. Princess, are you really not going to eat this twice-cooked pork? It's incredible. If you won't eat it, let me have it. Man Xiaoya's eyes lit up. I glanced at the two of them, but said nothing. No way. Man Sang Sang snatched up the bowl, righteous as ever. I'll take one bite, and if it's no good, I'll tear this rotten man to shreds with my words. She was starving too. Watching Man Xiaoya devour the meat just now, she'd nearly drooled herself. The moment a piece of twice-cooked pork hit her tongue, Man Sang Sang's whole face lit up. So good. She dug in with both hands, eyes sparkling with delight. The bowl was empty in no time, and in the end she actually stuck out her tongue and licked the bottom clean, looking exactly like a beggar who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Man Xiaoya slapped a hand to her forehead, exasperated. Princess, that rotten man may have hit you, but the food he makes is honestly delicious. Man Sang Sang wiped the grease off her lips. He's my enemy. One bowl of meat, and you've completely surrendered? If you ask me, this stuff tastes terrible. She called it terrible, yet ate faster than anyone. Man Xiaoya was speechless. She knew the princess cared about saving face. Even if it were food fit for the gods, she'd never admit defeat. You're right, princess, it's awful. Next time we'll make him cook 3 bowls. 3 bowls. Not nearly enough. Man Sang Sang shook her dainty little fist. Something this awful calls for 10 bowls. Once I finish, I'll rip into him and work him to death. Brilliant as always, princess. Off to the side, Lu Rumei just shook her head. These two, mistress and maid, were quite the pair. Bellies full at last. Zhang Feng and his men stripped Cheetah Mountain of all its gold, silver, and jewels, piling everything into a small mountain. Xiao Binghua handled the count. A moment later, she strode over to me on her long, slender legs, her pretty face beaming with joy. Ninth Prince, these bandits were fat sheep indeed. 400,000 taels in silver notes, twice what we got at Wild Wolf Ridge, plus 100 suits of armor. We struck it rich. My heart leaped with delight. When you march to war, only 4 things truly matter: soldiers, grain, weapons, and pay. With this silver, I could recruit tens of thousands of men. But of all the treasure in this pile, what I valued most were those 100 suits of armor. On the battlefield, blades and arrows have no eyes, and casualties run high. A suit of armor is as good as a second life. Take me to see them. Out on the open ground, 100 suits of black iron armor stood arrayed in neat rows, thick and pitch dark, impenetrable to ordinary arrows. Only crossbows, those deadly weapons, could pierce them. But crossbows were rare. Xiao Binghua had only smuggled out 10, and only because of her ties to the Prince Regent. Bandits like the ones on Cheetah Mountain didn't have a single one. Chao Sanjin, have the 100 veterans suit up. Yes, sir. The armor fit everyone perfectly. Only Li Ho was a bit thin, so his ran a little large, no matter. Zhang Feng, how does it feel? Ninth Prince. Zhang Feng's voice trembled with excitement. With this armor, our defense multiplies several times over. Ordinary arrows will never touch us again. Light shone in the eyes of every veteran. Back in the army, black iron armor like this was reserved only for a general's personal guard and the elite heavy cavalry. A single suit cost as much as the pay of dozens of soldiers. Suddenly Zhang Feng pointed at two characters engraved inside the armor. Ninth Prince. This armor is stamped with Weiwu. It belongs to Marquis Weiwu. If we take it, won't he turn on us? Turn on us. I sneered. These suits were hidden in a bandit den. That's ironclad proof he's in league with Bald Leopard. Would he dare claim them? Hoarding armor was a capital crime in these times, punishable by the execution of one's entire family. If he didn't thank me, he'd better count his blessings. Realization dawned on Zhang Feng, and he broke into a wide grin. Inside the carriage, Man Xiaoya lowered her voice. Princess, this wicked man. Could he be that good-for-nothing ninth prince of Xia? From what they call him, it's almost certainly him. Man Sangsang nodded. I heard the ninth prince molested his brother's wife, and the emperor of Xia banished him to Beia County to face Wei's army of 200,000. This is perfect. We can go with him to Bailiang. Have you forgotten? Man Sangsang said, displeased. We snuck away to go to the capital of Xia. Princess, we've run into several bands of bandits along the way. This last time, we nearly lost our lives. Let's just go back. I am not going back. Doesn't the princess want revenge against the ninth prince? Following him is your only chance. Man Sangsang's eyes shifted, and a sly smile crept across her face. You have a point. We'll skip the capital for now. Once we reach Bailiang, I'll have father throw him in prison. He can make twice-cooked pork for me every single day until he drops dead. Night fell. The moon hung bright, the stars sparse, silver lights spread like sand across the earth. Everyone settled down to rest. I had already arranged everything. Two veterans posted at each of the four directions, keeping watch in shifts. At the slightest rustle, any one of them could snap awake in an instant. The city of Weiwu. The Marquis's manor. Lord Weiwu sat upright in his chair, his broad forehead knotted tight with worry. Yesterday, he'd received a carrier pigeon message from the seventh prince. Kill the ninth prince. He was the seventh prince's man. And of the 8 princes in the capital, there wasn't a single one who didn't want the ninth prince dead. The very day he received the order, he'd reached out to Baldy Leopard of Leopard Mountain to set an ambush, even sending along 100 suits of armor to help. But a whole day had passed, and there'd been no word from Leopard Mountain. His eyelid kept twitching, and his heart was uneasy. Bang, bang, bang. Hurried footsteps drew closer. A young man in black rushed in and dropped to his knees with a thud, his face deathly pale. His name was Chun Bei, captain of the manor's guards, a general of the 5th rank. My lord, terrible news. Baldy Leopard and his 2,000 bandits. Wiped out, every last one. Killed by whom? Lord Weiwu shot to his feet. It was the ninth prince. Nonsense, Lord Weiwu roared. He's got barely 100 beaten, broken soldiers under him. How could he kill 2,000 men? Lie to me again, and I'll have your head. My lord, I stake my life on it. Chen Bei spoke rapidly, terrified that a moment's delay would cost him his head. In the dead of night, the ninth prince laid a trap, attacked the mountain with fire, and burned most of the bandits alive. Crack! Lord Weiwu shattered a teacup with one slap of his hand, his face ashen. Useless fools. 2,000 men. Hell, even 2,000 pigs couldn't be slaughtered that fast. He slowly sat back down, a cold light flickering in his eyes. The ninth prince. No wonder all 8 princes want you dead. You've hidden yourself well. The whole world takes you for a worthless fool. Who'd have guessed your grasp of warfare could be so terrifying? My lord, Chen Bei said in a low voice. Tomorrow the ninth prince is certain to pass through Weiwu City. We can invite him inside, set an ambush, and unleash a rain of arrows. Shoot him through and through. A fine plan. Lord Weiwu gritted his teeth. Tomorrow you'll ride out to greet him yourself and lure him in. Have the archers hidden and ready. The moment he arrives, loose the arrows. As you command. Chen Bei took his leave. Ninth prince, Lord Weiwu said, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Tomorrow, Weiwu City will be your grave. The next day, the red sun rose in the east, its warm light chasing away the cold. After a night's rest, everyone was full of vigor. The old soldiers' wounds had healed 90%, their fighting strength fully restored. Move out. I swept my hand through the air. I rode at the front on my blood-sweat steed, 100 old soldiers flanking me front and back, and in the middle rolled the royal carriage of Princess Binghua. Man Sang Sang and Man Xiaoyao were still fast asleep when I startled them awake with a single shout. Without even washing their faces, they scrambled to catch up at a jog. What are you following me for? I frowned. Humph. Man Sang Sang tossed her little braids and said with prideful indignation, You hit me yesterday, so you have to take responsibility for me. I'm sticking with you. Follow me if you want, I said flatly. But let me make one thing clear up front. This road ahead, it's full of danger. What's there to fear? I'm a princess of the barbarian tribe. Anyone who dares touch me, my father will send 100,000 troops to crush them. She waved her tiny, delicate fists, fierce in the most adorable way. I couldn't be bothered with her and spurred my horse forward. In less than 2 hours, Weiwu City came into view, towering walls, an air of grim menace. I'd meant to skirt around it along the main road, but outside the city gate, 1,000 soldiers in black stood with spears in hand, radiating bloodlust, blocking the way. Leading them was none other than Chen Bei. Why do you block my path? Chen Bei plastered on a smile. Ninth Prince, I act on the Marquis's orders. He invites you into the city for a banquet, to welcome you properly. His smile was warm, but a flicker of murder crossed the depths of his eyes, and it landed right in my sight. That won't be necessary, I said flatly. I'm bound for the Bailiang battlefield. I can't afford delays. It's only a meal, Chen Bei said, his smile widening. If you'll do us the honor, the Marquis will even provide 10 wagons of army provisions. 10 wagons of provisions, worth tens of thousands of taels. To an army, grain and forage are worth more than gold. I gave nothing away and lifted my gaze toward the top of the wall. The sunlight slanted across it, and behind the battlements, shadows shifted faintly. They'd hidden themselves well, but the sun cast the silhouettes of their bows onto the wall. Archers, lying in wait. The moment I stepped into the city, I'd be riddled with arrows. They wanted to ambush me? Dream on. General Chen Bei, I said, my voice dropping low. I've told you, I'm not entering the city. The Bailiang battlefield is by imperial decree. Stop me again. Are you defying the emperor? I wouldn't dare. Chen Bei's face went cold. But the Marquis's goodwill, will the ninth prince not even grant him that? The veins at his temple were throbbing. He was nearly ready to curse aloud. He'd thought luring me into the city would be effortless, and hadn't expected me to be so impossible to budge. Move aside. I urged my horse forward, my voice like ice. I have a road to travel. This meal, you're eating it today. Chen Bei suddenly swung his arm. You don't eat, you don't leave. 1,000 spears leveled at me in unison, bloodlust surging into the sky. These men answered only to Chen Bei's command. They didn't regard me, the ninth prince, as worth anything at all. And I tightened my grip on the reins, a cold smile curling at the corner of my lips. Since you insist on blocking my way, then don't blame me for what comes next. The ninth prince is in trouble, Man Sang Sang said, frowning. She saw it clearly. The instant Chen Bei gave the word, those 1,000 soldiers would swarm forward and tear me to pieces. Inside the carriage, Xiao Binghua turned to Lu Rumei. You're not going to step in? Not yet, Lu Rumei said, her red lips curving slightly. Let the ninth prince handle this himself. She was the nuclear weapon of my company, reserved only for true, formidable foes. A scene like this wasn't nearly enough. Outside the city gate, the bloodlust thickened into frost. Kill, Chen Bei said, waving his hand. 1. 1,000 spears tilted forward at once, their cold gleams stabbing at my eyes. Chen Bei, I'm of royal blood, I sneered. You kill me, and the emperor will wipe out your entire clan. Huh, ninth prince, if you die out here, who's ever going to know? There are too many of us. You can't kill us all, I said, spacing out each word. One man makes it back to the capital, and you and the Marquis might lose every head in your household. Chen Bei's face changed. It wasn't my 100 old soldiers he feared. It was Chao Sanjin, general of the Tiger Wolf Guard. If Chao decided to run, there was no stopping him. As for the woman up in the tree, Chunbei took her for nothing more than a handmaid I'd brought along. He had no idea she was the real angel of death. Up on the city wall, the Marquis of Might stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark. A young man approached, around 20, dressed in fine silk, with narrow eyes like a viper's. This was the young lord, Li Xian, the sharpest mind in the city of Might. Father, if the ninth prince won't enter the city, the ambush is useless, Li Xian said, his voice soft and easy. Better to try another way. Speak. Under the guise of seeing him off, we gift him 10 carts of grain. We poison it. The moment they eat, the whole company dies. We follow behind, take the ninth prince's head, and send it to the capital for the seventh prince. The Marquis's eyes brimmed with fatherly pride. Good. We'll do as you say. Wait for my good news, father. Li Xian cupped his hands, turned, and left. Outside the city gate, the standoff was razor tense. I'd already made up my mind. If it came to a fight, I'd have Chao Sanjin take Chao Bingyue and go first while I stayed behind to cover the retreat. Chao Sanjin and the 100 old soldiers burned with the will to fight, waiting only for my word. Huh. If it isn't the ninth prince. A burst of laughter rang out. Li Xian came strolling over, all smiles. Greetings, young lord. Chunbei and his 1,000 soldiers bowed in unison. I narrowed my eyes. I remembered that face. At a banquet in the capital, it was him and a few of the princes, who'd gotten me drunk and shoved me into the first crown princess's chambers, hoping to see me dead and disgraced. Li Xian, a viper that sinks its fangs into you when you least expect it. Young lord, I'm only trying to pass through, but General Chunbei won't let me, I said flatly. Li Xian spun around and barked. You fool. The ninth prince wishes to pass. Clear the way at once. Chunbei looked stunned, but he didn't dare disobey and stepped aside. I sneered inwardly. When something's this out of the ordinary, there's always a demon behind it. A man like Li Xian was never kind for kindness' sake. The ninth prince journeys to the northern frontier to fight for the realm, Li Xian said, his smile warm. The Marquis of Might gifts you 10 carts of grain to sustain you on the road. As he finished, the 10 carts of grain were pushed forward before me. I looked at those grain sacks, and alarm bells went off in my head. But the most important thing right now was to get out of this snake pit as fast as possible. I'd take them. Many thanks, young lord. I cupped my hands. As it happens, we're short on provisions. We'll eat it tonight. Wonderful. Li Xian's smile grew even gentler. The grain I'm sending you is the finest there is. You must try it tonight. That smile was cold enough to make your skin crawl. The road ahead is long. Until we meet again. I cupped my hands and turned to leave. Chao Sanjin followed close behind with 100 veterans, escorting 10 carts of grain. Young Marquis, why let him go? And why accept his grain? Chunbei asked, puzzled. Because it's poisoned. Chunbei sucked in a sharp breath. Brilliant. All's fair in war. Young Marquis, you're a master strategist. Li Xian smiled proudly, watching my retreating figure, sneering inwardly. Tonight is the night you die. The sun sank low, the evening clouds red as blood. After 50 li, I ordered the men to make camp. Man Sang Sang came running over, her 4 little braids bouncing. That Li Xian is so nice to you. He even gave you grain. He's a good guy. Did your brain spring a leak? I said flatly. He's a villain. Humph. He gives you grain and you insult him? If you ask me, you're the villain. Among her people, grain was more precious than iron ore. She stared at those 10 carts, her eyes practically glowing. I smiled. You say he's a good guy? Then the grain is yours. Really? Her pretty face lit up. I'll haul these 10 carts back to my tribe. Father will be so proud of me. Before you do, I warned, go find a rabbit and feed it some first. As luck would have it, a rabbit darted across the grass. Man Sang Sang lunged and caught it clean. Here, you must be hungry. Have a bite. Kindly, she scattered a handful of grain. The next moment, the rabbit foamed at the mouth, its limbs convulsed, its whole body turned black, and it died. Why is the rabbit poisoned? Her face went white. The veterans around us froze too. I told you, all boobs and no brains, and you wouldn't believe me. I said coldly. Li Xian poisoned the grain. The moment we lit a fire to cook, the whole army would have been wiped out. Man Sang Sang stamped her feet in fury. Li Xian, you scumbag. Poisoning grain this precious. If not for that little test, she'd have brought it back and taken her entire tribe to the grave with her. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Ninth Prince, you could tell even this. Chao Sanjin's face was full of awe. All 100 veterans nodded in unison. Not one of them had noticed. Up in the tree, Lu Rumei gave a seductive smile. More and more, she felt she'd bet on the right man. Chao Bingyue stepped down from the carriage, her face slightly pale. All's fair in war. I never expected Li Xian to know military tactics. His acting is terrible, I said calmly. I saw through it at a glance. So this poison grain, do we throw it out? No. My gaze hardened. Cook as usual, then dig a pit and bury it. We'll pretend we ate it and got poisoned. To deal with a venomous snake, you lure it from its hole and kill it in a single strike. Man Song Song's face was full of. Bewildered, she asked, if you knew the food was poisoned, why fake your death? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Her nose scrunched up in frustration. Zhang Feng, take 20 men with bows and hide 100 meters to the left. Li Ho, 20 men, ambush on the right. I gave my orders. Chao Sanjin, everyone else smears soot on their faces, foams at the mouth, and plays dead on the ground. Yes, sir. They all understood now. Fake our deaths to lure the enemy in, then spring the trap and wipe them out. Princess Bingyue, take Sang Sang and the others to hide in that cave up ahead. No one comes out until I give the order. I'm a princess of the barbarian tribe. Man Sang Sang whipped her braids. Why should I cower like a turtle? I want to fight too. You can't even beat me. All you do is make noise. I frowned. Take her away. Ninth Prince, please be careful. Chao Bingyue gave a quick reminder, then pulled her along and left. Lu Rumei didn't go into the cave. In a flash, she leapt into the air and landed on a tall tree. Her mission was simple, keep me safe. Inside the cave, Man Sang Sang grumbled. How can you trust him so much? 100 men? How could they possibly kill 1,000 soldiers? Just wait and see. Chao Bingyue laughed softly. The Ninth Prince will slaughter all 1,000 of them without a single one of us getting hurt. She'd seen it with her own eyes. He'd changed the wind, used fire, and turned 2,000 bandits to ash in a single night. That was a miracle. Things others couldn't do. He could, always. You're bluffing. I don't believe it. Man Sang Sang pouted. But a flicker of anticipation had already crept into her eyes. Everything was ready. Chao Sanjin, dozens of veteran soldiers, and I all lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, pretending we'd died from poison. The act was so convincing it fooled even the wind. An hour later, hoofbeats drew closer from the distance. The young Marquis Li Xian and General Chun Bei galloped up, 1,000 soldiers behind them, 100 cavalry, 900 infantry, well-trained and radiating bloodlust. Brilliant strategy, my lord. Look, the Ninth Prince ate the poison grain, and they're all dead. Chun Bei's face was full of flattery. Li Xian threw back his head and laughed, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. I'm the smartest man in Weiwu City. I poisoned the Ninth Prince to death without spending a single soldier. The two dismounted and walked over to me. Chun Bei, cut off the Ninth Prince's head. We'll bring it back to the city for the Seventh Prince to see. Yes, sir. Chun Bei drew his blade, its cold gleam aimed at my throat. The instant the blade came down, my eyes snapped open. Killing intent burst forth. Whoosh. I exploded up from the ground, my sword sweeping across. Splat. Chun Bei's head shot into the sky, blood staining half the heavens red. He died with his eyes wide open, refusing to close. What a fast blade. Chao Sanjin gasped. From the treetop, Lu Rumei, clad in a red dress, murmured softly, "This kid. A man who's decisive about killing. I like that. She's my biggest trump card." Li Xian's face went pale. He stumbled backward. "Ninth Prince, you're not dead?" "Of course I'm not dead." I closed in on him, one step at a time. "Now pay with your life." My blade came down like a tiger charging down a mountain. Li Xian had trained in martial arts. He scrambled to dodge. Squelch. The blade sliced through, and his entire right arm dropped to the ground. Arg, the pain. My arm. Li Xian shrieked. "Get him. Kill him." 1,000 soldiers rushed forward with their weapons raised. Fire. Zhang Feng and Li Ho, hidden on both flanks, roared out the command at the same time. Thwip, 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 thwip. Arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts. The cavalry first. The 100 horsemen were the biggest threat, and in the blink of an eye they were pinned dead to their saddles. Then the infantry. The 900-foot soldiers were trapped like turtles in a jar, meat on a chopping block, falling row after row. Screams echoed through the mountains and forests. Li Xian turned to look, watching helplessly as his 1,000-man army was drowned in a river of blood. At last he understood. He'd walked into an ambush. Yi Chun, you despicable, shameless coward. The despicable one is you. I sneered. You sent me poison grain. Too bad I saw through it long ago. Today you die. He spun to flee, but I kicked him down and stomped hard on his chest. Stop. My father is the Marquis of Might. He commands 30,000 troops. If you kill me, he'll never let you go. The Marquis of Might. One of the 10 great marquises of the Xia Kingdom. Even the powerful and privileged showed him a measure of respect. The Marquis of Might. I raised my blade. The one man you can never afford to cross is me. Squelch. His head hit the ground. Li Xian's eyes were wide open, his face full of defiance, despair, and terror. Right up to his death, he couldn't comprehend how I dared strike even after he'd invoked his father's name. Take life and death lightly. If you don't like it, come at me. So what if he was a marquis's son? Cross me, and you die by my blade all the same. Moments later, all 1,000 soldiers were wiped out, not a single survivor. As far as the eye could see, corpses covered the ground, and blood soaked the mountains and forests. Long live the 9th prince. Zhang Feng dropped to his knees along with the veteran soldiers, eyes filled with worship. Ever since we'd left the capital, we'd slaughtered enemies every step of the way, invincible, without losing a single man. In every battle, I'd use strategy to lure the enemy into a trap and cut them down with ease. These veterans had gradually come to believe that fighting under my command was the most satisfying thing they'd ever known. Everyone up, clear the battlefield and round up the horses. Zhang Feng led the men in tallying the spoils, 100,000 taels and silver notes, plus those 100 war horses. The silver was a windfall, but in these chaotic times, the horses were the true treasure. With these 100 horses, the veterans could march faster and their combat strength would multiply. Princess Bingyue, you can come out now. Xiao Bingyue emerged from the cave with Man Sangsang and Man Xiaoya. Holy crap, Man Songsong's jaw dropped. 1,000 soldiers, all of them wiped out. As a member of the Man tribe, the princess had followed the barbarian king into battle since she was a child. Every time they fought, the barbarian king charged at the front, cutting down enemies himself. And every time, the casualties were devastating. She'd never imagined a war could be fought any other way. Xiao Bingyue pressed her lips into a smile. This is the art of war, defeating 1,000 with one. Now do you believe me? The 2,000 bandits on Leopard Mountain? The 9th prince wiped them out too. Man Sangsang felt her cheeks burn. Not long ago she'd suspected I was bluffing, and now she had nothing to say. She'd underestimated me. But I felt no joy. If anything, my nerves were pulled tight. With the young Marquis dead, the mighty Marquis would never let this go. My small force was no match for his army of 30,000. For now, we could only stay out of his path. 9th prince, it's dangerous here. We need to move fast. Lu Rumei's red lips parted slightly. As the holy maiden of the charmed sect, her instinct for danger was razor sharp. I know. I glanced at her. Chao Sanjin, Zhang Feng, Li Ho, hear my order. Full speed forced march, straight for Beha County. Yes, sir. The men swung up onto their horses. The captured war horses would come in handy now. Mighty City, the great hall of the Marquis's estate. The mighty Marquis had waited a long time. His son still hadn't returned, and a sense of dread settled over his heart. He sent scouts out to search. An hour later, a scout came galloping back, tumbling from his horse and dropping to his knees, his face ghostly pale. My lord, disaster. The young Marquis. He's dead, 50 li from here. Nonsense. The mighty Marquis shot to his feet. He took 1,000 soldiers to chase down the 9th prince. How could he be dead? Where's Qin Bei? Where are the 1,000 men? All of them slaughtered. Remembering that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the scout trembled from head to toe. Take me there. I want to see it with my own eyes. The mighty Marquis immediately assembled his full army of 30,000 and rode out after the scout. An hour later, the forest came into view. Corpses covered the ground, a full 1,000 of them. And there at the very front lay his son's headless body. The severed head rolled off to one side. Shinner, the mighty Marquis, threw himself down, gathering the body into his arms, weeping aloud. This was the heir he had raised with such care. For a long while he stayed like that. Then he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and forced the words out through gritted teeth. Yi-chun, I will see you dead. Hear my command. 200,000 taels of silver to whoever brings me Yi-chun's head. The news spread like wildfire, racing across the Xia kingdom through the intelligence networks in an instant. Did you hear? The mighty Marquis is offering 200,000 taels for Yi-chun's life. That head's worth a fortune. I'm going for it. He's the 9th prince, though. Aren't you afraid of the Xia emperor? Afraid of what? He's headed to the northern frontier to die anyway. Better he die by my blade and make me rich. In no time, bandits, assassin guilds, and martial arts masters from every corner were tempted. 200,000 taels, enough to make anyone's eyes go red. And the news reached. The capital was in an uproar. The Xia kingdom had 8 grand princes and 10 marquises, every one of them a decorated general who'd clawed his way up from piles of corpses on the battlefield. They guarded the great cities and crushed rebellions. The mighty Marquis alone commanded 30,000 elite troops. And now, all of it had been turned upside down by a useless 9th prince. Mountain View Palace. Rockeries, pavilions, and towers, a scene straight out of a painting. This was the estate of the 7th prince, Yi-chun. At that moment, he was fondling a serving girl and laughing when a trusted aide rushed in with a report. Yi-chun glanced at it, and his face went pale. He kicked the girl clear across the room. That good-for-nothing Yi-chun. How could he possibly have killed Baldy Leopard and the young Marquis? Baldy Leopard and those 2,000 bandits were a force he'd secretly bankrolled, plundering far and wide to fund his bid for the throne. Li Xian and the mighty Marquis were his most solid backers. Now the whole board was lost. Years of scheming destroyed overnight. Yi-chun. He gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. The bounty's already out. This time, you're a dead man. Riverview Palace, the 8th prince's estate. The 8th prince, Minister of War Zhao Li, and Minister of Rights Song Li sat together, exchanging stunned glances. First, Yi-chun had wiped out One-Eyed Wolf and 500 bandits at Wild Wolf Ridge. Then, in less than a day, he'd taken out Baldy Leopard's 2,000 bandits and beheaded the young Marquis on top of it. It was absolutely unbelievable. The 8th prince had seen it with his own eyes. When Yi-chun rode out of the city, he'd taken only 100 old soldiers. Minister Zhao. The 8th prince turned to Zhao Li. You're the Minister of War. If I gave you 100 old soldiers, could you kill the young Marquis and wipe out 2,000 bandits? Zhao Li shook his head, his voice heavy. Your Highness, I couldn't. He was no fool. He'd fought his way up from foot soldier to general, then risen to Minister of War, surviving countless battles great and small. And precisely because he knew that meat grinder of a battlefield so well, he understood better than anyone. To rout 2,000 bandits with 100 old soldiers and walk away without a scratch. That kind of strategy was beyond him. And for exactly that reason, the name Yi-chun made him feel wary for the very first time. Your Highness, we've all underestimated the 9th prince, Song Li said suddenly. The 8th prince's expression darkened. Indeed, I did underestimate him. Once, he'd written the 9th prince off as trash, never spared him a second look. But now, after leaving the capital, that trash had cut down One-Eyed Wolf, Baldy Leopard, the young Marquis, slaughtered so many bandits. Minister of War Zhao Li said coldly, Your Highness, this isn't the 9th prince's doing. Our spies have discovered that the charmed sex holy maiden, Lu Rume, has been at his side this whole time. She's the one who killed those men. The 8th prince's eyes lit up. Well said. He's still that same worthless fool. Someone else has just been doing the work for him. On the divine continent, the 100 schools of thought were each a dominant power in their own right, their heritage, not inferior to an entire nation. The Mei family's holy maiden held a status equal to a crown prince, and her strength was staggering. This was precisely the kind of excuse the 8th prince needed. But even if he's trash, Song Li said gravely, with the Mei family's holy maiden protecting him, any assassins we send would be no match for her. Then what do you suggest? The 8th prince frowned. Only the 100 schools can deal with someone from the 100 schools. Songli lowered his voice. The Een family's holy maiden, Een rose. A cold light flashed in the 8th prince's eyes. Contact her in my name. As long as she's willing to kill Yi Chun and Lu Rume, she can name her price. I'll grant her anything. As you command. The same scheme was playing out in one prince's manor after another. Xia's top assassins and the elite masters of the 100 schools were heading toward Bailiang, wave after wave. In the imperial study, secret reports lay spread out before the Xia emperor. His face was dark as a gathering storm, cold radiating from him until the temperature in the hall plummeted. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Left Chancellor Li Yuan and Right Chancellor Lin Song stood with bowed heads, their faces pale. Smack. A report was hurled aside. What a fine son this Yi Chen is, the emperor sneered. He killed the son of the Marquis of Might, and now the Marquis has put a 200,000 tael bounty on his head. And these precious sons of mine are actually enlisting masters of the 100 schools to do the deed. With every word, his fury deepened, until the very air trembled with a low hum. Li Yuan, so many powers want him dead. What should I do? Li Yuan replied in a trembling voice. Your Majesty is the sovereign of all. The safety of the Xia Empire must come first. As for the strife among the princes, let them settle it themselves. The implication was clear. Let the 9th prince live or die on his own. And you, Lin Song? I concur, Your Majesty. 2 old foxes, the emperor said, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In truth, he cared nothing for whether Yi Chen lived or died. If the boy didn't die today, he'd be buried beneath the Wei Kingdom's army of 200,000 in a few days' time. Sooner or later, dead was dead. In the emperor's heart, that son had long since been counted among the dead. Behind court, Yi Linger had just returned from shopping, her lovely face full of panic. Everyone of note in the marketplace was talking about it. Her brother had killed the son of the Marquis of Might, and that was a capital crime. A moment later, Consort Tang returned, her cheeks swollen and red, her eyes rimmed with tears, and 5 livid finger marks standing out clearly against her fair skin. Mother, what happened to your face? Didn't you go to pay respects to the Empress? It's nothing. I slipped and fell, Consort Tang said, forcing a smile. How could a fall leave a handprint? Yi Linger gritted her teeth. The Empress hit you, didn't she? I'm going to write to my brother and tell him. He'll make her pay for this. Linger, be good. Consort Tang pressed down on her hand. Your brother has countless people hunting him right now. He's in terrible danger. Don't add to his troubles. The young Marquis was the Empress's. Her nephew was killed by your brother. That's the only reason she made her move. It's all my fault. Brother was being hunted, and I couldn't help. Mother was beaten, and I couldn't help either. Yi Linger's tears streamed down her face. It's not your fault. Remember, you must never write to your brother about this. Consort Tang knew all too well how devoted her son was. If Yi Chen ever learned that his mother had been beaten, he'd cut his way back from Bailiang to the capital, and that would be a death sentence. For her son's sake, she had no choice but to swallow this blood and tears. On the official road, hooves pounded and dust filled the sky. I raced ahead with my men, not daring to stop for a moment. I'd killed the young Marquis, Li Xian, and the Marquis of Might would surely come for my blood. Before leaving, I'd set traps along the road behind us. When he came charging after me with his infantry, they all fell right into them. Heavy casualties. By the time he clawed his way out, I was long gone. Yi Chun, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll still kill you. The Marquis of Might's furious roar drifted faintly from behind. As we pressed on, a sudden pain stabbed at my chest, as if something had happened to someone I loved. But it faded in an instant. I looked back toward the capital and silently prayed, Mother, sister, please, be safe. One day and one night, 200 miles, and we reached a ruined old temple. This temple had once thrived with incense and worshippers, but war had come. The monks had either died or fled, and now only crumbling walls remained. Everyone dismount, light a fire, and cook a meal. Yes, sir. 100 veteran soldiers swung down from their horses. After a full day and night without food, they were running on empty. Dinner was wheat porridge, the most common ration in the Xia army. Steamed buns and meat were reserved for generals and above. Princess, this porridge tastes awful. Man Xiaoya said, scrunching up her face. It's disgusting. I want twice cooked pork, Man Sangsang said, her expression full of longing. Lu Rumei took one sip and set her bowl down. She'd come from the house of 100 flowers, accustomed to delicacies from land and sea. This journey with me had been rough on her. Chao Bingyue, on the other hand, held her bowl and ate with real relish, never picky about anything. Once everyone was settled, I secretly fired up a small stove and cooked 2 bowls of twice-cooked pork, using meat we'd brought back from Leopard Mountain last time. There wasn't much of it to begin with. I didn't eat a single bite. I carried the 2 bowls up into the carriage. Lady Bingyue, this bowl's for you. Thank you. Chao Bingyue's eyes lit up. As long as it came from me, she loved it. You scumbag. Lu Rumei's alluring face crinkled into a frown. I've been protecting you this whole trip, and you don't have any twice-cooked pork for me. Beautiful. Who said I didn't? I handed her the other bowl. This one, I saved just for you. Now that's more like it. I'll give you credit for having a heart. She smiled sweetly and dug in. Man Sangsang watched, practically drooling. You jerk. Where's mine? She demanded, tossing her little braids. None for you. I didn't even turn around. You're playing favorites. Why do they get some and I don't? She was the barbarian princess, spoiled since birth, always first in line for the good stuff. I only made 2 portions. I tossed the words over my shoulder and stepped off the carriage. I didn't even eat any myself, and you think I'd save some for you? Dream on. Boo-hoo-hoo, you're being mean to me. To my surprise, Man Sangsang actually started crying, tears streaming down like a broken faucet. Chao Bingyue glanced at her, then held out her own bowl. Here, take mine. What are you going to eat? I don't really like this stuff. Chao Bingyue smiled and pressed it into her hands. Thanks. Man Sangsang took it and started wolfing it down. Chao Bingyue turned and climbed back into the carriage, quietly sipping her wheat porridge. You obviously love his twice-cooked pork. Why give it up for her? Lu Rumei asked, puzzled. Because she's the barbarian princess. So what? Why should we bother pleasing her? Lu Rumei curled her lip. As the holy maiden of the Mei clan, when had she ever paid mind to some barbarian princess? Chao Bingyue only smiled and said nothing. It wasn't about a bowl of meat. Once they reached Bailiang, if they could win the aid of the barbarian army, Yichin's chances of survival would improve. What she calculated was always my life and death. I downed 2 big bowls of porridge, fell into a full-bellied sleep, and told everyone to rest. Midnight. I jolted awake, a wave of killing intent. Lu Rumei's eyes snapped open at almost the same instant, a cold light flashing in her beautiful gaze. There's an assassin, a skilled one. Swoosh. A streak of red slashed down through the air, its sword aura sharp and menacing, aimed straight at my head. You've got a death wish. Lu Rumei let out a sharp cry, throwing herself in front of me. Her plum blossom sword spun out a blossom of steel, meeting the strike with a resounding clang. Bang! The dark figure stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, landing inside the temple. Assassin! Chao Sanjin finally reacted, roaring a warning. 100 veteran soldiers sprang up at once. Fire strikers flared to life, and the ruined temple was instantly bathed in light. In the center of the temple stood a woman in red. Her features were sultry and alluring, and in her hand she held a red sword, its blade engraved with a single rose. Lu Rumei recognized her, and her face darkened. Dark Rose, you've got some nerve, coming to kill the 9th prince. Chao Sanjin drew a sharp breath, the holy maiden of the Yin clan. The Yin clan and the Mei clan shared the same origin, yet stood at opposite poles. Generation after generation, the Mei clan's holy maidens sought only to share the beds of the continent's greatest generals. The Yin clan's holy maidens, however, drained men of their young essence, and then took their lives. This sword strike was only the beginning. Dark Rose, as long as I'm here, you'll never kill the 9th prince. Leave. Lu Rumei stood proud and defiant. As the Mei clan's holy maiden, she was a top-tier master, an even match for Dark Rose. You think it's just me? Dark Rose sneered. Her smile was breathtaking, like a blooming crimson rose. Only that icy edge ruined the beauty of it. Come out. A middle-aged man stepped forward slowly. His left hand held a blind little girl. His right hand gripped a pitch-black saber, its blade carved with a black tiger, radiating a murderous aura. Lu Rumei's face changed abruptly. The Black Tiger Saber King. My heart sank. This man was a top-tier saber master, ranked in the top 10 of the Xia Kingdom's masters rankings. He'd once defeated 36 saber experts in a single move, and the martial saint himself had praised him as a saber prodigy that comes once in 300 years. Why do you want to kill the ninth prince? Lu Rumei asked. 200,000 taels of silver. The Black Tiger Saber King's face was expressionless. I'll give you 200,000 taels. Walk away. The Black Tiger Saber King hesitated. Join me in killing the ninth prince, the Blood Rose said, and I'll have the medical sage's heir cure your daughter's eyes. Done. The Black Tiger Saber King nodded. I spoke coldly. Blood Rose, you want to kill me. Did you bother to ask me first? Heh, a useless prince like you, worthy of my asking? Today you die. I turned to Lu Rumei, my voice icy. I've hated this woman from the moment I laid eyes on her. Kill her, and carve the words ugly freak into her face. Bastard, you're asking to die, the Blood Rose roared. Her crimson moon sword lunging forward, trailing a bloody light. Humph. Lu Rumei swept her plum blossom sword up, blocking it cleanly. Bang, bang, bang. Two top-tier masters clashed. Sword light tore through the air, sending shards of stone flying, gouging trenches into the ground. The temple was too small. The two shot into the sky, battling toward the heavens, sword energy crisscrossing, sword light falling like rain. The Black Tiger Saber King walked toward me. His steps were light, yet each landing struck like a giant's foot pounding the earth. Thud, thud. Take my axe, you son of a bitch. Chao Sanjin swung his axe down. The Black Tiger Saber King didn't even draw his blade. A single kick sent Chao Sanjin flying 40, 50 feet, coughing blood, unable to rise for a long while. Protect the ninth prince. Zhang Feng, Li Ho, and 100 other veterans charged forward together. They knew they were rushing to their deaths, yet they didn't hesitate. Thud, thud, thud. The Black Tiger Saber King swept the flat of his blade across them, sending every veteran flying. Yet not one wound was fatal. I stood still and didn't move. Against a top-tier master, unless a grandmaster stepped in, even an army of 1,000 would be useless. Running was pointless. There was no escape. You're not afraid to die? The Black Tiger Saber King asked, looking at me. If I were afraid, would you spare me? I said calmly. No. Ninth Prince, there's no bad blood between us. I kill you only to cure my daughter's eyes. I can tell you're a good man. Those veterans just now, you used the flat of your blade. I understood clearly. The one with true bloodlust was the Blood Rose. This Saber King couldn't bring himself to strike a killing blow. Shing. The saber left its sheath, cold light gleaming, slashing down toward the top of my head. Fast, ruthless, upon me in an instant. The veterans' faces were filled with despair. Chao Bingyue went deathly pale, tears brimming in her eyes. But I couldn't move an inch. Great. The stinky man dies, and I'll never get to eat twice-cooked pork again. Man Sangsang looked thoroughly depressed. Everyone expected me to die, but I didn't even flinch. I can save your daughter. Clang. The blade stopped between the strands of my hair, slicing off a few. A cold, murderous aura enveloped my whole body, and my scalp went numb. What did you say? You can save my daughter. The Black Tiger Blade King was stunned. For years, he'd sought out every renowned physician in the Xia Kingdom, but none could cure his daughter's blindness. He shook his head. Everyone knows you're the useless prince. I don't believe you. I'll still have Ian Rose introduce me to the Saint Son of the medical sect. The Saint Son of the medical sect is nothing, a total waste. He can't cure it. Dead silence fell all around. On the divine continent, nobody dared call the Saint Son of the medical sect a useless waste. Not even the Xia Emperor himself. This was unheard of, a first since the dawn of time. I don't know whether he's useless or not, but you definitely are. So I'll still kill you, said the Black Tiger Blade King flatly. I rolled my eyes. Talking to this one-track mind was like playing music to a cow. Ninth Prince, my blade is fast. One clean strike and your head is off. You won't feel a thing, the Black Tiger Blade King said coldly. I snapped back. Black Tiger Blade King. If you kill me, and the Saint Son of the medical sect still can't cure your daughter, she'll spend her whole life blind. Can you face your wife? Can you face your daughter? Are you even fit to be a father? Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone's about to kill you, and you're the one lecturing them? But the Black Tiger Blade King didn't get angry. His eyes darkened as he sank into self-reproach. Back then, his wife had died saving him. With her dying breath, she'd begged only that he cure their daughter's eyes. Yet all these years later, the girl still couldn't see a thing. Seeing it was working, I struck while the iron was hot. I staked my head on it. I can cure your daughter. Let me try. If I fail, then kill me. Cut me into 8 pieces, and I won't utter a single complaint. And you'll have one more chance to let your daughter see the light again. I was gambling with my life, but I trusted my own medical skills. Chinese medicine was profound and vast. Curing an illness like this here would be a piece of cake. The Black Tiger Blade King stared into my clear, confident eyes for a long while, then said in a cold voice, "Fine, I'll give you one chance. If you dare deceive me, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Don't worry. In this world, there's no illness I can't cure." I walked over to the little girl. She was 7 or 8, with a delicate little face and both eyes tightly shut. "Hey there, little one, what's your name?" Startled by the unfamiliar voice, she shrank back. "Her name is Li Xiao. She's shy around strangers," said the Black Tiger Blade King. I said gently, Xiao, that's a pretty name. Let me tell you a story, okay?" The Black Tiger Blade King frowned. He wanted his daughter cured, not a bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was an ugly duckling. It was so ugly that everyone looked down on it. Li Xiao's ears. He sat up straight, listening intently. "I told you to cure her eyes, not tell fairy tales," the Black Tiger Blade King snapped, displeased. "Papa, I want to hear more," Li Xiao stammered. The Black Tiger Blade King's whole body jolted, his eyes rimmed red. "Daughter, you finally spoke." Ever since his wife died, his daughter hadn't said a single word. Blind and broken, she'd sunk into utter despair. And now, a simple story had made her speak again, and even call out to her father. "Ninth Prince, tell her another one." His face lit up with excitement, his scolding turning to pleading in an instant. I didn't mind. I began telling Snow White, but stopped halfway through. Big Brother, what happened to Snow White after that? She hadn't spoken in so long that Big Brother came out as Big Brother, which only made it more endearing. If you want to know the ending, you'll have to open your eyes and see it for yourself. But my eyes are blind. Her voice trailed off. Xiao, I can cure your eyes. I can let you see Snow White with your own eyes. Big Brother, I believe you. Fixing your eyes will hurt a little. Can you bear it? I'm not afraid of pain. What a brave girl. Then I'll begin. Telling the story served 2 purposes, to bring us closer and to help her relax for the treatment. I took out the silver needles I carried with me. I'd known early on that she wasn't truly blind. The meridians around her eyes were simply blocked. Clear the acupoints, add some massage, and her sight would return. Wish, wish, wish. 7 silver needles pierced the Zanju, Siju, Sibai, and Jingming points. I flicked the needle ends lightly with my fingertips, stimulating the meridians. Li Xiao's little face went white, her whole body trembling, sweat pouring down. Ninth Prince, what kind of sorcery is this? No pulse reading, no medicine. You're just stabbing needles into my daughter's eyes. The Black Tiger Blade King looked ready to explode with heartache. The crowd wore the same baffled expressions. Every renowned physician in the Xia Kingdom read pulses and prescribed herbs. Who had ever seen a method like this? This is called acupuncture. Acupuncture? Never heard of it. I rolled my eyes inwardly. Of course you haven't. This is traditional medicine from my past life. Don't be scared, Xiao. Be strong, just like Snow White. Big Brother, I'm not scared. Xiao will be strong. Good girl, Xiao. I focused, clearing the meridians in her eyes inch by inch. Sweat drenched my forehead, and my face had gone pale. Acupuncture drains the mind more than anything, all the more so when treating a blind girl's eyes. With the needles set in her acupoints, I couldn't afford the slightest carelessness. HSSS. Black, stagnant blood seeped out along the acupoints, the root of the ailment that had clogged Li Xiao's eyes for years. What an incredible needle technique. The Black Tiger Blade King stared at my hands, stunned. He'd met countless famous physicians across the Xia Kingdom, but never had he seen anything like this. Half an hour later, I withdrew the needles, gently massaged the area around the girl's eyes, and murmured, "Open your eyes and take a look." Li Xiaoxiao carefully opened her eyes. Through the blurry haze of light and shadow, a face slowly came into focus. Big brother, is that you? I can see you. It's me, I smiled. The Black Tiger Blade King suddenly crouched down, his voice trembling. Daughter, can you see Daddy? I can see you. Daddy, you're so ugly. You never shave your beard. You're not nearly as handsome as Big Brother. The Black Tiger Blade King froze, then broke into a wide grin. He hadn't shaved in years, all because of caring for his daughter. But now she could see. That was enough. Thud. This man, the greatest blade master alive, who had turned down an annual salary of 200,000 taels from the Xia Emperor himself, actually knelt before me in front of everyone. Ninth Prince, thank you for giving my daughter back her sight. The whole room fell dead silent. Get up, I said, helping him to his feet. So you're not going to kill me now? If Daddy dares hurt Big Brother, I won't call you Daddy anymore. Li Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks. I won't. The Black Tiger Blade King patted his chest, then turned to me, his expression turning solemn. Ninth Prince, I want to be your personal bodyguard and protect you. Would you have me? My heart soared with joy. The Black Tiger Blade King, one of the top 10 fighters on Xia's master rankings, a superb warrior beyond first rate. Ordinary people had to pay a fortune just to hire him for a single job. And I? With nothing but my medical skill, I'd won his willing, wholehearted loyalty. What a bargain. Of course I would, I said with a smile. From this day on, you're my personal bodyguard. Yay. From now on, Daddy will protect Big Brother, and I'll get to hear Big Brother's stories all the time. Li Xiaoxiao cheered, clapping her little hands. Just then, Lu Rumei walked in from outside, cursing as she came. That wretched Sinister Rose ran off fast. Next time I catch her, I'll skewer her for sure. She had fought Sinister Rose outside for nearly an hour, driving her off wounded with her 7 plum blossom swords, though she hadn't managed to catch up. But the moment she stepped through the door, she froze. The Black Tiger Blade King was standing respectfully behind me. Weren't you going to kill the Ninth Prince? I'm the Ninth Prince's bodyguard now, the Black Tiger Blade King announced. Lu Rumei's mouth fell open, her face full of question marks. Xiao Bingyue pulled her aside and quietly explained what had happened. When she'd heard it all, Lu Rumei stared at me in a daze, her eyes filled with shock. An eye condition that had stumped Xia's finest physicians, and I had cured it as if it were nothing. Yi Chen's medical skill was truly terrifying. Black Tiger Blade King, tonight you'll keep watch outside the temple, I said. As you command. He walked out of the ruined temple and took his stand there, killing intent radiating from him like a drawn blade. The assassins lurking in the woods took one look at his silhouette, their faces changing instantly, and quietly withdrew. They were just walking into their own deaths. 30 miles away, Dark Rose sat cross-legged, tending to her wounds. The sword gash on her left arm was still bleeding. She was waiting for the Black Tiger Blade King to arrive with my head. What she didn't know was that he would never come. Moonlight fell across her stunning face, beautiful as a mermaid, yet venomous as a serpent. The next day, sunlight chased away the bitter cold. Everyone's wounds had healed nicely. Move out. I swept my hand through the air. I rode at the front on my blood-sweating steed, with the Black Tiger Blade King close at my side for protection. 100 veterans followed behind, their eyes sharp as blades. Princess Bingyue, Lu Rumei, Sang Sang, and Li Xiaoxiao shared a carriage. Lu Rumei brought up the rear, guarding against ambushes, a vision in red, the most striking sight in the entire company. We encountered several more waves of assassins along the way, but none posed any real threat. The Black Tiger Blade King cut them down with a single stroke, splitting man and horse alike. Not one could last a single exchange. The Xia Kingdom's finest blade, the reputation was well earned. Meanwhile, Dark Rose waited a full day and night for the Black Tiger Blade King, only to have no one show up. She ground her teeth in fury. Little did she know, that girl's eyes had long since regained their sight. The world took me for a useless wretch. No one knew I possessed the peak of medical mastery. 5 days, 1,000 miles at a punishing pace. Several horses were run to death, but not a single man fell behind. We had reached Bailiang. I reined in my horse and gazed out at this land that belonged to me. The sky was a dull gray, the earth desolate. The soil was cracked and hard, barren of any grass. Bailiang had once spanned 2 million miles, But now the 16 prefectures of Yinyuan had been seized by the Wei Kingdom, leaving only a tenth of what once was. And along this road, I had seen far too many corpses. All of them were people of Xia. Men cut down with a single blow. Women violated and then brutally slaughtered, their heads severed and tossed by the roadside like butchered livestock. They had died with their eyes wide open, refusing to close, as if waiting for a hero to come save them. This was a land of death. Bones, blood, and slaughter blanketed the entire wasteland. I gripped the reins tight, my eyes bloodshot. These were my people. If I couldn't protect them, then what kind of king of Bailiang was I? Ninth Prince, North River County lies just ahead. We'll be there within minutes. Chao Sanjin urged his horse forward. I lifted my gaze. A battered county town stood in the wilderness. The city walls were barely 30 feet high, their surface flaking away, laughably low. A single enemy charge could breach them. Outside the walls, refugees, beggars, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Nothing but ruin as far as the eye could see. How's a city this broken supposed to hold back the Wei army? Chao Bingyue's expression darkened. The veterans nodded one after another. Lu Rumei's brow furrowed. She'd come to invest in a future legendary general, not to throw her life away. Only the Black Tiger Blade King remained calm. He had been here before. He already knew what to expect. Into the city, I said, my voice low. At the city gate, 4 soldiers stood in tattered black armor. Leaning lazily on their spears, the guards had a slovenly, careless air about them. Whenever refugees tried to enter the city, they'd kick them to the ground, beat them mercilessly, and drive them off, unless they coughed up some coin. Halt. No outsiders allowed in the city. A lean, dark-skinned soldier blocked my path. Do you know who I am? My expression turned cold. By the laws of the Xia Kingdom, commoners weren't supposed to be charged to enter a city. These guards were openly defying military orders. I don't care who you are. 50 copper coins per person to get in. With this many of you, that's 5,000. And don't think about entering if you're even 1 coin short, the lean soldier said arrogantly. Smack. Chao Sanjin stepped forward and slapped him hard enough to leave his cheek red and swollen. How dare you? You struck a city guard. The rest of the soldiers raised their spears in unison, aiming them at us. I drew a golden token from my robes. The 3 characters, Prince of Bailiang, were etched in bold, flowing strokes, radiating an unmistakable air of royalty. I am the 9th Prince of Xia, personally granted the title of Prince of Bailiang by the Emperor himself and the newly appointed magistrate of Beha County. I sneered. You still want me to pay your toll? Thud. Thud. Several soldiers went pale, their legs buckling as they dropped to their knees, trembling from head to toe. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that the entrance fee they'd been casually collecting would one day be demanded of their new lord. 9th Prince, I was blind and foolish. Please, enter the city. The lean soldier knelt on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. In the Xia Kingdom, obstructing a prince was a capital offense. But I couldn't be bothered with such trifles. I just wanted to get inside quickly. The people behind me, anyone who wants to enter the city, does so free of charge. No more collecting coin. My voice was cold. Yes, my lord. Thank you, 9th Prince. The refugees and beggars around us all dropped to their knees. Out here, another night in the cold meant freezing or starving to death. Inside the city, they had a fighting chance. I gave them a slight smile and led my people through the gates. They all say the 9th Prince is a good-for-nothing, but he seems like a decent man to me. Kind, and handsome too. The murmurs rose behind me. An old beggar in nothing but thin rags, his body covered in frostbite, held the hand of a little girl no more than 4 or 5 years old as he gazed at my retreating figure. Grandpa, we won't freeze to death tonight, will we? Little one, we have the 9th Prince to thank. I didn't hear them. I'd already walked deep into the city. Beha County was in shambles. The stone bricks of the main road were pitted and broken, and the alleyways were choked with mud. What made me frown even more was this. In broad daylight, people were robbing and beating others right in the street. Public order this rotten was entirely the magistrate's fault. Help! Somebody help! A woman's shrill cry for help came from up ahead. Come on, let's take a look. In the square, a young man dressed in fine silk wore a lecherous grin as he tore at a young woman's clothes. The girl was pretty, her tattered garments already ripped apart to expose her snow-white skin. Beside her lay the corpse of a middle-aged woman. "Beauty, I'm going to have you today." Behind the young man stood four. The five servants burst into mocking laughter. "Zheng Fei, you animal. You beat my mother to death in the street, and now you want to defile me too? Are you even human?" the girl screamed. "Zhang Suizue, you should count yourself lucky that I've taken a liking to you. Your mother tried to stop me, so I killed her. Now, who here dares to interfere?" A large crowd had gathered, every face twisted with anger, yet not a single soul dared to speak. A quick inquiry told me everything. Zheng Fei was the son of the county magistrate of Beha. Kidnapping women, murder, arson, there was no evil he wouldn't commit. Why is heaven so blind? Tears of blood streamed down Zhang Tsuetsue's face, her expression one of utter despair. Zheng Fei reached out to stroke her cheek. "Stop right there." Rage surged through me. In my past life, I'd been a soldier, and there was nothing I hated more than beasts who preyed on helpless women. "You little punk, who do you think you are? Kill him." Zheng Fei barked. For servants swung their wooden clubs and charged. Clang! I swept my blade in a single arc. In the flash of cold steel, for heads flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. For corpses crashed to the ground. Zheng Fei's face went pale. "You bastard. I'm the magistrate's son. You're a dead man." Zheng Fei, as the son of a magistrate, you've committed acts fit for a savage beast. This is unforgivable. Chao Bingyue stepped down from the carriage, her lovely face flushed with fury. Lu Rumei, Man Sang Sang, and the others all looked at Zheng Fei with pure disgust. But Zheng Fei's eyes gleamed with something wicked. "What a gorgeous woman. Beauty, in Beha County, I am God. Agree to be my concubine, and I'll let this kid live." I glanced at the body on the ground. "This woman, you beat her to death?" "That's right. I beat her to death with my own hands. If you're scared, get on your knees and kowtow." Zheng Fei sneered. "You can go ahead and die now." "You wouldn't dare? My father will hack you into 1,000 pi." Thwack! The blade flashed, and Zheng Fei's head flew off. The headless body toppled over, blood staining the ground crimson. My God, he actually killed Zheng Fei. That was the magistrate's favorite son. This man is as good as dead. The crowd buzzed with alarm. Zhang Tsuetsue stared at the headless corpse. At first she laughed, and then, still laughing, she broke into sobs. She threw herself down beside her mother's body. "Mother, did you see? Zheng Fei is dead." When her weeping subsided, she turned and knelt before me. "Thank you, kind sir, for avenging my mother. Please, get up." Zheng Fei's crimes were beyond counting. Death was too good for him. I only did what heaven demanded. I helped her to her feet. "Sir, you have to flee. The magistrate is Zheng Fei's father, and he's every bit as cruel and vicious. If he learns you killed his son, he'll never let you go." Zhang Tsuetsue said urgently. In Beha County, the magistrate was worse than any bandit, robbing the people openly, seizing their women, ruling with an iron fist, and answering to no one. "Don't worry. I was on my way to see him anyway." I gave a cold smile. I hadn't figured out what gift to bring, so I'll just give him Zheng Fei's head. "Anyway," Zhang Tsuetsue gasped. "Benefactor, aren't you afraid of the magistrate?" "The magistrate can go to hell. I'm going to kill that animal today. I hate corrupt officials more than anything. They eat off the people, steal from the people, and bully the people on top of it. For scum like that, there's only one solution: death." The villagers around us were stunned. I grabbed Zheng Fei's severed head and strode forward. Black Tiger Blade King, Princess Bingyue, Lu Rumei, Chao Sanjin, and 100 veteran soldiers followed close behind. This little man is really something. He's got the guts to kill even a magistrate. Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Princess Bingyue backed me unconditionally. The capital was far away, and Emperor Xia's reach didn't extend here. So let me be the one to punish this corrupt official. Those 100 veterans had suffered plenty under corrupt officials back in Bailiang. When they heard we were going to kill a magistrate, every one of them was thrilled. "I'm coming too. If anything happens to my benefactor, I'll risk my life to save him." Zhang Tsuetsue gritted her teeth and hurried to catch up. The villagers behind us surged forward. Killing a magistrate was an earth-shattering event. Who wouldn't want to see it with their own eyes? Meanwhile, in the county office's main hall, Magistrate Zheng Kai was drinking with his advisor. He was around 40, fat, stuffed into his bloated official robes, his face flushed red from wine. The advisor had shifty, rat-like features, beady little eyes, and a shrill, squeaky voice. "My lord, the 200,000 troops from Wei will be here in 4 days. The silver notes I told you to collect. Have you got them all together? My lord, in 6 days I've scraped every last bit of gold, silver, and jewels from the entire county and converted it into silver notes, for 100,000 taels in total." Zheng Kai's breathing quickened. His face lit up with excitement. For 100,000 taels, enough to live out the rest of his days in luxury. As for defending Beha County, that was never part of the plan. The moment the Wei army arrived, he'd be long gone with his silver notes. This deserter's scheme was known only to him and his advisor. "Where's my son? Tell him to hurry back. We're leaving." The young master's got his eye on some beauty in town. He's off flirting with her. He'll be back soon. The advisor snickered. "That boy's as much a womanizer as I am. But now's not the time. Go fetch him." The advisor had just started for the door when I walked in with my crowd. I recognized Zheng Kai at a single glance. A table piled with meat and wine, a hall full of chests and cases, silver notes and gold and silver stacked densely inside. Even at a rough estimate, there had to be several 100,000 taels. "Who are you? Who let you in here?" Zheng Kai's face darkened as he roared. "So you're Magistrate Zheng Kai? That's right. Get out. I've come to bring you a gift." I tossed the cloth sack, and it landed on his table. Zheng Kai opened it, saw Zheng Fei's severed head inside, and let out a horrific scream. My son. That had been his most beloved son. The young master's dead. The advisor's face turned ashen. This man had incredible nerve to kill even the magistrates. They even dared to kill my son. He'd been stationed in Beha County for ages and had never laid eyes on me. He had no idea I was the 9th prince. "You bastard. I'll rip out your tendons and skin you alive." Zheng Kai roared, his face twisted with rage. "Your son committed countless evils. Killing him did the people a favor," I said flatly. "Don't you want to know who I am? I don't care who you are. Today I'm avenging my son. I am Yi Chun, 9th prince of the Xia Empire, personally titled the king of Bailiang by the emperor himself, with authority over Beha County." Zheng Kai and his advisor went pale. A few days earlier, they'd heard that the 9th prince had been banished to this place, then somehow earned the title of king of Bailiang over a few lines of ancient poetry. Everyone had written him off as a good-for-nothing. But this man before them was decisive and ruthless in his killing. How could someone like this be a good-for-nothing? "Zheng Kai, you've met your king. Why aren't you on your knees?" Deep down, Zheng Kai was already 70% convinced, but he could never admit it out loud. The moment he acknowledged me as the 9th prince, his son would have died for nothing. "Huh, you're an imposter. Guards, hack him to death." Bang, 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 bang. Over 100 constables charged in with blades drawn, surrounding me on all sides, thirsting for blood. Whoever the magistrate ordered them to kill, they killed. And today, the one they were killing was me. "Zheng Kai, you think 100 constables can kill me? How naive. I couldn't have looked more contemptuous. 100? Even 1,000 wouldn't have fazed me. Attack. Kill him. Whoever takes his head gets 10,000 taels of silver." Zheng Kai screamed. 10,000 taels. These constables earned barely 12 taels a year. They'd never see that kind of money in a lifetime. The way they looked at me, it was like staring at a mountain of gold. "Kill." 100 long blades left their sheaths, murderous intent surging skyward. Steel flashed, slicing through the air. Outside the county courthouse, the people of Beha County stood packed in a dark mass, worry written all over their faces. They knew the magistrate killed without mercy, treating human lives like weeds. But they were just ordinary folk. There was nothing they could do. I didn't move, because Chao Sanjin had already made his move. "Watch me split you open with my axe." Crack. One swing, and the constable in the front row had his skull cleaved apart. Chao Sanjin barreled into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Axe up, axe down, one life gone with every blow. "Kill." Zhang Feng and Li Ho surged forward with 100 veteran soldiers. These men had just come through several bloody battles. Their killing intent ran far deeper than any constable's. A single thrust of the spear, and a constable dropped. Black Tiger Blade King and Lu Rume stood at my side, two peerless masters. To them, these constables were nothing but ants, not even worth the effort. In the blink of an eye, over 100 constables had all fallen, not a single one left standing. Corpses littered the ground, blood running like a river. Zheng Kai and his advisor were utterly stunned. Just who were these people? How could their fighting power be so terrifying? You bastard. You dare kill a county magistrate's constable. This is rebellion. Zheng Kai roared. The one plotting rebellion is you, I said coldly. You've terrorized Beha County, committed every evil imaginable, and just now you tried to defy your superior and murder me, the ninth prince. Today, I judge you in heaven's name. The sentence is death. You have no right to judge me. I'm a seventh-rank magistrate appointed by the court. Killing me requires the approval of the Ministry of Justice and Emperor Xia himself. When I decide to kill someone, I said, walking forward with blade in hand, murderous intent radiating from me. The Ministry of Justice can't stop me. Emperor Xia can't stop me. Not even the King of Heaven himself could stop me. My figure blurred, and in an instant I was standing before Zheng Kai. Crack! My palm struck his left cheek, tearing flesh to a bloody pulp. The first slap is for the people of Beha County. A magistrate who fails his people, who steals and does evil. This is heartlessness. Crack! His right cheek split open too, exposing ghastly white bone. The second slap is for Zhang Tsuetsue. You raised your son with no discipline, and he became a murderer and a rapist. This is injustice. Crack! The third slap is on behalf of the nation of Xia. As an official, you thought nothing of serving your country. Instead, you wanted to desert and flee the city like a coward. This is disloyalty. Crack! The fourth slap landed. This slap is for all people under heaven. You heartless, unjust, disloyal, unfilial beast. You don't deserve to be an official, and you don't deserve to be human. Zhang Tse gazed at me, tears glistening in her eyes, her expression full of gratitude and adoration. In that moment, she would have died for me. Well struck, ninth prince. The people cheered in unison, their eyes filled with respect as they looked at me. Nicely done, little man. Lu Rume's seductive eyes narrowed alluringly. The ninth prince has real presence. Admiration filled the flawless face of Princess Bingwa. Man Sangsang thought to herself, this wretched man is actually doing something good. Both she and her handmaiden man Xiaoya beside her came from common stock, and there was nothing they hated more than a corrupt official like this. You bastard! You dare hit me? I'll kill you. Zheng Kai let out a beastly roar. In all his years as magistrate, he'd been the emperor of Beha County. He was the one who slapped others. Who had ever dared lay a hand on him? Kill me? You're not worthy. I sneered, drawing the long blade from my waist and laying it against his neck. The edge was ice cold, the chill seeping into his skin. Zheng Kai's face changed abruptly. He could feel the killing intent pouring off me. This man would truly do it. You can't kill me. My eldest son Zheng Yang is a disciple of the art of War Academy. If you kill me, the academy will never let you off. Zheng Yang. A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. What a small world. Not long ago in the capital, my fiancé Nangong Fian had come to break off our engagement, and that Zheng Yang had mocked me as a worthless failure, right before I sent him sprawling with a single slap. So he was this man's son. Zheng Kai, let me make something clear to you. The Art of War Academy means nothing to me, and your son is worth even less. When I want you dead, not even the King of Heaven can stop me. A flash of the blade, a flash of steel, my blade came down. Terror exploded in Zheng Kai's eyes. He tried to dodge, but my blade was too fast. Thunk! His head flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. The magistrate was dead. My God, the ninth prince killed the magistrate. Long live the ninth prince. The crowd outside the county office erupted, their eyes brimming with worship as they looked at me. After years of oppression, they had long despised the magistrate to the bone. In killing him, I had rid the people of a scourge. Father, mother, can you see this from the heavens? The ninth prince has avenged you. Zhang Tsuetsue gazed up at the sky, tears streaming down her face. Her mother had been beaten to death by Zheng Fei, her father killed by Zheng Kai. A blood feud as deep as the ocean, finally repaid today. Ninth Prince, she said, her beautiful eyes fixed on me with resolve. My life belongs to you from this day forward. I turned to the clerk, the magistrate's accomplice, equally deserving of death. Thud. The clerk dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Ninth Prince, spare me. I know I was wrong. Thunk. My blade took his head before he could waste another word. Within the county office, from the magistrate and his clerk down to the 100-odd constables, every last one was executed. Not a single soul was spared. The pungent stench of blood hung thick in the air. A merciful man cannot command an army. As the Prince of Baelyong, decisive slaughter was exactly what I demanded of myself. Chao Sanjin, hear my order. Take every one of their heads and set them in the square before the county office. Summon every citizen in the city to come and see. Yes, my lord. The news spread through the city like wildfire. Outside the city walls, Lei Bin, general of the cavalry battalion of the Scarlet Flame Army, heard it too. He was tall and lean, his face weathered by wind and frost, yet his back was ramrod straight, his presence sharp as a blade. 3 years ago, 200,000 men of the Scarlet Flame Army had clashed with the Wei Army in a devastating defeat. Fewer than 1,000 survived. Lei Bin had led fewer than 300 cavalrymen in a relentless guerrilla campaign, harassing the Wei forces near Beha County. He was a master of concealment, and the Wei Army had yet to hunt him down. Let's go. To the square. Let's see if the Ninth Prince really killed the magistrate. With a sweep of his hand, Lei Bin led his cavalry galloping off. Moments later, the square was a churning sea of people, a dense black mass. The heads of the magistrate, the clerk, and over 100 others were stacked neatly together, like a grim, towering pyramid. He actually did it. Astonishment filled Lei Bin's face. His opinion of this Ninth Prince had changed completely. I stood at the center of the square, the black tiger blade king guarding me closely at my side. Behind me stood Lu Rumei, Princess Bingyue, Princess Sangsang, Chao Sanjin, and 100 veteran soldiers. People of Beha, I am Yi Chun, the Ninth Prince of the Xia Empire, newly named the Prince of Baelyong by the Emperor. These men oppressed the people and brought ruin to this land. Today I have taken their heads to rid the people of a scourge and carry out justice in heaven's name. Well killed, Ninth Prince. Well killed, Ninth Prince. The cheers rose wave upon wave, each louder than the last. The way they looked at me was utterly different from the way they looked at those royal nobles and men of power. Same. Those officials had colluded with the magistrate, taxing and extorting the people until their suffering was unbearable. And I had killed the magistrate. I looked out at the countless hopeful faces, and something stirred inside me. Then, to everyone's shock, I bowed deeply to the people. Fellow countrymen, on behalf of the Kingdom of Xia, I offer you my apology. Xia failed to govern Beha County properly, and you've suffered for it. My God, the Ninth Prince is bowing to us. Am I seeing this right? A prince is a son of the heavenly dragon. How could he lower his head to lowly commoners like us? Sob, I've lived my whole life, and this is the first time I've ever seen a prince bow to the people. Some broke down crying on the spot, and it wasn't just the commoners who were stunned. Princess Bingyue, Lu Rumei, Chao Sanjin, Princess Sangsang, every one of them froze. In their minds, a prince was as noble as a true dragon. In all the history of this land, no prince of any kingdom had ever bowed his head to the common people. Today, that world was turned upside down. The Ninth Prince is worlds better than those aristocrats. Lei Bin's eyes were full of admiration. I straightened up, my voice carrying across the entire square. People of Beha, today I have executed your magistrate. And here I make this vow. From this day forward, anyone who dares to embezzle from the people or oppress the innocent, I will kill. I will become a sword in the hands of the people, and I will cut down every corrupt official under heaven. Boom. The moment I finished speaking, the people's eyes brimmed with tears. For thousands of years, the powerful had treated the common folk like ants, seizing their money, their grain, their women. But today, at last, someone had treated them as human beings. Boom. Above my head, a cloud of literary spirits suddenly took shape, in the form of a heart. A heart-shaped cloud, representing the will of the people. My poetic talent surged upward in a single leap, reaching the pinnacle of the poetry master realm, now just one step away from becoming a poetry grandmaster. Incredible. He actually won the hearts of the people. Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The will of the people was the hardest thing of all to win. Not even the 8 princes, nor the left and right chancellors, had ever conjured a heart-shaped cloud, because it could only come from the heartfelt gratitude of the common people themselves. The 9th prince really is amazing, even better than my grandfather, the backing mountain king. Chao Bingwe said excitedly. This wretched man. Even my father, the barbarian king, couldn't do this. Barbarian Song Song's heart was full of envy. Among the countless tribes scattered throughout the 10,000 mountains, so many of the people refused to submit to the barbarian king's rule. The will of the people had always been the rarest prize of all. I felt my mind clearer than ever before, wisdom welling up within me like a spring. This was the power of the people's will. I stood atop the city gate, my voice like iron. People of Beha, for 3 years, the kingdom of Wei has seized our farmlands, slaughtered our people, and violated our wives and daughters. Today, I, Yi Chun, swear this oath. I will fight the 200,000 troops of Wei to the death, and I will live or die alongside Beha County. As my words fell, the entire city went dead silent, and then erupted into a thunderous roar. The 9th prince is a true hero. A lean, tall man dropped to one knee first, and the 300 cavalrymen behind him bowed their heads in unison. His eyes brimmed with admiration. Everyone knows how powerful the Wei army is. As a prince, I could have lived in luxury back in the capital, yet I dared to face down an army of 200,000. An old beggar cried out hoarsely, "Defend Beha County. We live and die with the 9th prince." He was the same old man who'd waved me through the gates for free when I first arrived. Defend Beha County. We live and die with the 9th prince. 8,000 voices roared as one, the sound surging into the sky. For 3 years, they'd lived worse than dogs, parents slaughtered, wives and daughters violated. Every household bore a blood feud with Wei. The former magistrate had cared only for lining his pockets and saving his own skin, never once thinking to protect them. But I was different. Common folk are the most honest of all. Whoever treats them well, they'll give their lives to. The lean man raised his head. 9th prince, I am Lei Ben. I offer these 300 riders and myself to your service. I paused, not recognizing the man. But Zhang Feng stepped forward, visibly moved. 9th prince, 3 years ago Lei Ben was a cavalry general of Bailiang's Crimson Flame Army. After the Wei ambush shattered the Crimson Flame Army, we all got scattered. My eyes lit up. The Crimson Flame Army, the most fearsome cavalry force in all of Bailiang. Their crushing defeat had come only because the court's appointed overseer, ignorant of warfare, had underestimated the enemy and pressed forward recklessly, walking them straight into a trap. For Lei Ben to have cut his way out of that death trap, he was no ordinary soldier. An elite cavalry force was exactly what I lacked. His arrival now was nothing short of a lifeline. General Lei Ben, in the name of the King of Bailiang, I take you into my command. We greet the King of Bailiang. All 300 riders struck the ground with their heads. I stepped forward and raised Lei Ben to his feet. His frame was lean but corded with muscle, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zhang Feng leaned in, his tone half scolding. Where have you been these 3 years? Why didn't you come back to the capital? Lei Ben's eyes went red in an instant. I failed to protect General Chao Zhan and his lady. They were killed by the Wei army, and their heads still hang in the Wei capital to this day. I had no face to return home. For 3 years, he'd led his 300 riders in harrying the Wei army, all to reclaim those 2 heads. But with so few men, he'd never managed it. Chao Zhan, the father of Princess Bingwe. Beside me, Princess Bingwe was already streaming with tears. I turned to face her, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. Bingwe, don't cry. I, Yi Chun, promise you, I will defeat this army of 200,000, and I will bring back your parents' heads. I believe you. Light shone through her tear-filled eyes. Lei Ben shuddered, and the look he gave me blazed like fire. Once more I turned to the thousands of common folk, my voice ringing out like a great bell. People of Beha, in this battle, we may die, but I, Yi Chun, have never feared death. We, the people of Xia, have never feared death. For our children, and our children's children, we fight. Here's the English translation. Bring peace to this land. This world will remember you all, and the generations to come will remember you. Since ancient times, who has ever escaped death? Let me leave behind a loyal heart to shine upon the nation of Xia. Boom. Another cloud of azure literary spirit condensed above my head. For clouds now. In an instant, the heavens shifted. A four-colored auspicious cloud descended from the ninth heaven. White, pink, red, and azure, four blossoms gathering at the crown. For blossoms gathering at the crown. This marked the ascension of ancient poetry literary spirit to the realm of Grandmaster, acknowledged by the heavenly Tao itself. This realm represented the pinnacle of learning, character, and wisdom. Holy crap! Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes trembled with shock. As the saintess of the Mei clan, she'd always been careful with her words. Yet in this moment, those two words tumbled out on their own. Among the 100 schools of thought, ancient poetry literary spirit was the hardest to cultivate. One had to read through all the classic texts of the world, innovate upon them, cast aside selfish desires, and hold a heart devoted to the people. Countless scholars across the continent buried themselves in books until their hair turned white, and even living to a ripe old age, few ever became grandmasters. And me, I wasn't even 20. A grandmaster of ancient poetry this young? Never before in history. The capital, the rear courtyard of the Royal Academy. Dean Zhao Julu stroked his snow-white beard, gazing up at that four-colored auspicious cloud, his face full of astonishment. Who is it? Someone actually achieved four blossoms at the crown and became a grandmaster. Is it the Confucian sage son, or the militarist sage son? Never in his wildest dreams would he have guessed that the person was the good-for-nothing prince he'd always looked down upon. The Xia Imperial Palace. The Xia Emperor stared up at the four-colored cloud, his face livid, both fists clenched so tight they cracked. Damn it! I've cultivated for decades and still couldn't become a grandmaster. How could someone reach this realm so effortlessly? His jealousy nearly twisted his features. Yet he never imagined, not even in a dream, that the person was the very son he discarded like a worn-out shoe. Deep within the palace's hall of enshrinement, several ancient monsters who'd lived for over 100 years gathered, a rare occurrence. Before the founding of the Xia dynasty, they had all been figures who shook the entire land. Later, the Xia emperor lured them into the hall with priceless treasures. Now, they watched that auspicious cloud, their expressions grave. The 100 schools of thought. No matter which faction produces a grandmaster, it heralds a shift in the balance of the world. The world was about to descend into chaos. The 16 prefectures of Yanyun, the Qingzhou military camp. General Wu Meng of the Wei Kingdom stood before his tent, his face broad, his nose sharp, murderous aura radiating from every inch of him. He ranked 90th among the top 100 generals on the continent's roll of renowned generals. And this time, he led an army of 200,000 to press down upon Beha County. Wei's goal was blunt and simple. Within 10 days, extort 1 million taels of silver from the Xia Kingdom. Fail to pay on time, and they would slaughter the entire city, leaving not a single soul alive. I toiled for 20 years just to become a general, and I still couldn't reach the Grandmaster realm. Wu Ming lifted his gaze toward the distant north, his eyes brimming with envy. Just who the hell is it? Little did he know, that person was the mortal enemy he was about to face. 4 days left, he said, his killing intent surging. If the Xia Kingdom doesn't deliver 1 million taels of silver, I will turn Beha County into a river of blood. Beha County sits on the border between Xia and Wei. The moment I ascended to Grandmaster, the phenomenon it triggered was witnessed by top experts from both nations at once. But right now, I was focused on something else entirely. Chao Sanjin, haul out every last grain from the county storehouse. Distribute it all to the people. Yes, my lord. Chao Sanjin led 100 veteran soldiers in emptying the county's hoarded grain reserves. The former magistrate had been a monster of greed. He'd sooner let the grain rot than hand a single kernel to the common folk. To him, the people were nothing but ants. But in my eyes, the people and I were equals. Thank you, Ninth Prince. The crowd dropped to their knees as one. These people were gaunt and sallow from starvation. Many had already starved to death. Now, receiving free grain, they wept with gratitude. The man I've fallen for looks this good doing anything. Lu Rumei's eyes shimmered. As the sacred maiden of the charm sect, she understood better than anyone. Whoever wins the people's hearts wins the world. And the hearts of Beha County were already mine. An old beggar, leading his little granddaughter, collected his grain and came before me, then dropped to his knees with a thud. Ninth Prince, thank you for the grain that saved our lives. I'm willing to serve you. The little girl with her hair in twin buns stared up at me with big, watery eyes full of gratitude. I quickly helped the old man to his feet and brushed the dust from his clothes. The gesture brought tears streaming down his weathered face. You're getting on in years, old sir. Rest yourself. Leave the fighting and killing to me. Ninth Prince, I truly can be of use, he said urgently. My name is Lu He. 3 years ago, I served as the clerk of Beha County. When the magistrate embezzled funds, I reported him to the court. He retaliated, killed my son and daughter-in-law, and came for my life too. I disguised myself as a beggar and fled the city with my granddaughter. But now, with war ravaging the land outside, there was no way to survive out there, so I snuck back. My eyes lit up. Moments ago, I'd cut down the magistrate and every official in the office, a satisfying slaughter. But once the thrill faded, I realized the truth. The county office was empty, and I had no idea how to handle Beha County's administration. And here, standing right before me, was a ready-made clerk. Lu He, in the name of the Prince of Baelyong, I appoint you magistrate of Beha County. Your Highness, you are a prince. Beha County should fall under your rule. I'm just a commoner. How could I possibly bear such a responsibility? He waved his hands frantically. By rights, official appointments required approval from the Xia Emperor and the Ministry of Personnel. But as Prince of Baelyong, I held the authority to establish my own government office and appoint officials within my fief. No reporting required. Baelyong was my personal domain. The trouble was, all 16 prefectures of Baelyong had been seized by the Wei nation. Only this single county, Beha, remained. As a prince, I was, for now, a commander without an army. Lu He, in 4 days, an army of 200,000 will lay siege to this city. I can't be everywhere at once. You know how to run things, feeding and clothing the people, taking the census. For now, that's your charge. Don't refuse me. As you command. He clasped his hands, tears welling in his eyes. He had no interest in becoming an official. He did it only to serve me. Zhang Feng, pick 20 veterans to go with Lu He. First, keep him safe. Second, follow his orders. Yes, sir. The two hurried off. Ragged as Lu He looked, he was remarkably efficient. In less than 2 hours, he had counted and registered the entire county's population. Ninth Prince, Beha County has 8,000 souls, men, women, and children all told. Most are old, weak, sick, or disabled. None have any military training. He presented the register. I flipped through it, my brow furrowing. 8,000. Far too few. And these people couldn't even draw a bow. For days. 200,000 enemy troops. 8,000 unarmed, frail civilians. Hard. Impossibly hard. But the more hopeless the situation, the more it revealed a man's edge. I closed the register, and a fighting spirit ignited in my eyes. Beha County. 8,000 people. Every face in the hall darkened. I knew what they were thinking. 8,000 old and weak against Wei's 200,000 troops. How is this any different from marching to their deaths? But I smiled. With 8,000, I have more than enough to crush Wei's 200,000. The words stunned the entire room. Every gaze snapped to me, filled with disbelief. On the battlefield, once you lose the momentum, you've already lost. Chao Sanjin, take down my declaration of war. My voice echoed through the hall. The Wei army is savage. They slaughter the people of Xia and defile our wives and daughters. I, Prince Yi Chun, lead the 8,000 soldiers and civilians of Beha County. In 4 days, we will face Wei's 200,000 troops in a battle to the death. One battle to decide it all. Chao Sanjin's hand froze on the brush. Ninth Prince, once this goes out, the whole continent will take you for a bragging fool. You'll be the laughingstock of the world. Ninth Prince, this declaration, perhaps it's better left unsent. Lu Rumei spoke in her alluring voice. As the holy maiden of the Mei clan, she knew that if I became a joke, she, who had invested in me, would be mocked as well. Man Sang Sang said coolly, 8,000 against 200,000. That's just bragging. As a princess of the barbarian tribe, she'd seen what real war looked like. Only Princess Bingyue said nothing. In her eyes was something the others lacked: trust. Chao Sanjin, a soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. Send it out. As you command. He was the grandson of the backing mountain king, with an intelligence network spanning the land. Within half a day, my declaration of war had spread throughout Wei. Mockery came flooding in like a tide. Has Xiao's ninth prince lost his mind? 8,000 broken soldiers challenging 200,000. A death wish. In 4 days he'll be hacked to pieces. In the Qingzhou military camp, Wei's Grand General Wu Ming stomped a foot down on the declaration and roared with laughter. Worthless trash. In 4 days, I'll level Beha County. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. In the Xia capital, the imperial study. The room. The emperor stared at the declaration of war, shaking his head with a sigh. Little Nine, you're a dead man. Inside Chuanjing Palace, the eighth prince was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Yi Chun, I spared your life, and now you're throwing it away yourself. Minister of War Zhao Li and Minister of Right Song Li offered their congratulations in unison. The eighth prince made a promise. Once he took the throne, he'd name the two of them his left and right chancellors. In Qianjing Palace, the first prince threw back his head and roared with laughter. The assassins he'd sent had failed time and again, and now here I was, walking straight to my own death. Just what he'd wanted. But in the room next door, concubine Linya frowned. She'd studied the art of war and knew exactly what 200,000 troops meant. Yi Chun, what on earth are you trying to do? She couldn't make sense of it. In the Bihan courtyard, my mother knelt before the Buddha, praying for my safety. My little sister, Yi Linger, bought goldfish and released them at the river, hoping to buy her brother even a sliver of good luck. Word had even spread to the military academy. Nangong Fian, who'd once broken off our engagement, sneered. Thank heavens I called it off. A useless braggart. He couldn't win even in his dreams. Zheng Yang, a disciple of the academy, stared at the intelligence report, his face grim. Both his father and brother had died at my hands. Yi Chen, I meant to take your head myself. Never thought you'd deliver it for me. He scoffed. He was well-versed in military strategy, and he knew. 8,000 against 200,000 meant zero chance. Not even the greatest generals in the land could pull that off. The whole world was laughing at me. Beha County, the living room. I sat in my chair, flipping through the stack of intelligence Lu Rumei had brought me, the arrogant boasts of the Wei State's Grand General, the Emperor's disappointment, the mockery of all 8 princes, Nangong Fian's contempt. Wu Ming had even vowed to slaughter the entire city in 4 days, sparing not so much as a chicken or a dog. I finished reading, and the corners of my mouth slowly curled up. The fish, I said, has taken the bait. There's an old saying in the art of war. To defeat a larger force with a smaller one, first lull your enemy into complacency. Make him underestimate you. Grow careless. Forget to guard against you. Wu Ming had already taken the bait. Gathered in the room was my inner circle. Princess Bingyue, Lu Rumei, the Black Tiger Blade King, Chao Sanjin, Lei Ben, and one person who shouldn't have been there at all, Man Sang Sang, whom Princess Bingyue had asked to stay. Ninth Prince, they're going to massacre the city in 4 days, and you can still laugh? Man Sang Sang stared at me, speechless. Big chest, empty head. Maybe just keep quiet. You. Her face flushed red with anger. Chao Sanjin cupped his hands. In these 4 days, I'll teach the 8,000 townsfolk to use bows and spears. Wrong, I said calmly. You only have 3 days. Everyone froze. They wondered if the pressure had finally broken me. Clearly it was 4 days, so how had it become 3? Only Princess Bingyue's eyes suddenly lit up, as though struck by lightning. All warfare is based on deception, true and false, false and true. I smiled. My declaration said 4 days. But whoever said we couldn't attack on the 3rd? The whole room drew a sharp breath. Chao Sanjin grew excited. Ninth Prince, you're going to use your military tactics again. Ever since we left the capital, he'd watched me turn the impossible into miracles, time and time again, knocking out 500 bandits with drugged wine, using veteran soldiers to fake a retreat and lure the enemy into a cave, changing the wind's direction to burn 2,000 mountain bandits alive, faking my own death to cut down both the young Marquis and General Chun Bei with a single stroke. Every single time, my moves were unpredictable, impossible to foresee. Ninth Prince, just give the order. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Chao Sanjin thumped his chest. I stood up, my voice cold and sharp, issuing command after command. Black Tiger Blade King, Li Ho, infiltrate the Wei camp. Find out their troop strength and how their supplies are guarded. Zhang Feng, take 40 veterans and train 8,000 civilians in archery, spears, and catapults. Chao Sanjin, take 40 veterans out of the city to gather timber and stone. Lei Ben, spend 3 days resting and building strength. Feed the warhorses well and stock up on fire oil and arrows. 3 days from now, your cavalry unit fights a battle to the death. Lu He, collect surplus grain from the gentry and wealthy households far and wide. Keep the troops and civilians supplied. Yes, sir. 5 voices answered, rattling the rafters. The fighting spirit was electric. Ninth Prince, what about my task? Princess Bingwei asked. You're not well. Just rest. That's all I need from you. Before leaving the capital, I'd promised the mountain guarding king I would keep her safe. Her heart condition was serious, and after days of hard travel, she couldn't afford to push herself any further. I'm fine. Give me something to do. But her eyes were surprisingly resolute. Looking at her, I knew that if I didn't assign her something, she wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Fine, then here's your task. Wash my clothes. Wash them spotless, so I can face Wei's 200,000 troops looking my absolute best. Consider it done. Her pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head. But inside, her heart was pounding like a little rabbit. Did he actually care about her? Ninth Prince, everyone's got a task. What about me? Lu Rumei's red lips curved slightly. She was a top-tier master. If it weren't to help me, she never would have set foot in this desolate wasteland of Baoyang. Your task is to protect me, I said with a smile. Make sure no one takes my life in the shadows. My little life was precious indeed. Everyone else's abilities were limited. They couldn't keep me safe. Only a true master like her could let me sleep soundly. Lu Rumei rolled her eyes, but she didn't object. Protecting me was her job to begin with. That left only Man Sang Sang in the room, her face burning with embarrassment. Everyone had work to do. Even Princess Bingyue had been given laundry duty, and yet she was the only one left eating for free. Ninth Prince, give me a task too, she volunteered. What can you even do? I scoffed. No brains, no fighting skills, nothing going for you except a big chest. All you're good for is wasting food. Man Sang Sang was so furious her nose nearly twisted off. A dignified, the barbarian princess, getting mocked like this by yours truly. Ha ha ha, Man Sang Sang, you're nothing but a waste of good food. Chao Sanjin couldn't hold back his laughter. You're the waste of food, she roared. Sure, she ate a lot, but she hated more than anything when people pointed it out. Bing Yu and Lu Rumei covered their mouths, giggling. Just moments ago, they'd been suffocating under the weight of Wei's 200,000-strong army, but watching Man Sang Sang hop around in a fury lifted the tension considerably. Ninth Prince, I, a barbarian princess, don't like owing favors. Man Sang Sang lifted her chin. Since you're bringing me back to Baoyang, I'll owe you one. Go on, give me a task. The corner of my mouth curled up. That whole exchange. This was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. I've long heard that Princess Sang Sang is loyal to a fault, honest and true, beautiful beyond compare, brilliant by nature, graceful beyond her years, truly the pride of Baoyang, admired by all. I fired off 7 or 8 compliments in a single breath. Every word of praise a woman could ever hope for. I dumped on her all at once. Everyone around us stood there gaping. Hadn't he just called her a waste of food? And now he's praising her like she's a goddess descended to earth? So, I'm that amazing. I never even knew. Man Sang Sang's pretty face flushed crimson, her whole body trembling. The very picture of someone drunk on flattery. Those rough and tumble barbarian men only ever managed one word, pretty, over and over. How could they compare to my rapid-fire eloquence? She was practically dizzy from all my praise, like she'd downed too much wine. Ninth Prince, a goddess as remarkable as me. Only you can truly appreciate my worth. Those mortals are all blind fools, she declared proudly. Esteemed princess, I struck while the iron was hot. Would you do me a favor? Name it. She thumped her chest. In all of Baelyang, there's nothing Man Sang Sang can't get done. That's it. She's caught in the trap. Xiao Bingyue slapped her forehead, utterly speechless. Over these past few days, she and Man Sang Sang had chatted often, becoming friends who kept nothing from each other. She knew full well that this princess had a simple heart, hot-tempered, yes, but genuinely kind. Princess Sang Sang, I said slowly. I'd like to ask the barbarian tribes to send troops to help me deal with Wei's army of 200,000. I agree, she blurted out. The moment the words left her mouth, she jolted, her mind snapping back to clarity. Ninth Prince, what did you just say? I said you agreed to have the barbarian tribes send troops to deal with Wei's 200,000-strong army. My smile spread wide. Man Song Song's pretty face went pale. Moments ago, dazzled by all that flattery, she'd have nodded along to anything I said. Ninth Prince, can I take it back? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's whine. Would Princess Sang Sang really stoop to being an oath-breaker? You, the peerlessly brilliant barbarian princess. Her face crumpled. She looked ready to cry. She'd regretted it so hard her guts had turned green, but now there was no getting off this tiger's back. Ninth Prince, I may be a princess, but mobilizing the military commander needs my father's tiger seal. I can't mobilize the troops. No matter, I said with a smile. You'll take me to see the barbarian king and let him send out the army. This was my true objective all along. The barbarian army couldn't be moved by her rank alone. Only the barbarian king could give that order. And to reach the barbarian king, all I lacked was a guide. Her. Man Sang Sang gritted her teeth. I can take you to see my father, but whether he'll send troops, that I can't promise. After all the praise I'd heaped on her, she was too embarrassed to refuse, and even less willing to be branded a traitor to her word. Many thanks, Princess Sang Sang. I smiled. We leave in 4 hours. Go rest for now. She slunk off, sulking, her face fallen. Bing Yu and Lu Rumei exchanged amused, delicate laughs. This princess was adorably foolish, spun around by nothing more than a few sweet words. I kept Chao Sanjin behind and dismissed everyone else. Ninth Prince, whatever you need, just say it. He knew that being kept back alone meant something important was coming. This is a catapult I've redesigned. Take a look. I picked up a brush, spread out the paper, and sketched the blueprint in a few strokes. The catapult I drew was nothing like those of the Xia Kingdom, larger in build, capable of loading more stone, with greater range and far deadlier force. The catapult was a weapon of war, able to devastate the enemy from a distance. I handed him the blueprint. Chao Sanjin studied it and sucked in a sharp breath. He'd seen the Xia Kingdom's catapults, but compared to this, they were like an infant next to a grown man, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Ninth Prince, could you be an heir of the Mahist school? Do you truly master the art of mechanisms? He asked, stunned. Legend held that the Mahist sage had invented the catapult, helping one kingdom conquer 72 cities in a row, his name shaking the whole continent. Even now, the catapults, crossbow carts, and siege engines of every nation mostly came from Mahist hands and were prized by kings. I'm no disciple of the Mahists. This is my own invention. My gaze turned cold and hard. Take men out of the city to gather timber and stone. Within 3 days, mass-produce these. Hide them atop the city walls and cover them tight with black cloth. When the Wei army arrives at our gates, we'll give them quite the welcome gift. Ninth Prince, you're a genius. Chao Sanjin was ecstatic, as if he could already see the Wei soldiers strewn across the field. With a weapon like this, we'll cut down enemies without number. Go quickly. Yes, sir. I await the chance to bring you good news. He clasped his hands and hurried off. Time was short. This was the simplified version. There'd be time to upgrade it later. I turned and headed to the kitchen of the county office. The former magistrate, Zheng Kai, had been corrupt to the bone. Delicacies from the mountains and seas were piled high, pork and chicken among them. A few chili plants even grew in the courtyard, and I picked several. I cooked myself 4 bowls of dishes, 2 of twice-cooked pork, 2 of spicy diced chicken. In my past life, both of these dishes had been famous the world over. The county cook, catching the aroma, gaped in astonishment. He'd never imagined the Ninth Prince could cook like this. Delicious. I'm truly humbled. At that moment, Man Sang Sang paced back and forth in her room, her face full of regret. Ugh, what was I thinking? Why did I agree to help him? She sighed again and again. Though she was a princess, she knew all too well that her people's forces were limited and their fighting strength unremarkable. Sending them against Wei's army of 200,000 would be nothing short of suicide. Countless of her kinsmen would end up buried on the battlefield. Princess, why don't we just get out of here? Man Xiaoya suggested. If the ninth prince can't find us, he can't reach the barbarian king, so there'd be no need to send troops at all. Her older brother was a soldier among their people. To the barbarians, the Wei army was a pack of demons, and the last thing she wanted was for her brother to march to his death. Xiaoya, you've got a point, but I gave him my word. I don't want to be someone who breaks a promise. Man Sang Sang wavered. Once we're gone, whether he can find us is his problem. Nobody can blame you for that. Man Sang Sang was tempted. She had agreed to help, but if he couldn't track her down, well, that was his own oversight. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock at the door. Man Xiaoyao pulled it open, and there I stood, grinning at her from the hallway. And Ninth Prince, what are you doing here? Her face was the picture of guilt. She'd been the one egging the princess on to run, and now, face to face with me, she was mortified. Is this how you repay me for that twice-cooked pork I made you? I said mildly. I. Man Xiaoya stammered, unable to get out a single word. She'd been the one who devoured that pork most eagerly of all. I ignored her and walked straight into the room, my eyes settling calmly on Man Sang Sang. Princess Sang Sang, you and I have some history now, I said, deliberately, one point at a time. First, I saved you from those bandits. Second, I saw you safely to Balian. Third, the royal carriage you rode in was one the imperial family prepared for me. Fourth, the twice-cooked pork you ate, I cooked with my own hands. So tell me, how have I treated you? My voice was even, but every word struck straight at her heart. Ninth Prince, I'm sorry. She lowered her head. I shouldn't have thought about running away. She was overcome with shame. The princess is apologizing to someone? Man Xiaoya was stunned. The princess was the barbarian king's only daughter, proud, headstrong, spoiled since childhood, and never once had she bowed her head to anyone, not even the barbarian king himself. Yet here she was, admitting she was wrong to me. Princess Sang Sang, I consider you a friend, and I hope you'll consider me one too, I said quietly. A friend. Her expression shifted slightly, and an inexplicable warmth welled up in her chest. So this was what it felt like to be seen as someone's friend. Surprisingly, it made her happy. Ninth Prince, thank you. Her voice rang clear. From this day on, you're my friend. As a barbarian princess, she'd always held herself above others. In all the 10,000 mountains, she'd never thought much of anyone, not even the generals of the Xia kingdom. But now, she thinks I'm worthy. Princess Sang Sang, I made twice-cooked pork and spicy diced chicken. Try some. I set the two bowls on the table. An enticing aroma instantly filled the room. I'd seen through her long ago. She was a total foodie. To keep her hooked, one good dish was all it took. Let me try. Man Sang Sang picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork. So good. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she smiled like a blooming flower. I watched her dig into a bite of the spicy diced chicken, the heat, the tingling numbness, and the savory flavor exploding on her tongue. She gave me a thumbs up. Delicious. Good food lifts the spirit. That truth holds in any world. Man Xiaoya stood off to the side, practically drooling, but too embarrassed to speak up. After all, she was the one who dragged the princess into running away earlier. A bowl of meat vanished in the blink of an eye. Man Sang Sang spotted the two bowls still in my hands, and her eyes lit up. Are those for me too? You already finished yours, I said, shaking my head. These are for the Man King. It'd be rude to visit your father empty-handed. Hee hee, Ninth Prince, you're so clever. She clapped her hands. My father doesn't care about gold or silver. He only loves two things, good food and weapons. He'll definitely love this. Then let's set out at once. The four of us rode out of Beha County on horseback, heading straight for the 100,000 mountains to the north. Lu Rumei wore a red dress, her figure alluring, her long legs slender. That mature, seductive charm radiated off her. Even I couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. 2 hours later, we reached the edge of the mountain range. As far as the eye could see, The mountains stretched on, towering into the clouds. They were called the 100,000 Mountains, but there were far more than that. Deep in the forests lurked venomous insects and prowling beasts. An ordinary person who wandered in would become a pile of dried bones in a snake's belly in no time. Man Sang Sang led the way, clearly familiar with the terrain. Roar. The howls of wild beasts drifted through the trees now and then. Ninth Prince, watch your step. Venomous snakes strike out of nowhere. I kept my right hand on my blade, advancing cautiously. Whoosh. A black snake shot out from the underbrush, lunging straight for my throat. A flash of the blade. The snake was cut in two, its body flopping to the ground. Lu Rumei frowned. She despised these crawling creatures. She lightly stomped her jade foot, and a terrifying aura erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Every venomous snake and insect within 10 feet burst apart, turning into a mist of blood. The beasts in the distance sensed the pressure and fled in panic. You're amazing, Man Sang Sang praised. You're just too weak, Lu Rumei said, her red lips curving slightly. Man Sang Sang's face went blank. This woman was truly arrogant, but then again, she had the power to back it up. In her eyes, aside from me, all living things were mere ants. Half an hour later, we entered a wide-open valley. A massive tribe sprawled across it, thatched huts and tents scattered about. The man-people were tall and towering, muscles knotted like ropes, wearing nothing but a strip of animal hide around the waist. Raw power radiated from every inch of him. My eyes lit up. Now there was prime soldier material. Princess Sang Sang is back. Greetings, Princess. The barbarians all around bowed low. It was clear she held an extremely high rank in the tribe. Thud, thud, thud. A company of over 1,000 barbarian warriors came charging in, each gripping a spear, their momentum fierce and sharp. The young general leading them was in his early 20s, his face resolute, his dark skin gleaming with an almost metallic sheen. Princess Sang Sang, you're finally back. His expression burned with intensity. I've searched all through the 10,000 mountains these past days. Sang Sang the barbarian frowned and took a step back. Don't go running off again this time, the young man said with a grin. The barbarian king has already betrothed you to me. It's time we were wed. I don't like you. I'll never marry you. So the princess had fled the tribe not long ago, precisely to escape this marriage. The young man's face darkened instantly, fury igniting in his eyes. His name was Bachalu. His father was the grand marshal of the barbarian race, and he himself was its youngest general. It was to win the loyalty of father and son and secure his throne that the barbarian king had arranged this match. Bachalu suddenly jabbed a finger at me. You won't marry me because of this pretty boy from the Xia kingdom, isn't that right? Xia men are all looks and no substance. And yet you dragged him back to the barbarian lands. Barbarian women had always been drawn to Xia scholars and were forever being lured away, which was why the tribe's men despised the people of Xia to the bone. What nonsense are you spouting? Sang Sang snorted coldly. He's my friend. He's come today to see my father, the king. She grabbed my hand and turned to leave. Not so fast. I want to see just what this pretty boy is up to. Bachalu's eyes flashed with menace. You dare try to steal the princess from me? I'll beat you to death. I could sense his hostility, but I couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. Before long, we stepped into an enormous royal tent. It sprawled across more than 3,000 square feet, piled high with gold, silver, jewels, fine wine, and lavish delicacies. Seated on the throne at the center was a burly, middle-aged man, his face covered in a bristling beard, draped in tiger skin. An aura of majesty radiated from him, the king of the barbarians. Several others were seated at his side, Grand Marshal Bashiong, High Priestess Sayan, and military strategist Manyu, all high commanders who led the 100,000 barbarians. Sang Sang, you're finally back. Your father has missed you terribly. The barbarian king rose to his feet, his emotions impossible to contain. She was his only daughter, destined to inherit the throne one day. When she had suddenly run off some days ago, he'd been so frantic that he'd dispatched a great host of barbarian warriors to comb through the mountains. Father, I've brought a friend for you to meet. Sang Sang pointed at me. The barbarian king frowned. He recognized me at a single glance as a man of Xia, nurtured by gentler lands, with fair skin and handsome features. And that was exactly what he loathed. Xia scholars had honeyed tongues, sweet words rolling off them with ease, and they had lured away far too many barbarian women. Sang Sang, have you forgotten the tribal law? You are not permitted to bring a Xia national entering the tribe. For anyone else, they'd have been dragged out and flogged with military rods long ago. But this was his daughter. Father, he's no ordinary man, Man Sang Sang said. He's the ninth prince of Xia, Yi Chun. The ninth prince? I've heard of him. A worthless nobody. The barbarian king's tone turned cold. What do you want? Barbarian king, I've come to ask you to send troops to help me deal with Wei's army of 200,000, I said, cutting straight to the point. Ha ha. The barbarian ministers in the tent burst into mocking laughter, their faces full of scorn. You heard them, ninth prince. The barbarian king waved his hand. No one's willing to help you. Get out. Man Sang Sang wouldn't have it. Father, I was kidnapped by bandits out there and nearly lost my life. The ninth prince saved me and escorted me all the way back to Baelyang. He saved my life. How can you just throw him out? The barbarian king's expression shifted. His daughter was his weak spot. Ninth prince, I owe you for saving my daughter. I won't forget it, he said, his tone softening. But sending troops is out of the question. Take your pick of gold, silver, and jewels as my thanks. In the corner, Lu Rumei remained silent. She was only responsible for my safety. Negotiations like this, she left to me. I have no shortage of gold and silver. I spoke with pride. As long as you send your troops, you'll have the ninth prince owing you a favor. And make no mistake, a favor from me is worth a fortune. What a joke. A sneer came from behind me. Bachalu. Everyone on this continent knows the ninth prince is a worthless waste, exiled to Baelyang by the Xia emperor to rot and die. Your favor isn't worth a single copper coin. A man who still wets the bed at 20 has no right to speak to me, I said flatly. Go cool off somewhere. Bachalu's face flushed red in an instant. Embarrassment, fury, and shame all crashing down on him at once. Because last night, he really had wet the bed. But this was his most closely guarded secret. Even his own father didn't know. How could this pretty-faced boy possibly know? Puffed. Man Sang Sang burst out laughing, lovely as a blooming flower. Bachalu, you're 20 years old and a full-fledged general, and you still wet the bed. She giggled uncontrollably. That one line struck Bachalu right in the chest. Even the barbarian king's mouth twitched, unable to hold back. The ninth prince is talking nonsense. Bachalu denied it sharply. Slander me again, and I'll rip your mouth apart. Humph. I sneered. Your ears are pale, your eye sockets are sunken. Strong of body but weak in the kidneys. Always lost in wild thoughts, wetting yourself in the dead of night. I'd wager you've been reading too many forbidden books. I was well versed in the 4 diagnostic arts: observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, and could see through the root of his ailment at a single glance. Swish, everyone's eyes snapped toward Bachalu. Pale ears, sunken eyes, not off by a hair. Don't listen to him, it's all lies. Bachalu scrambled to defend himself. But the more frantic he got, the guiltier he looked. Yet a spark of interest kindled in the barbarian king's eyes. For generations, the barbarian people, deep in the mountains, healers were scarce. The barbarian king never expected this ninth prince to be skilled in medicine, and so remarkably precise. Ninth prince, the barbarian king said slowly, you diagnosed Bachalu's illness. Can you see what ails me? I swept my gaze over his features and complexion, and I already understood. But I didn't call it out in front of everyone. He was the king of a nation. Exposing his hidden ailment would be like humiliating him before his people. My king, I'll write it on paper. For your eyes only. I lifted my brush and wrote down his condition. Kidney deficiency, and that his time in bed with the queen was extremely brief. When I finished, I handed it to him myself, letting no one else touch it. The barbarian king unfolded the paper and read it. His face changed instantly, his heart pounding like waves crashing against the shore. Such precise diagnosis. Every word struck at the affliction that had haunted him for years. He looked mighty on the outside, but inside he was weak, and no healer he'd ever sought could cure him. The others didn't understand what was happening, but from the king's expression they could tell. Yi Chun had nailed it again. My king, don't believe him. Bachalu shouted again. He's spouting nonsense to fool the crowd. There's nothing wrong with you. You're in perfect health. It was clear now. This barbarian general was dead set on making me his enemy. Shut your mouth. You have no right to speak here. The barbarian king roared, and Bachelor's face instantly turned a deep, liver-purple shade. I sneered inwardly. I'd only listed a few symptoms, and the king's face had already changed, because what I'd said matched his condition exactly. Ninth Prince. The king turned to me, his eyes full of longing. In this moment, he wasn't a king seated high above others, just a patient seeking a cure. Can you heal my illness? Noble or commoner, all men are equal before sickness and pain. I can't, I said flatly. But you have to promise me one thing. Send your troops to deal with those 200,000 soldiers from the Wei Kingdom. The king smiled bitterly. Ninth Prince, it's not that I'm unwilling. The barbarian tribes number 100,000, but only 30,000 can wield a blade. The rest are old men and children. The Wei Kingdom is an army of tigers and wolves. 3 years ago, in a single battle, they wiped out all 200,000 of the Xia Kingdom's Crimson Flame army along the northern border, leaving nothing behind. Among the dozen or so tribes across these vast mountains, no one dares to touch the Wei Kingdom. My king, let him go, said a burly man in a cold voice, radiating a fierce, menacing aura. He was Bachelor's father, Ba Xiong, the barbarian's grand marshal, second only to the king in rank. Ever since I'd humiliated his son, he'd been gritting his teeth. The military strategist, Manyu, shook his head as well. The stance of the 30,000 barbarian warriors was plain to see. Only the high priestess, Sa Yun, said nothing. Her beautiful eyes locked onto me, as if trying to see straight through me. I would only learn later that she had watched the stars the night before and seen the Ziwei star blaze with brilliance. A true dragon was coming to the barbarian lands. She was wondering, could that dragon be me? Princess Man Sang Sang, who had brought me here, looked a little embarrassed. I wasn't upset. The Wei Kingdom's 200,000 troops, few powers under heaven dared cross them. Urgent report. A barbarian soldier, covered in blood, crashed into the tent and screamed hoarsely. Fire King of the Black Flame tribe. He's leading 40,000 elite soldiers, and they're coming for us. The words barely left his mouth before he collapsed face first, blood pooling across the ground. That's Barbarian Gang, my brother. A young girl threw herself toward him. It was little Barbarian, yeah. She looked up at me, her knees buckling as she dropped to the ground. Ninth Prince, please, save my brother. There was a grand shaman in the camp who knew medicine, yet she came to me instead. Stay calm. I walked over, drew out a silver needle, and drove it straight into the pressure point beneath his nose. The bleeding stopped instantly. What incredible technique. Sa Yun gasped, her eyes filled with awe. That method of stopping blood, she couldn't do it herself. Puffed. Barbarian Gang coughed up a mouthful of dark, clotted blood and slowly came to. Thank you. He gazed at me, his face full of gratitude. Even the Barbarian King was stunned. A wound that severe, and I'd pulled him back from the brink. But he had no time to dwell on my medical skills. The Fire King's 40,000 elite soldiers were about to bear down on them. Lu Rume stepped to my side and lowered her voice. Ninth Prince, this is a war between two tribes. Blades don't have eyes. Let me get you out of here. She was now a top-tier expert, one woman worth 5,000 men. But against 40,000 elite troops, even she felt the pressure. I'm not leaving. I shook my head. Once these two tribes go to war, they'll both be crippled. The barbarians won't have the strength left to help us fight Wei. We stay. My tone left no room for argument. Her delicate brows knit together, but in the end she said nothing more. Barbarian Gang panted. The Fire King says, the barbarians must submit. 20,000 taels of silver in tribute every year, or he wipes us out. A collective gasp swept through the camp. Father, we can never bow to him. Barbarian Sang Sang said sharply. She was a woman, but her backbone was iron. Don't worry. The barbarian's knees will never bend for anyone. The Barbarian King gritted his teeth. He knew full well that the moment he submitted, a cup of poison wine would be waiting for him and his daughter. Ba Xiong, the Barbarian King barked. Take 30,000 warriors and march against the Fire King at once. Yes, my king. Ba Xiong lifted his head high. 30,000 is plenty. I'll show him what the barbarians are made of. I frowned. He knew he was outnumbered, Yet he insisted on meeting force with force head-on. This was suicide. Fine. I'd offer a word of advice, out of goodwill. After all, I was counting on the barbarians to hold off way for me. Ba Xiong, your forces are weaker than the Fire King's. The terrain in the front mountains is treacherous. Set an ambush, lure him into the trap, and crush him in one stroke. Heh. Ba Xiong's face twisted with scorn. We barbarians are men of honor. We don't need schemes and trickery. We'll smash the Fire King head-on. My strategy meant nothing to him. Father, I'll take the vanguard. Ba Tulu rushed to volunteer, puffing out his chest as far as it would go. He just wanted to show off in front of the barbarian king and the princess. Reckless bravado. No brains, I said flatly. Who are you calling brainless? Bachelor jumped up. I think you're just jealous. You carry the title of Prince of Baelyong, but you've got no troops, no power. My father commands 30,000 men. Enough talk. The barbarian king waved his hand. You two go into battle at once. Father, you should listen to the ninth prince. Man Sang Sang cried out anxiously. She'd witnessed it firsthand. On Leopard Mountain, I hadn't lost a single soldier, using strategy alone to wipe out 2,000 bandits, a young marquis, and 1,000 elite troops. In her eyes, I was 10 times better than this father-son pair. Sang Sang, barbarian soldiers know only how to charge forward, fearless in the face of death. The barbarian king was as stubborn as a rock. Man Song Song's face went white with anger. Ba Xiong and his son cupped their hands, turned, and strode out of the tent, but not before throwing me a scornful glance on their way. Two idiots, Lu Rumei scoffed under her breath, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation, as if settling in to watch a show. Back in the capital, she'd already learned to respect my strategic mind, the finest military tactics on this continent. As for Ba Xiong and his son, strong, sure, but dumb as boars. Ninth Prince, please help us. Man Sang Sang was nearly in tears. Princess, I made my suggestion. The barbarian king wouldn't listen. There's nothing I can do. I spread my hands. The truth was, I knew it well. Until he suffered a defeat, the barbarian king would never trust me. Anything I said now would be like playing music for an ox. Some people won't turn back until they've hit a wall head first. Man Xiaoya tugged at Man Gang with a sigh. Brother, don't go. This battle, the barbarians are going to lose. How could that be? We've got 30,000 men. If the ninth prince says we'll lose, then we'll definitely lose. Man Gang's face was full of confusion. Why would his sister and the princess trust an outsider over the grand marshal of the barbarian army? Could this ninth prince truly possess heaven-defying abilities? Ninth prince, come with me. The barbarian king waved his hand proudly. Let me open your eyes. Watch how the barbarian soldiers crush the Fire King. Very well. I smiled and followed him out, bringing Lu Rumei along. Green mountains stacked upon one another, the scorching sun high overhead. I stood atop a hill, a valley stretching out below my feet. On the open ground in the valley, 30,000 barbarian soldiers wielding long spears clashed in a chaotic melee with the Fire King's black-armored troops. Every barbarian soldier was burly, a formidable fighter one-on-one. But this was a valley, too cramped to make use of their strength. The Fire King looked to be about 40, tall and imposing, with a mane of red hair that blazed like flames. He charged at the front, gripping a blood-colored broadsword. Beside him rode his daughter, Hui Yumeng, sapphire blue eyes, clad in red armor, striking and full of spirit. Ba Xiong, come out and fight me, the Fire King roared. Today I'll cut you down. Ba Xiong spurred his horse forward, thrusting his spear straight at him. Spear met blade with clang after clang, sparks flying in all directions. After a dozen exchanges, come, locked in a deadly stalemate. On the other side, Bachalu and Hui Yumeng were tangled in combat, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Ninth Prince, the barbarian king asked, Ba Xiong or the Fire King? Who wins? The Fire King, I answered. The barbarian king's expression changed instantly. Are you blind? Don't you see Ba Xiong's spear driving the Fire King back, step by step? Ba Xiong's got this in the bag. Give it a moment, and you'll understand, I said, my eyes fixed on the valley floor. Ba Xiong and Bachalu have already walked into a trap. They'll be captured any second now. I'd spotted the problem long ago. The Fire King wasn't putting his full strength behind a single blow. and he brought only 20,000 men. But the barbarian scouts had clearly reported 40,000. Where had the other 20,000 gone? There was only one answer: an ambush. I knew this playbook too well. The Fire King would soon feign defeat and flee, luring Ba Xiong and his son into a chase, straight into the trap. Sure enough, on the 30th exchange, Ba Xiong's spear knocked the Fire King off his horse. Tui, the Fire King coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed, "Ba Xiong's too strong. Fall back, retreat now." He seized a war horse and bolted, not even bothering to grab his fallen blade. A moment ago, he'd looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Now he was nothing but a stray dog running for its life. Seeing this, his soldiers scattered in every direction. "You see that?" The barbarian king threw his head back and roared with laughter. "The Fire King's beaten. My barbarian tribe wins. Ba Xiong and his son, they're the true warriors." "Barbarian King," I said, my voice low, "let me give you one last piece of advice. Send the order right now to stop the pursuit." "Why?" "There's an ambush ahead." "Ninth Prince, I don't trust you." The Fire King just took a wound and coughed blood. His elite troops are fleeing in a panic. Where's the ambush in that? The barbarian king's face was full of contempt. "Father, listen to the Ninth Prince." Man Song Song's lovely face flushed red with anxiety. Caught between me and her father, she chose to believe me. The barbarian nobles around her looked at her as if she were a princess who'd lost her mind, actually trusting the Ninth Prince of Xia. "Sang Sang, you're my daughter. Why side with an outsider?" The barbarian king snorted, jealous and irritated, refusing to hear a word from her. My face stayed calm. Some people just have to hit the wall before they'll turn back. On the distant battlefield, Bachelus spurred his horse after the Fire King, laughing wildly. "Father, let's take the Fire King alive and show that worthless Ninth Prince what we're made of." I shook my head. You can't save a man determined to die. If they wanted to jump into the fire pit, I wouldn't stop them. Ninth Prince, just wait. Grand Marshal Ba Xiong will have the Fire King in chains any moment now. The Barbarian King was practically glowing with smugness. "Barbarian King, care to make a wager?" I said lightly. "If the Fire King is captured, I'll give you 200,000 taels and silver notes. But if Ba Xiong is captured, your tribe sends troops to help me take on Wei's army of 200,000. Beside us, Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes brightened, her red lips curving upward as she watched the Barbarian King with a look like watching a fool. 200,000 taels. The Barbarian King's breath suddenly quickened. His people were desperate for silver, and this was a fortune beyond imagining. Besides, he was certain he'd win. "It's a bet. You just get those banknotes ready for me." Man Sang Sang said nothing. She knew that no matter what she said, her father wouldn't believe her. Steep mountains rose on both sides of the canyon, thick with trees. Down the middle ran a single narrow path, cramped and confining. The Fire King's deserters had long since passed through, but Ba Xiong and his son's cavalry were now jammed in the center of the trail. Ba Xiong's eyelid twitched violently, a sense of dread rising in his chest. "Ba Xiong, you idiot, you fell for it." The Fire King's voice exploded from the mountaintop. "I only brought 20,000 to fight you. The other 20,000, loose your arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20,000 elite soldiers emerged along the ridgeline, arrows pouring down like a violent rainstorm. The Black Fire troops heaved massive boulders together, sending them thundering down into the valley. Screams merged into one endless cry. The barbarian soldiers were struck by arrows, crushed by stones, blood and flesh flying everywhere. "Father, it's an ambush. Retreat now." Batulu's face was ghostly white. Damn it. That worthless Ninth Prince. He was actually right. Ba Xiong's face turned an iron gray. The order to retreat was given, but the path was too narrow. Men packed against men. There was nowhere to fall back. The father and son who'd charged in first were now trapped like rats in a barrel. The arrows were the Reaper's scythe, harvesting the lives of 10,000 barbarian soldiers in the valley. Moments later, blood ran like rivers, corpses littering the ground. "Warriors of the Black Fire, charge with me. Take Ba Xiong and his son alive." Fire Yoming's sweet, sharp cry rang out, her red hair whipping in the wind, like a rose blooming amid the slaughter, beautiful and deadly. The Black Fire troops cast down a great net from above, dropping it straight over Ba Tulu and pinning him fast. Ba Xiong, I have your son. Drop your weapons, or I'll slit his throat. Fire Yuming pressed her dagger against Ba Tulu's neck. Father, surrender. I don't want to die. Ba Xiong didn't fear death, but this was his only son. He gritted his teeth and roared, Don't kill him. I surrender. Long live the princess. The Black Fire troops cried in unison, dropping to their knees. The Fire King strode forward, pride filling his eyes as he looked at his daughter. This girl had the makings of a legendary general. Man Feng fled back in disgrace with the remaining 20,000 barbarian soldiers, terror written across his face. 30,000 men rode out. Why are there only this many left? Where's Ba Xiong? The barbarian king raged. The Grand Marshal walked into an ambush. We lost 10,000 men. Ba Tulu was captured, and the Grand Marshal has surrendered. The barbarian king's face went from red to purple. This is all my fault. If only I'd listened to the ninth prince. Huffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Father, Man Sang threw herself forward, tears glistening in her eyes. High Priestess Sa Yun rushed to his aid, but there was nothing she could do. Man Sang whipped around to face me, her voice trembling. Ninth Prince, I beg you, save my father. In her eyes, I was her only lifeline. Don't worry, I'll save him. I needed the barbarian king alive. I couldn't let him die. I leaned down, pressed a finger to the philtrum beneath his nose, then tapped twice each on the Shunkei and Higu acupoints. The barbarian king's eyes slowly opened. Such medical skill. He brought him back in an instant. Lu Rumei's beautiful eyes trembled. She had seen the sacred son of the medical clan before, yet now she felt he came nowhere close to the man before her. Sa Yun quietly sighed. Without comparison, there's no harm done. Ba Xiong, Ba Tulu. Those two bastards actually surrendered to the Fire King and cost me 10,000 warriors. The barbarian king roared at the heavens. The entire barbarian tribe had only 30,000 soldiers. To lose 10,000 in a single night, it was a disgrace he could not bear. He turned to me, his face full of regret. Sang, I'm sorry. Ninth Prince, I was a fool just now. I concede this wager. As long as you can defeat the Fire King, the barbarian tribe will send its forces to help you face Wei's 200,000 troops. Now he had staked all his hopes on me. Don't worry. I smiled calmly. Defeating the Fire King will be as easy as flipping my hand. The Fire King's 40,000 elite soldiers were a catastrophe to the barbarian king. To me, they were nothing but pieces on a chessboard. First, give me the most detailed map of the 10,000 mountains. Second, send the Fire King a declaration of war. Tomorrow at dawn, a battle to the death. The loser submits to the winner. Done. I'll do whatever you say. The barbarian king produced the map. Mountains, canyons, rivers, the distribution of over a dozen tribes. Every detail laid bare. This was the tribe's greatest secret, known only to the barbarian king. Handing it to me now was an act of complete trust. Manfeng took the order and set off alone for the Fire King's camp. Inside the tent, Ba Xiong and his son were bound to wooden posts, their clothes torn, their appearance wretched. Manfeng, you dare storm into my camp alone? Come to die. The Fire King sneered. Don't be so arrogant, Fire King. Manfeng slammed the declaration of war onto the table. A decisive battle tomorrow at dawn. The loser submits. The Fire King burst into laughter, wild and proud. Go tell your barbarian king. I accept. Tomorrow, my 40,000 elite troops will trample your 20,000 ragged survivors into the dirt. Manfeng cupped his hands and left. Hui Yuming stood at the Fire King's side, her red hair strikingly seductive, but her brow was slightly furrowed. She had studied military strategy under a great general in the capital of the Xia Kingdom. This ambush had been her doing. Father, this declaration of war, something feels off. 20,000 ragged survivors. What makes them dare to fight head-on? You don't understand the barbarian king. The Fire King waved his hand. He spent his whole life priding himself as a warrior. He despises Xia's military tactics and only knows how to meet force with force. Tomorrow will surely be a head-on clash. Hui Yuming gazed at Manfeng's retreating figure and murmured softly, I hope so. The barbarian tribe's tent. I closed my eyes and focused. laying out every inch of the 10,000 mountains. Every mountain range, every river carved into my mind. Before my eyes, a massive sand table took shape. I began to strategize. 20,000 against 40,000. A head-on clash meant certain defeat. Only tactics could turn the tide. My eyes snapped open, flashing with clarity. I've got it. What's the plan? Another ambush? The barbarian king asked anxiously. My king, if you were the Fire King and you knew an ambush was coming, would you fall for it? No. In fact, he used an ambush to crush Ba Xiao. Exactly. I nodded. An ambush works only through surprise. Now that the Fire King is on guard, that trick is useless. So we'll use a chain of stratagems. A chain of stratagems? The barbarian king asked, eager to learn. Man sang sang, man foam. Everyone turned to look at me. I pointed my stick at a towering mountain on the map. Here, Blackfire Mountain, the site of the Fire King's main camp. First link, fire attack, fire oil paired with arrows to torch the forests. Ninth Prince, the barbarian king said gravely. The Fire King is a master of forest warfare. The moment flames rise, he'll abandon camp and flee. A fire attack won't accomplish much. Man Sang Sang added, and his daughter, Hui Yuming, has studied the art of war. She knows fire tactics and will have prepared for them. I smiled. It was precisely because they could defend against the first link that they'd step, one move at a time, into the deadly trap waiting behind it. To be continued.